Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is SET with SET Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you guys. All right, guys, we got Trump signing executive order that's bringing fitness back, and we got a press briefing on the way as well. All right, guys, make sure we double tap that screen, and don't worry, we also have a geopolitical hour right after that. All right, guys, let's go.
To come, and in the years ahead, we'll have the chance to showcase our nation's athletic dominance in the world stage as we host the America 250. So we have America 250, and we have, it's going to be incredible, the Patriot Games, but we have the Ryder Cup, we have the President's Cup, we have the 2026 FIFA World Cup. So we have the World Cup here, we have the 2028 Olympics. So when they cheated on the election and they picked somebody that wasn't supposed to be there, I was very upset before that because I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup. I was the one that did it. I can't say I got America 250. It just happened to be 200. I'd like to take credit for that, but I don't think I'll be able to. But we have a big thing coming up. But I was very upset because I got them and it was skipped an election season. And so it took place in the next term after the term that we were supposed to have. And I was extremely angry. And then when I won, I said, wait a minute, I think I just picked up the Olympics and I just picked up the World Cup. So it worked out sort of cool. But I want to, again, thank everybody in the council. They want to work too. These are people that really, we only do it by request. And people, they want to work and they want to make things better. And I hope they can make college sports better. They can heal it. They can find a solution. It's not going to be that easy. But you have a lot of smart people. So I'd like to begin by introducing Bryson to say a few words, and then we'll have Triple H, and we'll have a couple of other people say something, and then I'm going to sign that good-looking couple of pieces of paper, and it means a lot. It's going to be a very important council, and thank you all for being here. Bryson, please.
And shout out for Trump for pretty much bringing back, well, this president's fitness test. He's pretty much bringing fitness back in schools, pretty much trying to get our kids fit again. And also, it sounds like trying to start a new athletic competition as well. So, of course, I'm pretty sure this is a team up between, JFK and this Triple H guy.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. And first off, I'd like to say thank you to President Trump and Vice President Vance for your support and this initiative and council. And to be honest, I never would have thought that this opportunity would have been here right at our doorstep. We have an opportunity
Whoa,
at being the
what is that?
70th anniversary of the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition to literally change the fabric of kids' lives. And our first initiative is to bring back and reignite the President's Fitness Test, and then also reestablish some key other metrics on guidelines around building some communities, and also, again, with the President's initiatives around college.
This is a good thing because it was around my age where they kind of start letting, kids sit down because they're fat. If they couldn't do the push-ups, then, they wasn't getting ridiculed no more. Okay, I'm just playing. We never really bullied kids for not being able to do push-ups in gym. But the teachers did used to try to help these kids out. Nowadays, it's like, oh, it's so fine. You can just go ahead and sit over there on the bench, as everybody, does the exercise and yo fat ass catch a break.
We think we can help in that regard too. But we've got a great established council with us that we believe we can change the fabric of our communities and kids' livelihoods for the future generations that are to come. I can't thank you guys enough, and looking forward to making massive changes in kids' lives and in our America's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
First of all, I'd like to say the same. Thank you to President Trump. Thank you for this honor. I'm humbled by it. I'm truly honored to be on this. Vice President Vance, thank you very much. Secretary Kennedy, truly appreciate all that everybody is doing for the health and wellness of the entire country. For me, since I was 14, this has been such an important part of my life. Health, fitness, sports, nutrition, all of it. I think learning that at a young age sets you up for success in life. And without it, you're at a lesser place for it. So I look forward to the opportunity to do this. I look forward to the opportunity to help make our youth healthy, help get them engaged in sports, and let them learn what it takes to be successful in life. So thank you very much for the honor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, I mean, I absolutely agree. Like I said, take them off the computer, take them off the iPads, take them off the game, take their game headset off and push them out there and let them do some type of sports. Like put them out there on the field.
Bobby, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In December of 1960, a month after he won the election, my uncle, who was about to be president, wrote an article for Sports Illustrated called "The Soft American," and he was lamenting the fact that America had prided itself on its beef jerky toughness, and that we were losing that. We were falling behind Europeans. We were falling behind other nations. And he was signaling with that article that he was going to make physical fitness of our kids the centerpiece of his administration. And I'm so grateful to President Trump for bringing back this tradition. I was talking to Paul before we went in here. We were part of the Council on Physical Fitness when we were kids. And you had to do sit-ups, you had to do pull-ups, you had to do shuttle runs, you had to do 1 mile runs. And they awarded the top 15% with a patch and with recognition and with certificates. And for me, it was a huge item of pride when I was growing up. And we need to reinstill that spirit of competition and that spirit and that commitment to nutrition and physical fitness. And I'm so grateful to President Trump for your leadership in bringing this back for our country.
Thank you very much. Honor, representing the great women in sports, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Vice President Vance. This is truly an honor. I want to thank the team behind me here for giving us trust to be able to do this. Sport has always been part of my life, and the importance of living a healthy, active lifestyle is cannot be any more important than nowadays. So thank you for the trust, and I can't wait to get to work to make a difference in kids' lives, but also in people's lives. I think the time is so important. Obesity is the highest it's ever been. Mental health, as we all know, the need ought to be tackled. So thank you for the trust, and look forward to going to work with the team.
Yeah, and weight and mental health, there's some correlation there. I'm be real with you. Usually, our more bigger companions, mental health usually isn't as strong as the ones who are more fit. I mean, obviously, who you think is going to have more mental fortitude? The person who can do 20 push-ups or the person who can't do even one? Think about it. And shout out to my man Anonymous. He says, howdy says, starting things off. And you know what? Hold on, I gotta shout you out for that one. He said, I received the President's Fitness Award back in junior high when Clinton was still president. It was kind of a big deal. I mean, I can be honest, I wish I was able to get that. Like I said, during my generation, I mean, we still had gym class, but of course, you know, the presidential fitness test was going, and they was starting to kind of let the big kids off, to be honest with you. But gym was still fun. I mean, we still had dodgeball. We had the rubber balls, and then out of nowhere, I was hurt. Then we got like these soft little foam balls that you can't even really throw accurately because kids were getting hurt. I mean, crybabies.
Behind me. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Lawrence, you want to say a few words? Come on up. Come on. He's a little shy, but once he gets going, nobody can stop.
Oh, no, that don't stop. I'm just proud to be on this team. I don't know why. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing, but I'm here to serve, and I'm here to serve you. Okay, so I'm gonna do the best I can for as long as I can. Thank you very much.
Nobody like him. Come on, young superstar.
Obviously, very excited to be here. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to serve on the council. Just excited to do my part to help make America healthy again, to help our youth be healthy and thrive and grow up and be great citizens of this country and be great family members and contribute to this great country. And I think you have to be strong in mind, in body, and soul. So thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
JD?
Okay, sure, sir. Well, thank you all, and thanks to the president for setting up this important commission. Thanks to all the great athletes for lending their credibility to it. I think all of us who have young kids at home just know that kids are healthier, they're happier, they do better when they're out there, they're being active, they're playing in sports, they're hanging out with their friends. I think all of us have thought at one point in the last few years that kids spend a little too much time on their phones, maybe a little bit too much time in front of the TV, and we just want kids to do better. We want them to be healthier. We want them to be happier. And we know that getting out there, playing in sports and being active and healthy and physically fit is a critical part of this. So all due credit to the president and Secretary Kennedy's leadership. This is all about just making our kids better citizens, better people.
And God, we got 200 plus yelling here, man. Let's get us to 25 likes by double tapping that screen and liking the video by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
And happier in their daily lives. And I think this is a great team to get it accomplished. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's sign this. Linda, come on. Let's sign this. Belinda. Yeah, she's doing pretty well, right? Huh? That is amazing. Good job.
All right.
Okay, we got it.
All right, so we're bringing back the president fitness test inactive date to be announced. I was trying to look up the active date for this and when they're going to start enforcing it, but it is to be announced. And hey, man, they really should say ASAP, but you know, that's just me.
I think probably.
What is sports meant?
Okay. Any questions, please? I think probably.
What is sports meant to you? And did you have a sports hero growing up?
I mean, didn't we all?
Maybe Lawrence Taylor. I don't know. It could be Lawrence. Or I know him so well. But a lot of sports heroes. It meant a lot. I was always a person that loved playing sports. I was good at sports. When you were really focused on sports, you thought about nothing else. It was nothing else outside. It kept you. And to an extent, this is one of the reasons I like golf. You get away for a couple of hours. I play quickly and get through it. And for 2 hours, you're not thinking about all of the nonsense and all of the important things, frankly, but it cleans your mind. No, I think sports is so important. I think what this council is doing is going to be very important. And it gives you a little exercise, sometimes a lot of exercise. It's a great thing. It's a great thing. Sports are, you learn about people and you learn about how people compete. Now, it doesn't mean that if somebody's not a good athlete, a lot of people just are not good athletes, so they can't compete. But you learn about the people playing sports and playing sports with and against some. So I've always loved it. It's been very important to me. These people are inspirations. These are the top people in their individual sports. The council itself, I mean, they have some of the greatest champions, for the most part, the greatest champions in their sport. So they really understand sports, and understanding it's very important. Thank you for the question. Yeah, please. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, can you talk about your plans for the new ballroom that was announced today?
Yeah,
The $200 million, that's going to be paid for by yourself?
by me, yeah.
Private donations?
It's a private thing. Yeah, I'll do it, and we'll probably have some donors or whatever, but it's about 200 million. So we've been planning it for a long time. They've wanted a ballroom at the White House for more than 150 years, but there's never been a president that was good at ballrooms. I'm really good. In fact, I looked at one that we just built in Turnberry in Scotland, and it's incredible. We're good at building. I'm good at building things, and we'll get it built quickly and on time. It'll be beautiful, top of the line. We've retained the best architects and engineers, everything else. It'll be built over on the east side, and it will be beautiful. It'll be views of the Washington Monument. It won't interfere with the current building. It'll be near it, but not touching it, and pays total respect to the existing building, which I'm the biggest fan of. It's my favorite place. I love it. But they've wanted it. And, when they have big events, you entertain the president of China or the president of any place, and you have big crowds. They've always had to get a tent. And you've probably been to some of them, Bobby. When it rains, it's a disaster.
Man.
And the tent's 100 yards. That's more than a football field away from the main entrance. And people are slopping down to the tent. It's not a pretty sight. The women with their lovely evening gowns.
And for those of you wondering in the chat, yes, that is Triple H right next to RFK Jr. Yes, that is Triple H. Yes, with the bald head.
Their hair all done, and they're a mess by the time they get it. They've always wanted to have it. And I said, in the first term, I said, if I get another shot at this, I'm going to do a ballroom. I was pretty busy in the first because I was running the country, and I was also fighting for survival with all of the lunatics I had to beat. But it worked out. Obviously, it worked out very well because here we are. But I always said I was going to do something about the ballroom because they should have one. So we'll be leaving it. It'll be a great legacy project, and I think it'll be special. You saw some renderings of the initial. I think it'll be really beautiful. No government dollars, no.
It's an extremely busy week between this executive order, trade, Russia, Gaza, but also the family of Virginia Giuffre released a statement overnight in response to some of the comments that you made this week. You said that Jeffrey Epstein stole people from Mar-a-Lago. At the time, did you know why he was taking those young women, including Virginia?
No, I didn't know. I mean, I would figure it was ABC fake news that would ask that question, one of the worst. But no, I don't know really why. But I said, if he's taking anybody from Mar-a-Lago, he's hiring or whatever he's doing. I didn't like it, and we threw him out. We said we don't want him, at the place. This is a story that's been known for many years, as you know. But it's. I didn't like it that he was doing that. Yeah, please.
And the thing is, CNN did an interview with Virginia Giuffre's family that we will be seeing later on in the night. But yeah, this is what kind of makes it suspicious, because it's like, yeah, but Virginia Giuffre was working there. Did Epstein pick up? Because this is what I've been hearing, that Epstein picked up Virginia Giuffre from, one of Trump's positions at his hotel, I believe, or at his club or wherever he found this girl at. So if there was a link from, Epstein to Trump's, facilities, how much other girls did he get from Trump's facilities? And how many, let's be real, that's a whole rabbit hole on its own. How long has this been going on?
Say it again.
If Canada moves forward with recognizing the Palestinian state, is that a deal breaker?
Well, we're going to see. No, I didn't like what they said, but that's their opinion. I didn't like that. Not a deal breaker, but we haven't spoken to Canada today. He's called, and we'll see. But we have made a few deals today that are excellent deals for the country. We're taking in literally trillions of dollars for the country. This is making our country very rich and respected again.
Mm-hmm.
We have, I tell these people, and I say it as much as I have to say it, but every leader is at NATO. And I was in the Middle East with the three great countries, three great leaders. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and everybody said the same thing. All of the NATO countries, essentially, they said that we were a dead country 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country in the world. Look at you people. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're doing great. Yeah. Do you have a
Money
What's
wise?
the negotiations with Canada?
I mean, investment wise, I mean, we probably got like what $2 trillion in direct investments just off the trade deals alone, and then just off deals that countries and businesses were just thrown at us, or investments, direct investments. We're talking about what $7 to $8 trillion in direct investments into the United States. Like, yeah, that would make us the hottest country in the world investment wise, bringing all the money home.
Well, they have to pay a fair rate. It's all. It's very simple. They have been charging very, very high tariffs to our farmers, some over 200%. And they've been treating our farmers very badly. They've been treating our country very badly for years. And look, we like Canada. I love Canada. I have so many friends in Canada, but they've been very poorly led.
And guys, I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. I might need to get me a farm because think about it like this. There might be a farming boom, to be quite honest with you. And at this point, you farmers don't need illegal immigrants to pay them pretty much pay them under minimum wage or slave wages, because now you have market access to the UK, Japan, EU, Indonesia, like Vietnam. I mean, 4 new markets opened up to farmers now in agricultural goods. I could see a farming boom just off that alone.
They've been very, very poorly led, and all we want is fairness for our country. That's all. You know, they want to be under the, as we call it, the Golden Dome. And I said, well, you know, you're gonna have to pay for that. They want a lot of things from our country, and for years we did it. We basically protect them with our military. They spend very little money on their military, as you know, not an acceptable amount of money. Yeah, please.
President, your tariffs policy goes into effect tomorrow.
Yeah.
As you know, a federal appellate court today heard oral arguments about whether or not you had the authority to unilaterally impose those tariffs. I'm not going to get you to weigh in on the legal arguments, but you're weighing your decision to do that, your authority to do that, based on a 1977 law that's never been invoked before. Why did you invoke this
Well, we've
law?
been winning all along. Just say it.
I just want to ask you, why did you invoke this law in your first term? You could have taken in billions upon billions of dollars in your first term, but you waited until your second.
Yeah, because in my first term, I was fighting lunatics like you who were trying to do things incorrectly and inappropriately to.
I mean, that is facts. He's like, so why didn't you do this in your first term? Like you could have did this to combat China, because in his first term, Trump did get into a bit of a trade war with China, and they came to a truce. But China, you know, being ever so clever, they went ahead and started importing their goods to Vietnam, and Vietnam would import it into the United States tariff free. So this was a way they was able to avoid Trump's tariffs and still get all the benefits of selling into the United States. Trump killed that when he did, blanket tariffs across the world where China could not go. And all of these countries had to make a deal, individually.
President that was duly elected. And we did do certain tariffs in the first term. If you look at China.
And shout out to my man Jet. He says, second super chat, first one didn't work as I said in the first one. Thank you, Trump, forcefully getting the woke BS out of schools and sports. Please don't boo GOAT. Oh, he said, please don't boo the GOAT. All right, hold on. Now you lost me on the last part, but she said second super chat, first one didn't work as I said in the first one. Thank you, Trump, forcefully getting the woke BS out of schools and sports. Hey, honestly, I can salute to that one. Shoot, I mean, he got the trans out of sports. He got kids out here about to get fitness tests again. I mean, shoot, we get the kids healthier. That means we get healthier adults. That means we get lower healthcare costs. Maybe we can get this universal healthcare that the Dems be complaining about.
We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. But when COVID came, the last thing I was going to do is tell France and Italy and Spain and a couple of other countries that we're going to hit you with tariffs. We had to fight the COVID situation when that came. But if you look at my first term, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars worth of tariffs, but you people didn't cover it very well. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm representing the foreign policy today. I'm asking you two questions on foreign policy. The first one, do you plan to re-engage diplomatically with Iran go with direct talks with them, or are you happy with the current situation? How do you know
Triple
deal
H.
with Iran?
Well, Iran has been
Oh,
acting
Triple H
very
said-
badly. They were decimated.
Oh yeah, he said, "Don't boo the goat Triple H now." Nah, for real though. Do not boo the goat Triple H. Like that was actually one of my favorite wrestlers back in the day. Him and Shawn Michaels.
Their nuclear capability, that potential, which could have happened within 3 or 4 weeks, was decimated. It's been obliterated. The Atomic Energy Commission said the place is just decimated. Now they can start again, but they'd start in different sites because they were hit. I tell you what, the job these pilots did with their B-2 bombers, those unbelievable machines, they travel 36 hours without stop. And they hit every single target. Every bomb hit they went right down the chutes. And then, as you know, we shot 30 rockets from submarines that were hundreds of miles away, and they hit every target. So they can start again, but they haven't been saying the right thing. I will say Iran has not been saying the right thing. They have not been speaking nicely, and they should be. Yeah, please.
No,
It's too late.
No, they have not. They literally said, "No, we're going to continue nuclear proliferation. We're not gonna show our hand, but just know we're still doing nuclear proliferation." I was like, bro, and they said this on Fox News, so that took some balls. That was their foreign minister. So imagine what the upper rank of leadership is looking like, because man.
Not lowering interest rates again. Many people say that he's playing politics with the futures of middle.
Well, he is. We call him Too Late. He's Too Late. It's his new nickname. It's Too Late, pal. He's terrible, Federal Reserve Chairman. Not only that, he's building a building. He's at $2.9 billion. It's actually 3.1 if you include other areas that are essentially the same thing. Way over budget, has no idea what he's doing. And I would say he's probably good at that compared to what he does with interest rates. But, we have him there, and it was a mistake. I put him in, and then Biden extended him. And Biden only extended him because he knew I couldn't stand him. And that turned out to be not a good thing for Biden. Although he did lower interest rates just prior to the election. Didn't work out too well for them.
Nope.
But he did lower them pretty substantially just prior to the election. No, he's a political hack. Not very good. He's not a smart guy, Brian.
Mr. President, sports fans have been very supportive. We go back to the original names of the Cleveland Indians, the Washington Redskins.
Oh, I love that. Love the sound of that.
Well,
I do the Washington Redskins. I think they should do it. I told the mayor and I told people that they should bring back the name. If they bring back the name, you'll have.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and, of course, interact with it. Or if you have any questions you want to ask the chat, I can definitely make a poll for the question. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
A lot of excitement. And, I mean, Cleveland Indians, how about that? That was an original franchise, 1903 or something, 1906, an original, the Cleveland Indians. And what do? They changed the name from Indians. What's wrong with the word Indian? You know who is upset about it? The Indians are upset about it. They're upset about Redskins too. So Redskins, I guess you'd say it was a little bit lesser of a case, but people want to see the.
Oh, guys, we got over 1,000 of y'all in here. Appreciate the support, by the way. But yes, please double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get us to 100 likes. Please just double tap that screen. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
Redskins and the Indians want to see the Redskins back. No, I recommend it. I was asked that question the other day. I would. The Washington Redskins, it's a fabled franchise. And now I don't even know what the hell their last name is. What are they to Commanders or something? Is it Commanders? It's not a good name. Wait a minute. No, not you. You.
Kamala Harris, as you know, is not running for governor of California. She's not going to do it. What do you see in her political future, sir?
Well, she can't speak. She can't talk. She can't do an interview. I thought it was a very strange campaign that we had. But, I had two of them. We were up by like this massive number of points on Biden, and they said, let's change to Kamala. Nobody knew who Kamala was. Nobody knew her.
I mean, yeah, after that debate, of course, he jumped up several points. After that debate, if they kept Biden in, it was just assuming that Trump was going to win. And even when they placed Kamala, I guess they kind of made things a little bit shaky, but still, as you see how the election turned out, it was a complete blowout.
Last name Harris.
And shout out to my man Vladstein. He says King Trump 2028, Prince Barron 2048, and bro, you are toxic. I do not support what Vladstein said in that super chat, but I mean, hey, you never know.
Said we're going to get Vice President Harris. Everyone said, who the hell is Harris? They only knew her by the first name. But no, I thought she was a terrible candidate. Look, don't forget, she didn't really get the nomination. I mean, that whole nomination was strange. She was the first one out. You know, she took a good amount of points with her when she announced, but nobody knew her. Once they got to know her, she dropped out very shortly after she started. And she started with a pretty good, you know, she was like in second or third place. But I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't call her a skilled politician. Would you?
She's also coming out with a book. Any plans to buy it?
I don't know. I think I'm going to buy it. I'd love to see it. No, I'd find it. Look, I find everything in politics interesting. I sort of enjoy politics. She wasn't a skilled person. You know, you have skilled politicians, really skilled
I
politicians.
mean, she really wasn't a skilled speaker whatsoever. She wasn't really even a skilled lawyer. I mean, mediocre at best. And I mean, she got put to the top because of DEI, and she, well, drastically failed, as she should. I'm not saying that you guys couldn't have had a female candidate that would have, you know, had some real charisma and knew how to speak, but Kamala just wasn't it, guys. She just wasn't it.
And then you have some that aren't. And she was put in a very tough position, I think. She did have a 6-week honeymoon. They were told me, the pros said, you know what, she's going to have a 6-week. And she did. She was like untouchable in terms of everybody thought great. But she didn't do any interviews or anything, which was strange. Not even friendly interviews with friendly reporters like her right there, really friendly reporter. And you know what happened? People said, what's wrong with her? Why isn't she doing? She made a mistake. She should have done interviews. She didn't run a great campaign, but we beat Biden, and then we had to beat, nobody's beaten two. I had to beat two. That's like,
I mean, here's the thing. From the rallies, everybody knew how those interviews were going to go. And like I said, she got all softball interviews. It took a while for her to get a hardball interview, a while. So it is a bit funny how like the left was letting her get off for all the softball interviews, and Trump was taking, I mean, all mainstream media on. And like I said, for some reason, y'all let Kamala Harris get handled with kid gloves, but then you guys got mad every time, you know, Trump got a Fox News interview.
Dana White, the great Dana White, has a fight, and he has a fighter that's getting the hell knocked out of him. They say, well, let's take him out and put somebody else in. Didn't seem fair to me at the time, but where are we? We're in the White House. So, I mean, you know, so it worked out.
Very serious question here. Russia today hit Kyiv with missiles and drones, more than 100 people, kids.
I think it's Russia. I think it's disgusting what they're doing. I think it's disgusting. This is Biden's war. It's not my war. But I said, if I get in, I'll try and get the thing stopped. But I think what Russia's doing is very sad. A lot of Russians are dying. You have a lot of Russians, more Russians are dying, but Russians are dying, Ukrainians are dying. You know, the United States isn't really involved in that war. It shouldn't be. And by the way,
yeah, and a lot of people were saying that Trump's little 10-day, you know, timeline, pretty much saying, oh, you got 10 days, Putin, to wrap this up. Yeah, I mean, I wish we had pulled like that, but it doesn't look like that. And none of the Russia's allies have, you know, tried to call Putin, telling him to stop. And everybody in the world, besides the U.S. and Europe, is kind of seeing with this war for what it is. And it's a one-sided war heavily favoring Russia. And for some reason, I mean, people in America don't want to accept it. People in the EU don't want to accept it. But sorry, guys, it's looking like Russia got this one for the win, and they're going to go full force because they want to take as much land to put themselves in a better position. And then they want to talk about a peace deal. I know, right? Like, yeah, we'll talk about peace, but let's take Ukraine first.
I made a deal with NATO where NATO pays us for everything that we send. We send them ammunition, missiles, etc. And we're not paying anything for that war. But I will tell you this. It should be stopped. It's a disgrace. And the ones that are dying are they're losing 7,000 now. It was 5,000. They're losing now 7,000 soldiers a week, Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers. And they're also losing people now in the towns and cities because Putin's hitting them with rockets. No, I think it's disgraceful.
Yeah,
we have about 8 days. So yeah, we're going to put sanctions. I don't know that sanctions bother him. You know, they know about sanctions. I know better than anybody about sanctions and tariffs and everything else. I don't know if that has any effect, but we're going to do it. Europe is extremely upset. But this is a war that should have never happened. This is a war that wouldn't have happened if I were president. And this is Biden's war. This was a stupid war to get into. Should have never gotten into this war.
Hey, and shout out Niecy. She says Trump trying to bring back PE trauma. I mean, hey, yep, he's bringing back the president's fitness test. Yep, these little kids are going to have to try again in PE. I mean, good luck, young ones. Y'all need it. Y'all need it. Put down the iPad, you know, put down the Switch. It's time for your ass to start doing some laps.
Yeah, going to Israel, and then he's going to Russia, believe it or not.
Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has said that what is occurring there is a genocide. Do you agree?
Oh, it's terrible what's occurring there. Yeah, it's a terrible thing. People are very hungry. You know, the United States gave $60 million for food. And it's a shame because nobody, you know, I don't see the results of it. And we gave it to people that in theory are watching over it fairly closely. We wanted Israel to watch over it. Part of the problem is Hamas is taking the money.
And we'll get to the, you know, what was it? The Gaza humanitarian service that's backed by Israel and U.S. contractors. And we'll get into the real about that because that's just been exposed as a completely BS like foundation or organization that's not helping the Gazans at all. And they're only kind of making the situation worse.
And they're taking the food. But we gave $60 million a couple of weeks ago. Nobody said anything about it. Nobody said, thank you.
Truth, what I've been hearing, Hamas is only taking about 1% of the food that's entered into Gaza. So, hey, we'll see if different reports come out. But as also I've been hearing, there is no proof that Hamas has been taking the food from the Gazans.
But I didn't need to thank you. I just wanted the people to get fed. And we're helping out financially with that situation. It's a terrible situation. So just to conclude, I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank you for being here. This is a great group of people, and it's a good feeling. You know, when we first came to office, this country was really in trouble, and now we're rich as hell, and we're doing amazing things, and we really are. We're the hottest country in the world, and I like that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
And shout out to that man Trump. All right, now let's get to Press Secretary Leavitt.
Everyone, we have a lot of news today, and I have quite a few announcements for you. So let's get to it.
Sure do. But before we get to that, though, let's get to my man Vlastine Super Chat. He says, "Show these clowns how the founder of Planned Parenthood was a major player in the eugenics movement in the in the 60s and 70s. Show what party she supported." I mean, bro, yeah. What was it, Margaret Sanger? Definitely a Dem. I mean, over racist. She did not give a damn. It was all in her writings. So, you know, it's kind of funny where they really don't know where that comes from. And then it's crazy how black people like overly use it, even though it's made by a white lady. But hey, though, you know, they don't tell them that.
On behalf of the President and the White House, we express our deepest condolences to the family of New York police officer Islam, who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of his fellow New Yorkers. As the funeral services are held in New York City today, everyone at the White House is keeping the officer's family, friends, and fellow NYPD law enforcement officers in our thoughts and prayers. The President has always and will always proudly stand with our men and women in blue. May God bless Officer Islam and the other individuals who were tragically killed in this senseless act of violence. In other news, President Trump's working visit to Scotland was a huge success. In less than 48 hours, President Trump brokered the biggest, most impactful trade deal in history and prevented a war in Asia for the second time since he took office.
Again.
We have never had a president who wields the full power of the United States to negotiate good deals for our country and its people like President Trump. This is what maximum leverage looks like. On the peace front, President Trump helped deliver an immediate and unconditional ceasefire between Thailand and Cambodia.
Yep.
The two countries were engaged in a
once again by threatening, you know, oh, well, we won't do a trade deal with you if you guys are going to war. We're not doing that with you guys. And they capitulated on that. I mean, just like Pakistan and India. I mean, Trump started waving around economic opportunity like, hey, do you want to miss this? No? All right, then cut the BS. And they do.
Deadly conflict that had displaced more than 300,000 people until President Trump stepped in to put an end to it. The president spoke directly on the phone with the acting Prime Minister of Thailand and the Prime Minister of Cambodia to inform both leaders that unless they brought their conflict to an end, there would be no trade discussions or agreements with the United States. Almost immediately afterward, a peace was brokered that will save thousands of lives and allowed for trade negotiations with these countries to resume, and they have. The president has now ended conflicts between Thailand and Cambodia, Israel and Iran, Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, India and Pakistan, Serbia and Kosovo, and Egypt and Ethiopia. This means President Trump has brokered, on average, about one peace deal or ceasefire per month during his 6 months in office. It's well past time that President Trump was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. I know the topic of Israel is on everyone's mind. I have an update from Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who I got off the phone with this morning.
I'm glad
Special
you know.
Envoy Witkoff and Ambassador Huckabee had a very productive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu and other officials today in Israel on the topic of delivering much-needed food and aid to Gaza. President Trump is a humanitarian with a big heart, and that's why he's
Which they are being starved in Gaza. I mean, there is no way around it. They are being starved. Israel is stopping the aid trucks from getting in. I mean, yeah, let's just keep it real, guys. They are being starved. Now, if you think that's right or not, I mean, like I said, there's some people who can justify it. I mean, that's on you. But yeah, they are being starved.
sent Special Envoy Witkoff to the region in an effort to save lives and end this crisis. Tomorrow, Special Envoy Witkoff and Ambassador Huckabee will be traveling into Gaza to inspect the current distribution sites and secure a plan to deliver more food and meet with local Gazans to hear firsthand about this dire situation on the ground. The special envoy and the ambassador will brief the president immediately after their visit to approve a final plan for food and aid distribution into the region. And we will provide more details for all of you once that plan is approved and agreed on by the President of the United States. On the trade front, the president secured a historic trade agreement with—
Here's the thing, though. We already got U.S. contractors in Gaza right now. And one of the U.S. contractors had to come out and pretty much say to mainstream media that, yeah, one, they're shooting Palestinians out there. Two, they are blocking aid. Three, these guys are starving, and you can see these kids' bones trying to walk up and get food. So, yeah, I don't really like. I mean, look, somebody got to stop it. It got to be Trump. It got to be somebody in this administration, because Israel's kind of doing what they want. And from reports is that the IDF kind of sees any aid going into Gaza as, well, us feeding their enemies.
The European Union that puts America first and fundamentally strengthens the economic relationship between the two largest economies in the world. This deal delivers on two of President Trump's core promises on trade, supercharging America's manufacturing capacity and opening up foreign market access to American businesses. The deal guarantees that American businesses will have unprecedented levels of access to the European Union markets to export our American-made goods. Also, as part of this agreement, the EU—
So yes, remember, guys, EU accepted a 15% tariff on their products, while we get a 0% tariff on our products getting in, and they have to start accepting more of our cars, more of our agricultural products, and they're also giving us $650 billion, well, to invest in our energy. I mean, hey, look, that's a win right there. Even the left is kind of like pointing the finger at EU, like, oh, you guys folded. You could have toyed around for a little bit longer, but no, they didn't. They folded. It's like China folded. I mean, you want to know who's up next? Canada. They're gonna fold too. But here's the thing: you guys said he couldn't get it done. You said nobody's gonna come to the table and they're gonna leave the U.S. out. I mean, shoot, show me one who did, because everybody's capitulated at this point. Everybody got their tariff rate and everybody's opened up their economy. Well, you got to give Trump you got to give him his flowers on that one at least.
will purchase $750 billion in U.S. energy to strengthen our energy dominance, reduce European reliance on adversarial sources, and narrow our trade deficit with the EU. The EU will also make new investments of $60 billion in the United States, in addition to the more than $100 billion the EU companies already invest in the U.S. every year. All of these massive purchases and investments will happen by the end of 2028. What we are watching is President Trump rebuilding the greatest economy in the history of the world and simultaneously proving the so-called economic experts wrong at every turn. Media pundits said a trade deal with the EU this monumental and beneficial to America would be impossible, but President Trump made it happen. The so-called economic experts repeatedly said that the American economy would be in a recession this summer. Well,
Yep.
summer is here. It's almost.
I mean, let's keep it real though. Like when Liberation Day popped off, what was it, like 2 days in when the market took that dip, and now we've seen record high numbers. Now, right now, for today, the market is in a bit of a dip. But I mean, hey, it was better than the 37 you guys were like crying about. Pretty much they were about to go into a recession. And then here was the funny thing. April 2nd, remember that Liberation Day. You guys said by today, by both damn near you guys were saying before the 4th of July, we'll be in recession, prices will be sky high, inflation will be out of control, because you said tariffs were inflationary as well. None of that happened. And now you guys are once again moving the goalposts, talking about, oh, you guys need to wait 3-6 months, a year.
Over. And that recession does not exist. Yesterday, in fact, real GDP growth in the second quarter increased at a 3.0% annual rate, significantly above expectations. President Trump's America First policies are driving economic growth, as he always said they would. And this growth is being driven by the private sector, not the government. Federal government spending fell for a second straight quarter, while real business fixed investment rose by nearly 2%. Following its first quarter surge. President Trump is right-sizing government spending, reversing
GDP done grew 3%. I mean, what was it? In June, we was at a surplus of $29 billion. All good marks here. I mean, we're even keeping the whole balancing the budget promise.
The damage done by the Biden administration and allowing the private sector to flourish. The same so-called experts claimed that President Trump's tariffs would spike inflation and hurt American consumers. But consumer spending growth just accelerated and inflation remains right on track. For the past 5 straight months, core inflation has come in below market expectation and remains in line with the Fed's 2% inflation target. Meanwhile, customs and tariff revenues have already totaled more than $150 billion since President Trump took office, leading to the first June budget surplus in nearly a decade. Those revenues will skyrocket even further starting tomorrow when new reciprocal tariff rates take effect. President Trump is restoring America's economic sovereignty by reducing our...
And I do know some criticism on the left, like, well, the tariffs are paused. Misinformation. Not all the tariffs were paused. You know that, right? Like the fentanyl, the baseline tariffs of 10%. Like, actually, the only tariffs that got paused were anything that was over 20%. That's why, Trump kind of got around that by pretty much keeping the base tariffs around 10 to 20% on these trade deals. So, yes, a lot. Wait, hold on. Think about it like this. When you say that, oh, the tariffs aren't even enacted yet, why do we have $150 billion in tariff revenue? Like, as of now. Last month, we had $127 billion in tariff revenue. So how are we getting tariff revenue if these tariffs are paused again? Can you please explain that?
Reliance on foreign countries,
how are we
boosting investment in the U.S. to the tune of trillions of dollars and creating hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs for the American people. With America finally put first on trade and the largest middle-class tax cuts in history and other pro-growth provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill beginning to take effect, the American economy will boom like never before over the course of the next 3.5 years, thanks to the president's vision. Finally, as you all know, the president signed an executive order earlier this year to solve the problem of exorbitant pharmaceutical pricing. According to recent data, the prices that Americans have been paying for brand name drugs are more than 3 times the price other similarly developed nations pay.
Yeah,
the president is determined to solve this problem and took further action today. He has signed 17 letters to pharmaceutical companies' CEOs. And I would like to read you one of these letters to the CEO of Eli Lilly. All of these letters will be provided to you following this briefing. This is to the CEO of Eli Lilly from the President of the United States. On May 12th, 2025, I signed an executive order delivering most favored nation prescription drug pricing to American patients to stop global freeloading and guarantee that Americans pay the same prices enjoyed by other developed nations. Right now, brand name drugs in the United States are up to 3 times higher on average than anywhere else for the identical medicines. This unacceptable burden on hardworking American families ends with my administration.
Yeah, and we was pretty much paying the research and development for these drugs, and it was also added to our costs as well. Now that Trump's executive order is going to make make the pharmaceutical companies lower these prices, or either lower it or keep it the same to most favored nation. There's 2 ways the pharmaceutical companies can play this. They can either lower our drug prices to the most favored nation, whatever nation paying the lowest on that drug, we pay the same, or they raise everybody's drug prices to what America pays, and everybody gets screwed. I mean, now I most likely see them lowering their drug prices instead of raising prices, but you see where I'm going with this.
Most proposals the Trump administration has received to resolve this critical issue promised more of the same, shifting blame and requesting policy changes that would result in billions of dollars in handouts to industry. Moving forward, the only thing I will accept from drug manufacturers is a commitment that provides American families immediate relief from the vastly inflated drug prices and an end to the free ride of American innovation by European and other developed nations. Accordingly, I'm calling on Eli Lilly and Company and every manufacturer doing business in our great country to take the following actions within the next 60 days. Extend the most favored nation pricing to Medicaid, guarantee most favored nation pricing for newly launched drugs, return increased revenues abroad to American patients and taxpayers, provide for direct purchasing at most favored nation pricing.
Man.
The president's team, including Secretary Kennedy and Administrator.
Now they just take care of that leasing price that they have on these drugs, the way they're able to keep a high price for like 10 to 20 years. Then once that leasing is done, bro, we're talking about a pill that was like $1,000 a pill. Once that 20-year leasing price is done, it drops to like $3 a pill. It's absolutely insane.
Oz stand ready to implement these terms. The president expects to further engage with them immediately in good faith to deliver relief for American families. Make no mistake, a collaborative effort towards achieving global pricing parity would be the most effective path for companies, the government, and American patients. But if you refuse to step up, we will deploy every tool in our arsenal to protect American families from continued abusive.
Oh, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, fat people's biggest enemy, stairs. I mean, ain't that the truth?
Drug pricing practices. Americans are demanding lower drug prices, and they need them today. Other nations have been freeloading on U.S. innovation for far too long, and it is time they pay their fair share. I look forward to your binding commitments to each of these goals by September 29th, 2025, and my team stands ready to assist with implementation questions. Thank you for your immediate attention to this vital national priority. Signed, President Donald J. Trump. Again, to the CEO of Eli Lilly. This letter in its form has been designed for each of the 17 major drug and pharmaceutical companies in the United States, and we're happy to provide you the full list. And I believe you will see all 17 letters popping on Truth Social very shortly. So you can look out for those. And I'm happy to take any further questions. Before we get to questions, I do have one other announcement from the White House and from the president. We are proud to announce that the construction of the new White House ballroom will begin. For 150 years, presidents, administrations, and White House staff have longed for a large event space on the White House complex that can hold substantially more guests than currently allowed. President Trump has expressed his commitment to solving this problem on behalf of future administrations and the American people. The White House is one of the most beautiful and historic buildings in the world. Yet the White House is currently unable to host major functions, honoring world leaders in other countries without having to install a large and unsightly tent approximately 100 yards away from the main building's entrance. The White House State Ballroom will be a much needed and exquisite addition of approximately 90,000 total square feet of innately designed and carefully crafted space with a seated capacity of 650 people, which is a significant increase from the 200-person seated capacity in the East Room of the White House. In recent weeks, President Trump has held several meetings with members of the White House staff, the National Park Service, the White House Military Office, and the United States Secret Service to discuss design features and planning. President Trump has chosen McCreary Architects as the lead architect, which is well known for their classical architectural design and based right here in our nation's capital. The construction team will be headed by Clark Construction, and the engineering team will be led by AECOM. The project will begin in September 2025, and it is expected to be completed long before the end of President Trump's term. President Trump and other donors have generously committed to donating the funds necessary to build this approximately $200 million structure. The United States Secret Service will provide the necessary security enhancements and modifications. The White House ballroom will be substantially separated from the main building of the White House, but at the same time, its theme and architectural heritage will be almost identical. The site of the new ballroom will be where the small, heavily changed and reconstructed East Wing currently sits. The East Wing was constructed in 1902 and has been renovated and changed many times, with a second story added in 1942. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles has provided the following statement. President Trump is a builder at heart and has an extraordinary eye for detail. The president and the Trump White House are fully committed to working with the appropriate organizations to preserve the special history of the White House while building a beautiful ballroom that can be enjoyed by future administrations and generations of Americans to come. In the White House, we will continue to provide the American public and all of you in the press with updates on this project at whitehouse.gov/visit. And if you go there shortly, you will be able to see renderings and visuals of what this ballroom will look like, both the exterior and the interior. I have provided some photos for all of you in the room today. This is the interior of the ballroom space. It's quite beautiful.
Yeah, it do look nice.
And then this is the exterior of the ballroom space. As you can see, it will come off of the executive mansion as it sits today, and the East Wing will be modernized and renovated. We're happy to answer any further questions on.
How much is that costing though? We penny pinching around here. Like, come on now. Like, really?
That, Jennifer?
When we got Powell spending like what, $3.1 billion on the Fed building. I mean, how much are we spending on the ballroom?
Since you're so eager, I will go to you. But first, as always, I want to start with our new media seat, Ben Weingarten. Why don't you go ahead, Ben?
Thank you.
But I ain't mad at it.
In light of the release, the declassification of the annex to the Durham report today, beyond any potential prosecutions, the outcomes of which will likely be uncertain, what does the president believe justice for Russiagate ought to entail? Might it include restitution for those whose lives were upended as a consequence of Russiagate, and perhaps a major reorganization of the national security apparatus?
Well, I think a major organization of the national security apparatus, at least here at the White House within the National Security Council, has indeed taken place, and the president entrusts his current CIA director, John Ratcliffe, and our ODNI director, Tulsi Gabbard, to make the necessary changes to ensure classified intelligence, especially that could implement or hurt the national security of our country, does not make its way into the hands of irresponsible actors who want to politicize that intelligence for their own end. Since you brought up the declassification report that was put out by Senator Grassley today, I'm glad you brought it up, because this should be a story every outlet in this room should be covering. This is further evidence that Hillary Clinton approved the Russia hoax against President Trump. Her campaign financed it. Again, she approved it. And the FBI and the CIA were both weaponized to, as our director of CIA has said, accelerate this hoax against then candidate and former President Trump. To answer the heart of your question, the president wants to see justice served, and he trusts the Attorney General and the Department of Justice to implement that justice and hold these people accountable.
Yeah, and for those of you who are thirsty to see Obama behind bars, I'm sorry, but yeah, you're not going to get what you want. I mean, sure, his CIA and FBI guys, like those directors, yeah, they can get caught up on charges, but Obama has presidential immunity and plausible deniability to eat one. Well, like I said, the immunity he has during his presidency still valid. Also, plausible deniability. Hey, what you mean? My CIA director didn't tell me. My FBI director didn't tell me either. I didn't know. I was just going off what they was telling me. So he does have that.
One more question, briefly, if I may, on a totally different topic. There's been legislation reintroduced in the House and Senate on designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. The Muslim Brotherhood is considered by many to be the fountainhead of Sunni Islamic supremacism, from which Hamas and other groups have spawned. with a nexus to domestic organizations as well. Does the president support designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization?
Frankly, I'm not sure because I haven't talked to him, and I would never want to get ahead of the National Security Council on specific designations. It sounds like something this administration would support, but we can get a firm answer for you. How's that?
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Jennifer, go ahead. Eager beaver today.
How much of the East Wing will be torn down? The entire East Wing or just parts of it?
So the East Wing is going to be modernized. The necessary construction will take place. And for those who are housed in the East Wing, including the Office of the First Lady, the White House Military Office, the White House Visitors Offices, those offices will be temporarily relocated while the East Wing is being modernized.
And then on Israel Gaza, there are some reports that negotiations with Hamas might not be continuing. Did you get any updates from Steve Witkoff on that?
I did. Special Envoy Witkoff is actively talking with our counterparts in Israel about that, and he wants to give some grace to the president so he can fully brief the president on what he's learning on the ground in both Israel and Gaza. But the president put out a very strong statement on Truth Social this morning, which I'm sure you saw. And he said the quickest way to end this entire conflict, the humanitarian crisis that we've seen, and the crisis in Israel that, of course, started on October 7th when Hamas brutally kidnapped and raped innocent Israelis, that terrible terrorist attack, is for Hamas to surrender, to release all of the hostages, and to end this conflict. And that's what the president wants to see. He's made that very clear. But the special envoy will be in Gaza tomorrow, as I shared with you previously. Josh.
Can you give us a little more clarity on the tariff timing? You said that the reciprocals.
Well, right now, Hamas is kind of using these hostages to leverage a two-state solution. I know, right? And Israel's not going. Because obviously Israel don't want to give back none of the hostages that, they have. Yes, Israel has hostages as well. But, yeah, Hamas is not getting those back. And they're kind of keeping these guys, held up for a two-state solution, which that doesn't seem like they're going to get. And Israel just going to go ahead and start bombing away anyway. And you know what I said? If Israel really cared about those hostages that Hamas have, then why are they just recklessly bombing wherever they perceive Hamas to be without considering the safety of the hostages?
Take effect tomorrow.
Yes.
Does that include the new auto rates, for instance, on Japan, Korea, the EU? Is this all coming effective tomorrow?
So some of the countries you just mentioned, Japan, South Korea, they have bespoke trade deals that the president cut, which, just to backtrack for a second, Josh, we promised that the president would negotiate with countries all around the world to cut tailor-made trade deals depending on those countries' challenges, how badly they've ripped off the United States of America and our manufacturing industry and our workforce in the past. And he has done that. Of our 18 major trading partners, 2/3 of those trading partners have a deal. We've sent out 17 letters to countries around the world. And the rest of those countries that either do not have a deal or have a letter, they will be hearing from this administration by the midnight deadline tonight. So yes, tomorrow, August 1st, the reciprocal rates will be going into effect. If more deals are cut between now and midnight, I will never count out the president. You've seen him do it before. He cut 3 deals in one day very recently. So we'll see what happens. I do know foreign leaders.
The most recent deal we got was with South Korea. And I think that they're paying about 15%. And they're the ones who are going to be investing, about $100 billion or so into, U.S. energy. So, hey, this whole Joe Baby Drill initiative that Trump is putting out, I guess he already got buyers for the energy we're going to drill for.
Are ringing his phone, realizing this deadline is a real thing for them tomorrow, and they're bringing offers to the table.
And we were reporting that the president wants to meet David Solomon of Goldman Sachs today. Can you say what they'll discuss, if anything, in that meeting?
I won't discuss the president's private meetings from this podium, and it hasn't taken place yet unless he gives me liberty to do so.
And finally, have you talked with the president about his position on the stock trading ban bill for Congress? He obviously had pretty loaded comments about Senator Hawley. There's some reporting that they've since spoken. What is his position on the current status of that bill?
The president has spoken to Senator Hawley, who called him, and the president took that call. As the president said in the Roosevelt Room yesterday, conceptually, he, of course, supports the idea of ensuring that members of Congress and United States senators who are here for public service cannot enrich themselves. And the reason that this idea to put a ban on stock trading for members of Congress is even a thing is because of Nancy Pelosi. I mean, she is rightfully criticized because she makes, I think, $174,000 a year, yet she has a net worth of approximately $413 million. In
Damn.
2024, Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio, this was a fascinating statistic to me.
I mean, come on now. We're not gonna sit here and be like, but when Nancy got so enriched off it, why do we gotta cover it? Why can't we buy stocks? Because what? Nancy Pelosi done ran off with the bag. Now I can't make a bag. Yes. Sadly, because somebody effed it up for you guys. Now we gotta close it up. And of course, the American public's behind this because you guys shouldn't be doing it. And we trusted you guys not to do it in the first place. Nancy, Obama, and others. I think Bush as well, but Bush came in already rich.
Grew 70% in 1 year in 2024, and her portfolio outperformed every single large hedge fund in that same year, and even more than doubled the returns of Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway. So I think the president stands with the American people on this. He doesn't want to see people like Nancy Pelosi enriching themselves off of public service and ripping off their constituents in the process. As for the mechanics of the legislation and how it will move forward, the White House continues to.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He said there's a reason there's something called Pelosi Act. I mean, bro, if they really called it the Pelosi Act and so they can keep senators and congressmen from inside trading, I mean, that would be absolutely hilarious. She'd go down in history for that alone.
Be in discussions with our friends on Capitol Hill.
Brian,
Emily, in a new seat today.
Thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about this report that the president wants to host a G20 meeting at Trump Durrell. How is he going to do that, considering all the preparations that have been going on in South Africa? And also, would that be seen as his businesses possibly profiting from hosting this kind of meeting?
I would reject that premise entirely. We have announcements and details forthcoming on the G20, but my understanding is no firm announcement is ready to be made at this time. I did see the report, but we're not in a place to confirm it just yet.
Michelle, just on the tariffs, what are the logistics for imposing those? Does the president have to sign an executive order tonight? What's the timing on that?
Yes, and he will be signing an executive order at some point this afternoon or later this evening. And as always, we'll keep you posted when that happens, and it will be released from our office.
And there's some of these
And then it goes to commerce, and now the tariffs have been enacted. And it is what it is. And now the other, the other countries that got trade deals, these deals start to get more worked out, the logistics, supply chain, and all that good stuff, which should be pretty easy because it's not like we're doing anything really different here. If anything, it's just the percentage of tariffs these guys are gonna, the importers are gonna pay at customs.
Countries that have they all had contact with U.S. officials, or are there some countries that are going to get letters that have had no opportunity to negotiate with the United States?
Well, there's a lot of countries that I know have reached out. I believe it's upwards of 200 countries around the world have reached out to the trade and tariff team. Of course, as I said previously, and the president said, we're going to prioritize our key trading partners, which we have done. Like I said, of the 18, 2/3 of those we have cut these tailor-made deals with. But I do know that the trade team has been working around the clock to try to be in correspondence with as many countries as possible. But if they haven't heard from us yet, they will in the form of a letter or an executive order by midnight tonight. We'll go to the back. Sure, go ahead. In the back left.
Thank you.
Amanda, yes.
Thank you very much. I have a ask about the U.S.
Amanda, you can go.
U.S. and South Korea tariff negotiations. At the tariff negotiation between South Korea and the United States concluded yesterday. President Trump stated on his SNS, Truth Social, that he would announce the specific details of the investment in the United States at the South Korea United States Summit in 2 weeks. My question is this tariff negotiation a final agreement, or is further negotiation necessary?
Well, yes, as you know, the president met with representatives of the Republic of South Korea here at the White House yesterday, and they did, in fact, reach a deal. And South Korea will pay a 15% tariff rate, including 15% on autos, while providing historic market access to American goods like autos and rice. Korea will purchase $100 billion in American energy by 2028. And the centerpiece of this deal is that South Korea has agreed to invest $350 billion at the president's direction to revitalize American industry.
And if you guys don't know this, investment means jobs. So you think about it, these things are going to get bought. People got to get them out the ground. I mean, we got to get some type of work out there to get this product up and out of the ground and to these guys, or to get the cars to them, to get the agriculture to them. Is like, yeah, this promotes more jobs in the economy, and of course, more money is also circulating in the economy as well from foreign money at that, foreign money.
90% of those profits will go to the United States government to help pay down our debt and for other matters at the president's choosing. So it was a very successful meeting yesterday.
When it's set up the further U.S. South Korea summit day.
I'll get you something on that. I don't have it at my fingertips. Okay, Amanda.
Thank you, Caroline. There are a number of congressional Republicans who have raised the alarm about the fact that roughly 80% of pharmaceuticals are either manufactured or their precursors are manufactured in either China or India. There are some pieces of legislation, some recommendations, which include either onshoring, nearshoring, or friendshoring, those components of that. Do you know if the president intends to throw the weight of the executive behind that?
I don't have any updates for you at this time. I do have an update on our EU trade deal. I stand corrected. It's not 60 billion in investments. It's $600 billion in investments. I want to make that very clear. And I personally watched the president behind closed doors with the European president in Scotland negotiating this deal. And he got the most juice out of that squeeze that he could. And he was constantly.
Okay, yeah, she did say 100 billion at first. I was like, hold on, why do I got 600 billion? You got 100, but she corrected herself and said $600 billion pretty much being spent from the EU, and this is coming to us. So, like I said, the Dems can sit here and say, "Oh, taco Trump" and all that wild stuff, but the tariffs. I mean, I'm gonna say this: well, the trade deals beg to differ. Sorry, guys, but as much as you wanted Trump to lose, you wanted America to lose, we're winning, and thank God, thank God. I mean, you guys should be happy that you're wrong.
Looking out for America's interests. So I just wanted to clarify that one point. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. For the countries that don't have a deal yet, should we be looking at the April 2nd chart at all? Or is he negotiating and talking about having a set tariff rate, 10%, 20%?
Those discussions are taking place with the trade team today. And again, we'll provide further guidance with that executive order once it is signed. And the answer to that question will be in that executive order.
Is he looking to provide any more extensions today after his phone call with Mexico? Is there any other conversations like that?
I do know that other foreign leaders around the world have reached out. And if the president decides to share the conclusions of those calls with all of you, he will do so himself. But I do want to reiterate what the president said about Mexico. Mexico is still paying tariffs. They're paying a 25% tariff on fentanyl, 25% tariff on cars, a 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and copper. And additionally, Mexico has agreed to immediately terminate its non-tariff trade barriers, of which there are many. And as the president said, we will continue to talk to Mexico over the next 90 days with the goal.
Here's the thing, though. A reason why these countries, don't like tariffs getting put on them is the reason why a lot of these guys capitulate is because of tariffs. Now, the reason why they don't like getting it put on them is because that means their company has to cut prices. Because one, we're their biggest buyer. So that means they got to capitulate to keep our business. And that sucks for them. So if they're getting hit with 25% tariff, the supplier in their country got to usually drop their prices by 25% in order for the importer, which is usually in America, buying from them in order to keep that business. They got to go ahead and kind of cut 25% on their price. Now, does it always happen like that? Of course not. I mean, they could split it 50-50. I mean, one side takes 10%. I mean, the supplier could cut their price by 15%. The importer can go ahead and take it on the profit margin or on their overhead costs at 15%. So, guys, to sit there and say that tariff just go directly to the consumer, I mean, it's not impossible, but it is definitely improbable, especially due to, competition in the market. And a lot of these guys hesitant to, think about it like this. You raise your prices due to tariff, your competition doesn't, and you end up losing way more than what you'd have lost just eating the tariff.
Of signing a larger trade deal. The key to this, again, is Mexico has agreed to terminate those non-tariff barriers and to continue to work with us in good faith. Mexico is a very unique situation of all the other countries around the world because, of course, we share our southern border with Mexico, which we've seen an increase in cooperation between Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum and our administration on clamping down on drug trafficking and human trafficking at the southern border. We appreciate those efforts and will continue to work in good faith. and to continue to have these trade discussions as well. Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Just clarifying on a previous question. President Trump has indicated he's been looking at either 15% or 20% baseline universal tariff. Has he landed on one of those yet?
I won't get ahead of the president on that baseline announcement.
And then secondly, what did Treasury Secretary Bassett mean yesterday when he called the new Trump accounts for newborns a, quote, backdoor to privatizing Social Security? Does the administration view this new Trump accounts as a way to, in the long term, perhaps privatize Social Security?
What the Secretary of Treasury was saying, and what this administration believes, is that these Trump newborn accounts, which is an incredibly creative and great provision that was in the One Big Beautiful Bill for newborn babies and families and future generations of Americans, will help supplement, not substitute, Social Security. The Trump administration is wholeheartedly committed to protecting Social Security. The president did it in his first term. He's doing it again in this term. But these newborn accounts are another revenue stream for young people to watch their money grow throughout their lives and to one day be able to access those funds so they can hopefully build a home and live the American dream. Jake.
Just one follow-up on tariffs and then one not. Is the president at all considering extending the August 12th China deadline at all? Is that in consideration?
So look, on China, you heard from the president on Air Force One when we were returning from Scotland. You've heard from the Treasury Secretary as well, Ambassador Jameson Greer. They just spent 2 days in Geneva for their third round of talks with China. And the current policy, the current trade program that we have going with China right now, as it stands, will decrease our deficit by $5 billion this year. So we are moving in the right direction when it comes to China. And Secretary Besant and Ambassador Greer continue to be in direct communication with our Chinese counterparts.
Is it an extension on the table potentially from the August 12th deadline as it stands?
I don't think so, but I'll let the Secretary of Treasury speak on that because he's leading these negotiations. Reagan, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. There's growing frustration that more of Trump's nominees haven't been confirmed. Why does the president think Senate Republicans are so behind, and has he had any further conversations with Leader Thune about it?
The president has had many conversations with his friends in the United States Senate about advancing his nominees, his judicial nominees through this process. It is critical that we get these good attorneys in these positions so that we can end the weaponization of justice, so we can have true law and order in our country. It's unfortunate the Democrats are playing political games, but the president has made it.
And shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He says Maxine Waters looks like a soggy piece of clay. Wow. AIW. Now, I do not know what that means, but a soggy piece of clay is wild. I have to give it to you.
Clear to Senate Republicans, they need to do everything in their power to advance the president's nominees as well. Kelly, go ahead.
Caroline, thank you. 2 questions real quickly.
Sure.
Nigeria. Congressman Chris.
Man, Vlad, come on, man. You know I'm old. But yeah, Maxine Waters looks like a soggy piece of clay. Am I wrong? I'm gonna have to steal that one. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Huh? I never heard that till now. Making me feel old, Vladstein. You're making me feel old.
Smith, Republican from New Jersey, is calling upon the President of the United States to do something in terms of imposing perhaps sanctions on Nigeria for the persecution of Christians living in the northern part of Nigeria by radical Islamic groups. Has he contacted the president yet? And do you know if there's any action that the president will take?
I'm not tracking a call between the president and the head of Nigeria. I know the president wholeheartedly condemns the persecution of Christians, or frankly of people of any faith all over the world, but I don't have any updates for you in terms of sanctions in this part of the world.
My second question, Caroline, deals with immigration here in America. As you know, a lot of deportation has been going on. ICE has been going after violent criminals that are here illegally, and rightly so. In the midst of that, there are some evangelical pastors who are stating that it may have gone to a point of being indiscriminate and actually getting innocent people, like members of the clergy. Has the president...
Members of the clergy's illegal citizens, I don't care, bro. These... farmers and pastors, don't tell me you guys have made a living kind of, going off what? The immigrants. So what you mean? The pastors, like, what you mean? These are more followers. They give their donations. Why would I want to get rid of them? I don't care if they're illegal. They give donations to the church. I mean, yeah, that's not what it's supposed to be about, buddy. And farmers, I mean, don't kick them out. Who else am I going to pay $2 to $3 an hour to pick the fruits and vegetables? Who else? you shouldn't be doing that anyway, and taking advantage of these people like that. For some reason, the arguments are being made for this stuff. I don't get it. And on the left of all people who don't like, seeing people being taken advantage of, you guys sure are cheering for it, and you want it.
That has ICE looked at that to see how they can actually go after those violent criminals, but also make sure that members of the clergy are still not being deported?
Well, look, the administration has always maintained the position that anyone who illegally crosses our nation's borders is subject to deportation. That's just the law of the land, and we must be a nation that enforces our laws. But the priority from ICE, of course, is to deport, detain, arrest, and remove violent illegal aliens and criminals from our country. And they have been doing that at the rate of thousands of illegal violent criminals every single week, especially in Democrat-run sanctuary cities where these illegal violent criminals have been given a safe haven and have essentially been immune from our nation's laws under the previous administration. That's not happening anymore because of this president and Secretary Noem in the Department of Homeland Security. And we are going to be a nation of laws. And as we've said repeatedly, if you came here illegally, you are subject to deportation. But the priority are those public safety threats that we must remove from our communities.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Two questions. So what Hamas hardens its position and Israel provides aid? Do you have any new information on the hostages that need aid too? And second question, we heard President Trump criticize President Macron and Prime Minister Starmer for their statement about recognizing a Palestinian state. What is the president's position on recognizing a Palestinian state? And will he recognize Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria?
I can answer both of those questions for you. On the second question about a Palestinian state, the president expressed his displeasure and his disagreement with the leaders of France, the United Kingdom, and Canada. He feels as though that's rewarding Hamas at a time where Hamas is the true impediment to a ceasefire and to the release.
Yeah, and let's be real. I mean, that is what Hamas wants as well. I mean, Hamas and the entire damn world wants a two-state solution. Some people as wild as say a one-state solution. And I mean, here's the problem, though. Every time that Hamas has been offered a two-state solution, they turn it down. And let's be real, they turn it down for a good reason. I mean, the two-state solution is, it's unfavorable towards Hamas. It overly favors Israel every single time. I mean, the Palestinians usually get the land that doesn't have good farming, damn near barren, and they get a very small part of their land, and everything is controlled by Israel, their water, gas, and electric. So in terms of accepting a two-state solution like that, I don't blame them. But hey, seeing that they're the losers in this situation, they might want to get around to accepting something.
Of all of the hostages. So to your first question, the president wants to see all of the hostages released. He cares deeply about this. He has met with many of the former hostages, many of the families of those who have loved ones who are still being held hostage in Gaza. I have met with them too. It is absolutely devastating what these poor people have been through. And the president is always thinking about them. And that's why he's designated his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who's doing a tremendous job to release the hostages and to end this conflict. But the president has always said the last remaining hostages, now there are 20 living hostages in Gaza, will always be the hardest because Hamas is unfortunately using these innocent people as bargaining chips. But nevertheless, we are committed to seeing this come to an end.
Elizabeth. Thanks, Caroline. Part of the settlement with Brown prohibits it from performing transgender procedures or prescribing hormone puberty blockers, that type of thing. Will eliminating these types of procedures be a priority for the Trump administration in negotiations with other universities?
I can tell you that ending the chemical castration of children in our country is a priority of this administration. We've talked to many of these universities about it, but the president has also taken very strong action to cut off the funding for any medical institution in this country that provides those barbaric procedures. The Brown University agreement, since you brought it up, is yet another win to root out anti-Semitic behavior on our nation's college campuses and unlawful racial discrimination. Brown.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, I read something that said car accidents on average has gone down by 10%, where ICE has went in. Can you confirm or not? Said that car accidents on average has went down by 10%, where ICE has went in. Well, I mean, hold on. What does ICE have to do with car accidents? confused.
Has agreed to no longer allow unlawful racial discrimination in admissions or university programming. They have agreed to provide access to all relevant data and information to
Oh, wow. Oh, that racist joke went right over my head. I mean, take the immigrants off the street and you got less car crashes is wild. That went right over my head. I just caught it.
rigorously assess compliance with its commitment to merit-based admissions, and they will pay $50 million over 10 years to state workforce development organizations that comply with anti-discrimination laws, supporting regional economic growth and career opportunities. Brown will also adopt the definitions of male and female from President Trump's executive order,
As they
defending
should.
women and gender ideology extremism for women's sports, programming, facilities, and housing. Brown will no longer perform gender reassignment surgeries on minors or prescribe them puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones. And Brown will take steps to improve the campus climate for Jewish students and combat anti-Semitism on their campus. This is yet another huge win for American students and for those who love our country and want to abide by our country's laws. On the topic of defending women from gender ideology extremism and helping women's sports, the president will be signing an executive order at 4 o'clock today with some very famous professional athletes whom I'm sure you all know. And that executive order will be focused on strengthening athletics in our country and making America healthy again. And we are going to re-implement the presidential fitness test in America's schools, which is, I think, something all Americans can get behind. So you'll hear from the president in 2 hours, and we will see you all there. Thank you.
Which I've already covered. But all right, guys, let's get over to the right side of media and let's hear what's being talked about. So let's get into Laura Ingraham.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingraham Angle from Chicago tonight. She's back.
Everyone thinks you've been kicking back, drinking margaritas on the beach, but really, you've been hard at work.
Plus new evidence of Hillary's scheme to frame Trump.
I'm convinced there were meetings and phone calls. I'm convinced that there were financial entanglements.
I bet.
Well, and physical fitness is back. And we get a shout out to one of our guests.
He's a man who you're not going to mess around with. Triple H. There he is. Oh, that's still very strong. He's a strong guy.
AAA is here, but first, mob beatings rattle America. That's the focus of tonight's angle. We're learning more about that stomach-churning attack in Cincinnati that sent at least 2 people to the hospital last weekend. Now, despite the fact that a huge crowd saw what went down, only one 911 call came in. And it wasn't until after everyone had scattered.
And that's what killed me about this. It was like, what? He got in a group with, I believe, a group of black guys. I guess he said something. I guess somebody said he said the N-word or something. He got punched. You know what? For that, I'm okay with. Now, getting jumped and stomped out by like 8 to 10 different black people and about 2 different black women, that's completely unacceptable. Like, I understand y'all want to give them the 1s and 2s. I get it. Go ahead, hit him. Like, he said the N-word. He said something disrespectful. I get that. But completely jumping this man and then beating up anybody who tried to save him was completely going too far and completely unacceptable. And it's BAB behavior. Well, bitch ass behavior.
Where are the suspects now?
They're all running away.
They're where?
Running away.
Of course, many chose to film all of it on their cell phones instead of helping out. Now you see,
exactly. Now it's also, I mean, I damn near want the dude who's filming it to get arrested. I was like, bro, somebody beat this guy's ass. Like I said, that white man getting hit, okay, cool. Hit that one time and whatever. But jumped by like a group of black people, that made no sense. Like, bro, a group of black people didn't have anything to do with the situation. Like, that's what didn't make any sense to me. Like, there was literally people in there that was whooping his ass that had nothing to do with the situation. They just jumped in because they seen a white man getting whooped. And that's what low-key scared me, because I'm just like, bro, y'all have nothing to do with this. What are you doing putting your face on camera, stomping out this white man, thinking that this shit cool? Like, it's not. Like, I don't know if you think you're being social justice warriors. No, you're cowards.
a man savagely beaten by a group that appears to be mostly African-American. Then you see a woman, her name is Holly,
get punched by a African-American male. I mean, this just does not look good.
Being knocked unconscious. Another male was also viciously pummeled. All victims appear to be white.
Yep, because he
Now,
tried to help him.
if it were up to traditional media sources, you probably never would have heard much about this. Because in the first 24 hours or so, there was no big local press briefing, nothing in any big media outlet. But since the videos of the attacks were all over the internet, the public outcry grew and grew. And when Cincinnati Police Chief Teresa Tedic finally spoke out, her toughest words seemed focused on social media.
The social media, the post that we've seen, does not depict the entire incident. That is one version.
Ma'am, the entire incident, I don't care what that man said. I don't care if that man said the N-word with a hard R at them. There is no excuse to sit there and have 15 black people jump that one man. And then anybody, three white people, 2 guys and 1 woman. There's no excuse for that. I don't care what that guy said. I really don't. That man could have said the N-word with a hard R, said F your mama and all that. And I'm okay with that man getting punched in the face. Great. But jumped on by every passing by black person and black woman, that's absolutely unacceptable. And it shouldn't be even defended in our community. I don't know if you are defending it, you are a coward and you exhibit bitch ass behavior.
Version of what occurred. At times, social media and mainstream media and their commentaries are misrepresentation of the circumstances surrounding any given event.
Okay, well, we didn't need multiple camera perspectives to see how horrific this was. But we do now have additional video of the moments before the real violence began.
Oh, okay. Well, look at it. See, look. They were just squabbling, doing the one-on-one. Okay, smacked him.
Yeah, sleep him, yup. Get him up out of here. Get him up out of here.
Smacked him.
So sure,
Oh, just a smack. Hold on. So, whoa. Somebody was just, complaining in the chat like, you blacks think it's okay. Well, let's be real. They were out there squaring up. It was a one-on-one. Then they get close. Dude smacks him, and now he gets jumped by every black person. That's real bitch ass behavior. Let them shoot their ones. Whoever he slapped, let them fight. Obviously, they were all ready to fight. Why do all 15 of y'all got to jump in on this one guy like this man, the Incredible Hulk or something? Like, well, you don't need to jump him. That's why I said it's bitch ass behavior. But oh no, it's like whatever he does, whatever he says, he gonna learn today. Is like, no, this is just not acceptable. Like I said, they got their one-on-ones. I'm okay with that. But jumping this man, can't do it.
Few people, and the white male seemed to make the first contact, but the contact looks like kind of a shadow boxing light slap. This in no way justifies what happened next. Now, there are 3 suspects in custody so far: Jermaine Matthews, Dick Vernon, and Montianez Merriweather. Detectives in Cincy say Merriweather. Now, there are 3 suspects in custody so far: Jermaine Matthews, Dick Vernon, and Montianez Merriweather.
I ain't gonna lie though, the girl kind of looked like she problems. Like, I can already tell by the paste on wig, it's blonde, problems.
Detectives in Cincy say Merriweather is seen on video whispering to another man before blindsiding the victim from behind. His mother explained what happened in that moment. Clarissa Merriweather told a local news station that the victims were Russians and that her son was heard on video asking, "You want to mess with him?" Then he slapped the first guy. She went on to say her child is not a thug. He's on the honor roll and has 5 children. Well, her child is 34 years old.
The hell?
I don't care if he's valedictorian. This was an inexcusable, depraved attack. Now, according to police testimony, Merriweather coordinated this with another suspect.
Man, that's some bullshit, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. That do not look like no honor roll kid. Like, I'm sorry, but y'all gonna have to stop the cap for real. Like, mom, like,
Really,
come on.
nigga?
Really? No. This is not a guy that was on the the honor roll list or whatever, or the valedictorian. It's just not. It's not him.
Jermaine Matthews. Again, they're not teenagers. Matthews is 39. Merriweather again 34. Dekira Vernon, also arrested, is 24. But the reaction from the city's leadership reminds us of why Democrat-run cities are in such trouble. The mayor of Cincinnati, Aftab Purval, has been on a family vacation in Vancouver. Just a few hours ago, he announced he's doing a press conference tomorrow. That's 6 days after the attack. Now, more disturbing were online comments by Victoria Parks, the president pro tem of the Cincinnati City Council. On her private Facebook account, she wrote that the victims begged for that beatdown. Okay, that is shameful. We asked Victoria if she regretted that statement. No response from her.
Well.
And it is not unfair to believe that had the races of the accused and the victims been reversed.
I mean, low key, yes. Has it been reversed? It'd have been a riot in the street. If there was a group of white people beating up a black guy, yes, it'd have been a riot in the streets. But for some reason, when it's switched around and it's a bunch of black guys beating up some white man, it's a news story. But you know, then white people ain't gonna riot in the streets over it.
These attacks would have been national news for days. I could imagine someone like a Benjamin Crump flying in would be hearing that the system was broken. Wait, there were no ambulances on site? Where was the police response? A police response was initially slow. A mayor wasn't present. A city councilwoman who said those things would have been already forced to resign. If the attackers were white, all we'd be hearing about would be white rage and systemic racism. But this is not an isolated incident. In LA earlier this year, a man was attacked by a group of teen bikers.
I'm feeling the hits and I'm trying to keep my head down.
Battered, bruised, and deeply shaken, Maurice Benaim recounts the terrifying moment he was brutally attacked by a mob of 20 to 30 teens on bikes.
They just surrounded me, and next thing I know,
Los Angeles.
I'm just trying to focus on not passing out in the middle of the road and trying to protect my head.
It took two good Samaritans to step in before the teens rode away on their bikes, but not before they also damaged Maurice's car.
And just a few weeks ago, a teenager at a football camp in South Carolina, and he happens to be white, was brutally beaten. That also caught on video.
Bruh.
What's up, I gotta get in here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nope. Don't even get up.
Wow.
Don't even get up. Don't even get up. Yeah.
Nah, that shit.
Don't even get up.
Come
Now
on.
watch this next time. You know what not to say.
Whoa.
This leads a lot of people to start asking,
Why
does this start to become normalized? People become just, numb to all of this. Why do people...
I'm gonna be honest with you now. It's nothing normal. Like, this is just not what you're normal. Like, look, you get around a group of black people, white guys, white women. We're not just gonna whoop your ass for no reason. Even if you speak out and say something against us, this is just not your usual behavior. I always do say this is like what 10% of black people, but of course the news is gonna highlight it and make it feel like, oh, well, if you're around a group of black people, they're just gonna whoop your ass. No, that's not gonna happen. In that situation, like I say, even I condemn it. So you already know that this is just not what black people honestly agree with. Trust me, any reasonable black guy, black woman, not gonna agree with this bitch ass shit. They're not. If they do, then they are part of that 10% that we warn y'all about.
choose to film instead of choose to step in. Now, we warned that the fallout from the Floyd riots would be extensive. We had our cities burned, stores were looted, people assaulted, statues ripped down, government buildings torched and attacked. Police, of course, all police, hardworking police, denigrated. And what did so many of our leaders at the time say and do? Well, they, perfunctorily condemned violence, but you got the sense that they were really believing, well, most of the protests are mostly peaceful. They're just a few bad apples. They pulled back law enforcement. They excused criminality in some cases as almost a type of catharsis. You have a right, young people, to be angry. Race was used as a weapon to justify, in some cases, almost anything. Tonight, I'm saying this just has to stop. Law and order has to be restored. Racism in either direction does not justify violence, and it certainly doesn't excuse shoplifting or vandalism either, whatever your skin color.
And I'll be real with you, it's like, yeah, that was racist. It's like, bro, the fact that y'all thought it was okay to just jump that white man and just all beat up on him, like, yo, that takes a certain type of like dehumanizing. You had to dehumanize that white man to do him like that. And let's be real, if there was a black man that's getting done like that, we would all be outraged and all that, as we should. So we can't even judge white people for honestly fear mongering the way she is right now. Like, oh, they're all they want to do is attack white people and all this. No, we don't. But I do get where this is concerning, where this crime has been done, this assault was done, and there's black people actually trying to defend this. I do get the concern with that.
You need to parent. Stop making excuses for your kids. Start setting boundaries and start setting them early.
Yep.
And yeah, life's going to be unfair. People are going to be rude, mean, some racist, but that doesn't give anyone of any color or creed license to lash out.
Yep.
And public officials, do your jobs. Stop kowtowing to the woke crowd. Send a strong message that if you commit a crime, expect to do time.
Low key, where was the police? Because I was expecting a police officer to enter in there and start macing people, start making a cloud of mace above the whole crowd. It's like, where was that?
And that's the angle.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News.
And all right, guys, now let's get over to Jake Tapper here. Key trade deal still outstanding as Trump deadline looms. All right, now let's get over to the left side of media with Jake Tapper.
We're now just 7 hours from Trump's trade deadline as countries are trying to make deals with the United States.
And shout out to my man Vlad Steen coming in with another one. He says, here we go. He says, what happened to content of character? Think this is because of the fatherlessness that the Democrats pushed for since the civil rights era. You know, I would say this. One, I can't even call this on fatherlessness. It's just hatred. It's just hatred that's sown in the black community for white people. And like, think about it. They teach us to hate y'all for racism. They teach y'all to hate y'all because y'all run the government, and the government's reason why we're in such a bad place is blame the cracker, blame Whitey. Is like, and I guess the one time where they feel like they can actually touch white people, I mean, they just overstep on that note. And that's what I think it is. I don't even think it has anything to do with fatherless homes, because there's black men and there are black people in fatherless homes who don't even have this type of hatred towards white people. But like I said, that 10% who fell for the radicals left indoctrination of, oh, the white person bad, the white person is the reason why everything's wrong in your life, the reason why you feel so scared of racism. Yeah, this is what that's sown out of. It really is. That's what it's sown out of.
States or face significantly higher tariffs. Remember, President Trump in early April paused most of his so-called reciprocal tariffs, but time, as it does, moves ever forward and has brought us to the precipice of this new deadline, August 1st. Development so far today as the clock ticks toward midnight. Trump announced a 90-day pause on higher tariffs on Mexico, so tariffs will remain at 25% for Mexico instead of going up to 30% as threatened. And while Trump this week did lock down a majorly important trade agreement with the European Union, there are many other countries who, as of now, remain deal-less.
Of our 18 major trading partners, 2/3 of those trading partners have a deal. We've sent out 17 letters to countries around the world. And the rest of those countries that either do not have a deal or have a letter, they will be hearing from this administration by the midnight deadline tonight.
One major trading partner without a deal as of now is Canada. Trump saying on Truth Social today that Canada's decision to recognize a Palestinian state, quote, will make it very hard for us to make a trade deal with them. Oh, Canada. On the heels of this, the Dow, the S&P.
I think even Matt Walsh kind of criticized Trump on that as well. He's like, bro, what does Palestine and what does France recognizing Palestine have to do with us securing a trade deal with them? If it's good for America, screw what France is doing. Like, because France want to recognize Palestine, don't throw a fit over that. And here's the thing. It is what it is. I mean, it is what it is. If they want to recognize Palestine as a state, trust me, it doesn't really matter. I mean, let's be real. It doesn't really mean anything, apparently. And I'm not saying I agree with this, but apparently it don't mean nothing until Israel and the United States recognize Palestine as a state. That's when it means something, sadly.
And NASDAQ all closed down in the last hour as Trump seeks to close more trade deals. Can all of his tariffs survive the legal system? That's another question, because today a federal appeals court is hearing arguments in a major case arguing that Trump overstepped his legal authority, imposing many of his sweeping tariffs instead of Congress doing it. The lawsuit is brought by small businesses and represented by some very big shot attorneys, including a former actor.
Oh, so we're bringing this back up. So yeah, this is gonna. So I believe this started around the end of May is when what was it? The courts of international trade, CIT, pretty much struck down Trump's tariffs because he said, "Oh, you went outside the International Economic Emergency Powers Act," which they said Trump used to place all of his tariffs, which is wrong. He used sections of the Trade Act, like Section 232, to enforce a lot of these tariffs, not just the international economics and international economics American. Well, sorry, but I can't even say the whole thing right now. But yeah, it wasn't just under that one act. And that's where they kind of like straw man's Trump's argument of, well, no, you just put all these tariffs under one act and that you can't do that. There has to be another reason why you're placing these on there. Until you prove why you've done so, we're going to go ahead and pause the tariffs. And that's what they did. And then within that same day, went to the appeals court. They favored the Trump administration argument. And most of them were put back on.
U.S. Solicitor General, who's going to join us in just a moment. But let's bring in CNN's resident tariff expert, Mr. Philip Mattingly. Phil, walk us through what 11th hour trade deals could still happen before deadline hits.
I think all eyes right now are on the Canada-U.S. relationship. Obviously, the president has made pretty clear that the optimism or any optimism for a potential agreement would seem to be minimal at this point in time. But with that 35% rate staring Canada in the face, officials say that there have been conversations between the two countries. How that actually plays out in the 7-ish hours we have until the deadline, I think remains an open question. Also keeping an eye right now, obviously Mexico has been dealt with, at least given another 90 days. With the tariffs that were already in place. China has another week before their delay needs to be extended. That extension is expected, but Trump hasn't actually weighed in yet. One of the interesting elements here, Jake, is even for the major partners that have made deals and for the 150 plus other countries that are just waiting for some semblance of a sign about whether they're going to get 10% universal tariff that Trump initially announced and was never delayed, or some other number.
That's what it's called. All right, it's called the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. That was the act that the U.S. courts were, the courts of international trade was saying that Trump put all of his tariffs under, which is not true.
How it actually gets implemented, you heard the White House press secretary say, we'll call them before midnight. We'll let them know. The president actually has to sign something to put them into place at 12:01 a.m. I was talking to a major importer earlier, said it's a really messy time right now because a lot of these countries don't know what their rate will be, haven't been told anything from the administration. The rush of last minute efforts to clinch deals with the president from delegations from.
And the reason why, it's so funny. I mean, this how you know the Dems' logic kind of fail on tariffs are passed straight to the consumer. Why are countries worried about tariffs? No, really think about that, guys. Why are countries worried about tariffs if it all just gets passed down to the consumer? Why are they tripping out about it? Why are they asking for lower rates? Wanna know why? Because their supplier has to lower their prices and eat the tariffs in order to continue business with the USA. That's where your argument don't make sense. It's like, think about it like this. Why are they concerned about tariffs? Why if tariffs was able to bring these guys to the table if it's just a tax on the American people? Why would they stop it? Think about it like that. Like, yo, why would it affect me if the tariff just goes straight to them? In y'all logic. Okay. Now you understand that your logic don't work. Let's go to the actuality of it. They don't like tariffs because they're the ones who have to cut costs. Sometimes the government even got to subsidize the cost of tariffs.
Other countries has actually made it a little bit of a more complicated process, given Trump a lot of leverage, but nobody's really sure how this is going to land by midnight.
Yeah, the chaos, of course, is a feature, not a bug.
Absolutely.
Phil, what have been some of the practical effects of tariffs on big companies that we've seen so far? Earlier this week, we talked about Procter & Gamble raising prices, for example.
I think earnings season has been an enlightening moment for the actual impact that the tariffs can have on the corporate sector. I think from a price perspective, which is obviously what most in the audience would be most concerned about, we have seen the most vulnerable items that are the consumer-facing, electronics being the key in particular, autos as well, are areas where you're going to see price increases either already in place or you're starting to see them come over time. One of the interesting elements, Jake, is in talking to a lot of executives, particularly those in the wholesale retail industry, they say some of our members from trade groups have said some of their companies have held off. Right? One, there's a lot of uncertainty. They didn't know where rates were actually going to land. But two, nobody wanted to kind of be captured under the eye of Sauron of the president or his Truth Social account.
Actually, there's another reason too. They want to wait because, like I said, they want to see how much they got to eat. They want to see what their competitors are doing. Like I said, one of the reasons why they're so hesitant to raise prices is because they don't want to raise their prices and their competitor don't. and then they lose out on billions of dollars in sales when all they had to do was just take $1 or $2 billion in tariffs. So yes, a lot of companies are waiting because, well, they got to figure out what they're going to do with these tariffs and how much they're going to have to eat, or like the Dems want to fearmonger on, how much they're going to raise their prices. And guys, do you think the entire 25% tariff will be passed on to the consumer? I have the belief that none of it will. But come on, guys, you think the entire percentage of the tariff is going to get passed on to the consumer? Like, be real.
And wanted to wait and see what was going to happen. At some point, many of these executives say prices are going to have to increase. It's just natural. One thing to keep in mind, Fed Chairman Jay Powell yesterday said, we are still in the early stages of figuring out the actual effect here. The Trump administration believes the exporting countries will eat the majority of the tariffs. If they don't, then the companies will, because of the value and leverage of the market.
And what I say, the value and leverage of the market, Trump believes that, yes, the country will either help their companies eat these tariffs, or the tariffs, or the supplier in these countries will have to cut their prices to eat the tariff. The importer, they're going to either have to take it on the profit margin, but either way, these guys got to make their sales, and they're going to do whatever they need to do to make sure that, to get their product done at an affordable price so people continue buying their product. And they don't want to F that up, raising prices in a highly competitive market. So I would ask you guys this, before you say that tariffs is going to go straight to the consumer, I would tell you it's industry specific. Think about what industry has very low competition to where they can raise their prices, and you'd be right. But a lot of our everyday, things that we buy, groceries, like appliances and all that good stuff, most likely won't go up. Why? Because there's a lot of competition.
Of figuring out the actual effect here. The Trump administration believes the exporting countries will eat the majority of the tariffs. If they don't, then the companies will, because of the value and leverage of the market. We're going to have to see how that plays out. There's no precedent for something like this. And we haven't seen tariff rates, at least on net, this high since the 1930s.
What's the term that I've seen bandied about this week? Re-inflation? Is that what it's called? It has to do with the idea that inflation's going down, but now it might be going back up because of the tariffs.
It's been probably the biggest concern. It's also been one of the reasons you see Trump administration officials spiking the football right now of, hey, you all said there was going to be major jump in inflation. You all said there's going to be a recession. We haven't seen that at all. I think the concern right now is, again, I go back to Jay Powell and the Fed yesterday, and also what the board kind of laid out as their analysis of the situation. There is an argument to be made that there will be a one-time price increase, and then it will filter out through the system. There's also a concern, which is why the Fed has not raised rates, that this will be a far more durable increase in prices that may escalate over time. The biggest question I think that I have at this point is, when you look at supply chains and how they actually work, are companies moving their supply chains? Are they relocating the supply chains? Are they going to run into major hiccups with those supply chains in the weeks and months ahead? Then you're talking about something like what we
these companies are going to have to build in America or go somewhere where have lower tariffs on it. Or like I said, they just eat it, and it is what it is. So but these companies are going to have to do something. And here's the worst part about it. If we'd kept the tariffs high, a lot of these companies would have to abandon their countries just to build in America, just to avoid zero tariff, to keep being able to sell into the largest consumer market.
So in the wake of COVID, maybe not to that scale. This is very, very complicated. And I just think it's important to underscore that while the Trump administration is absolutely correct, there is a resilience to the U.S. economy, a resilience to the U.S. consumer. Consumer sentiment has certainly rebounded. The markets remain at all-time highs or around them, at least before today. There are concerns that have not necessarily been understood yet.
And also from when you sub from
1 week, them see like a one-day dip from a record high, week. That's the hilarious thing. The stock market hit record high, and we get a dip down to normal numbers, and they're crying about it. Like, oh, the economy is going to drag down. It's like, can you guys at least wait a week? Y'all wait a week. Y'all look at the stock market and then click on one day and then be like, oh, yeah, that's how it's going to be for the rest of the year. It's like, you guys sound crazy.
When we talk to the small business owners every day, a lot of these people have been trying to hold off and not raise prices or do layoffs, and they are now saying, we have to do something in the next couple of months. So we could see lots of changes. Philip, always good to have you on. Thank you so much. Neil Kochel joins me now. He is the attorney for the small business plaintiffs in this lawsuit, arguing that Trump cannot use emergency powers to impose all these sweeping tariffs. He's also the former—
Not just the emergency powers, it's sections in the Trade Act as well. But that's the problem. They didn't really understand what Trump was doing with that, or his administration. But all right, shout out to my man Vladstein. Can you look up and see where Trump's plan to remove federal income tax for 115K is at? Tariffs and investments will help U.S. pay its debt off. Exactly. But, well, that's just making the American people pay the debt because it's a tax on the consumer, is what the liberals will tell you every time. But really, it's a way to sock it to the rich and make them finally pay some of this and make them work for us. But for some reason, I mean, the liberals have been hypnotized. Now well, I would say this, clap hands for the corporate elites. I mean, y'all damn near holding water for these guys. When y'all start working for the corporate elites and start worrying about their profit margin?
Or acting U.S. Solicitor General for President Obama. Neil, good to see you again. So back in May, your clients won this case in the Court of International Trade. Today, a panel of 11 appeals court judges in D.C. heard arguments. Some of them did seem skeptical of the Trump administration's arguments. Tell us what your argument is and what you thought the judges were, how they responded to your arguments.
Yeah, so I think this group of small businesses that I and the Liberty Justice Center represent are saying, look, these tariffs are not something that the president can impose by his own say-so. They require Congress. That's where our Constitution in Article 1, Section 8 locates.
All right, now this is what I got. Trump's proposal for no federal income tax under 115,000, well, not 50, 150,000 in early 2025. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick publicly stated that Trump's goal was to eliminate federal income taxes for individuals earning less than 150K per year. This proposal is aspirational and is tied to broader policy changes such as repealing payroll taxes and funding via tariffs, but no formal legislation establishing zero income tax for this income tier has been adopted yet. So not yet. And they're hoping that we can go back to the old times and have the government ran off tariffs. And then hopefully that goes. Now, I mean, tariffs we have to be pulling in a lot. I mean, let's be real, especially when it comes to the cost of our Medicaid and Medicare. It'd have to be pulling in trillions. But it could definitely help pay off the debt, though. As a form of replacing income taxes, I don't know about that one yet.
That power for the most important of reasons, Jake, going all the way back to the Revolutionary War and the idea that kings and presidents are always tempted to use tariffs and taxation. And here what Donald Trump has done is impose the largest tax increase on Americans since Bill Clinton in 1993, a tax increase of $1,300 per American family. And what we said today is, look, maybe that's a good idea, maybe it's a bad idea, but that's something for Congress to decide. And no president has ever asserted the raw power to do this on his own.
With respect, Neil, Congress doesn't seem to care, right? I mean, Republicans control the House, the Republicans control the Senate. They seem perfectly willing just to hand over.
It's just so amazing how, like, Dems find it impossible to honestly understand how tariffs work. It's like I said, like y'all been like literally brainwashed to think that it works one way. Tariff imposed, go straight to the consumer. If that's the case, then why would countries overly tax their people by having tariffs on our products? Why would they do this, such a thing to their people? Why don't y'all complain about that? Because y'all, well, I would hope y'all know that's not how tariffs work. I mean, somebody in here said, well, the importer gets in, they're just going to raise their price on the consumer. Wrong. No, the supplier can cut their prices and the importer don't even got to raise their price because they're paying the same. Yes, even if they add 25, if Trump adds 25% tariff, okay, well, the supplier just got to cut their price by 25%. Importer pays the same thing, don't got to raise prices. Or the importer can take it to the profit margin. And there you go. Nobody got to raise prices. And then, like I said, you guys missed the competition aspect of it. You love to leave out the competition aspect of, well, the industry and the markets, because it goes to show, well, why would they raise prices and lose out on sales to their competitors? I mean, come on now. Can we try to develop some business sense here?
For all their powers to President Trump on this issue and several others.
Yeah, that may be, but that's all the more reason why, if the president thinks this is so important and he needs it for leverage or negotiating authority and stuff like that, go to Congress and get it done. I mean, it's not like he's facing a Congress that's controlled by obstructionist Democrats or something. These are members of his own party, and yet he won't do it. Now, he tried in the first time he was president.
And shout out Luna said, what would they say when it passes in court? Now, if you're talking about the Trump's tariffs, because it does look like they're trying to take his tariffs to Supreme Court, which he's going to win that. He's definitely going to win because they once again straw man his argument. They said it was under this one act, but it was multiple acts that Trump was acting under to impose those tariffs, which his lawyers pretty much sent to the appeals court, and that's why the tariffs got put back on. Well, not all of them, but a good amount of them. So yeah. Now we're talking about 150K and 150K. Well, people who's making 150K below get no income tax. It's gonna be a minute. It's gonna be a minute. Hey, and shout out to Tavel. Hey, we shout out my man. He says people are so fixed on short-term pain instead of looking at long-term gains. As someone from the poor class, we have been doing much better in the last few months than in 2022 and 2024 on a mechanic's pay. Hey, no, shout out. Hey, shout out to my dog. He said he's my old mechanic and a fellow Ohioan.
To get such legislation, and it failed. And I think that tells you all you need to know, which is this legislation will fail. And so you had the Trump attorney today, Jake, in court saying, well, if Congress doesn't like these tariffs.
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, never forget, they count the amount they can't tax the average citizen as governmental spending. That's how these experts work. Yeah, never forget, they count the amount they can't tax the average citizen as government spending. Like, remember, read that carefully, because a lot of people don't understand that tax cuts, because they take less money from you, is damn near like they feel like they're giving money to you, which is government spending. So yes, tax cuts counts as government spending, which you should see how much tax cuts is incorporated in that 3.1 trillion in spending that the Dems are fear mongering on the big beautiful bill. It's like, you'd be surprised that a good amount of his tax cuts.
They can pass a law to remove them, which is not the way our constitutional system works. I mean, President Truman tried that with the seizure of the steel mills in 1952. He said to the Supreme Court, well, if the Congress doesn't like it, they can pass a law. And the Supreme Court said, the Constitution requires Congress to act first, not the president.
So the Trump Justice Department argues there's no basis for the courts to review Trump's emergency declarations. How do you respond to that?
No. It's not Congress' job. Congress already gave legislation to the Trade Act and the International Economic Emergency Powers Act, I believe. Yes, they legislated that for Trump to use as well. I mean, all this Congress, all the acts that Trump is using was legislated by Congress. So Congress is complaining about its own laws. It's complaining about the power it already gave the president, maybe before they were in Congress, but it was done.
Yeah, I mean, the very first line of my argument today, Jake, was the Trump administration's argument boils down to simply this: I can do whatever I want, whenever I want, for however long as I want, and the courts have no business reviewing what I'm doing. And, you know, that might be the law of some other country. It's certainly not the law of the United States.
The Trump administration also argues that the U.S. Supreme Court's recent decision tamping down universal injunctions by lower court judges means that the tariffs should not be blocked nationwide, even if tariffs are declared illegal. So what happens if Trump continues to lose the case in court, but he tries to use that logic to continue the tariffs until the U.S. Supreme Court, I guess, weighs in?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that didn't really come up today. The Justice Department didn't push it, but I think for a good reason, because here, not just is this case brought by small businesses, who, as I say, are really teetering on the edge because of these tariffs, but it was also brought by 12 different states. And in that nationwide injunction ruling that the Supreme Court issued that you're referring to, they said when states bring cases, it may be different. And that makes sense. Like, you know, like Oregon is one of the plaintiff states here. If they win their case, you get lower tariffs in Oregon, but not in Wyoming. Like, that just seems unworkable. And the Constitution itself has a uniformity requirement over time.
Yeah, that's not how it would work. And then we'd have to know what part of this import is going to that state that's going to get a lower tariff cost. Yeah, that did not how it works. They pay that at Commerce, my friend. Like, nah. And here's the thing. They have a bad argument for why they're against tariffs. And so does the courts. I mean, let's be real. It's like them trying to put it, oh, Trump just used this one act for all of his tariffs. That was proven wrong in appeals court. So I'm wondering what else do they have at this point. But we'll see. We'll see in the coming weeks. I mean, shoot, I believe it's crazy. I think Kilmar Garcia's case also was like a couple weeks ago.
And I want to bring in the members of Virginia Roberts
All
Giuffre's
cases I'm
family,
looking at.
her brothers Sky Roberts and Danny Wilson, as well.
All right, family of Virginia Giuffre, Epstein accuser speaks out. All right, let's go.
And I want to bring in the members of Virginia Roberts Giuffre's family, her brothers Sky Roberts and Danny Wilson, as well as their wives Amanda Roberts and Lynette Wilson. And I'm just so grateful to have all of you here tonight to talk about something that I know is really painful, but also really important for each of you. And Danny, I think it's hard for anybody to imagine the emotional toll the last few weeks have probably had on your family. What made you decide to speak out tonight?
I don't think it's even the last 2 weeks. I think it's the last 10 years.
Really?
I'm speaking out because my sister is not here to speak out, and I think she would, and I'm here to speak out for the survivors.
And Sky, your sister was just 16 years old when she was working at Mar-a-Lago in 2000, and when she was recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell. As this has played out over the last few weeks, I imagine you were probably quite surprised when the Justice Department sent their number 2 in charge to go and sit down with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, we were very surprised. I think, she was preyed upon by Ghislaine Maxwell as well as many other predators out there, but she was preyed upon at Mar-a-Lago. And we were very shocked and very surprised that they were giving her a voice and giving her a platform to essentially possibly make a deal. And, reality to that is that there's so many survivors still out there that are affected by that, including my sister, who's not here to speak for herself. And I think it's important that we stand beside them, that we stand in front of you and in front of everyone out there with a sign of strength on my sister's behalf, because she's not here to do that herself. But we stand with survivors here. And I want to make it clear that, she does not get the opportunity to get out. She deserves to rot in prison where she belongs because of what she's done to my sister and so many other women.
Agreed. Trust me, nobody on the right or the left wants Ghislaine Maxwell get a pardon. Limited immunity, I mean, sure, to tell us what you know and then get your ass right back in jail. Because let's be real, even the 20 years she got is too nice.
And it's absolutely a pure...
Nah, for real. Where was this 4 years ago, CNN? Bruh, caring about victims. Like, nah, for real. Like 4 years ago,
Why are you running?
Why are you running? Like 4 years ago from the Epstein list. Come on.
Why are you running?
But now you guys want to talk about it. Really? Okay.
Sense of evil.
A pure sense of evil. I think some people remember this and think of Jeffrey Epstein, but may not remember Ghislaine Maxwell. And I know that y'all as a family have said that at times Virginia said that that Maxwell could be more cruel than Epstein was. And Amanda or Lynette, I wonder what either of you remember about what she had to say and her view of that.
Yeah, I just remember very vivid and specific conversations with her and talking about Ghislaine and almost describing her as this puppet master, and being this organizer of things and being so viciously cruel to the young women, and knowing that they were so vulnerable and young, she targeted them specifically, and she was also very complicit, in those actions. She wasn't just like a recruiter. She participated and viciously participated with these girls and abusing them. And so she just described her as this monster, of a nightmare.
Well, and, Lynette, remembering that, I wonder, as we're in this conversation of whether or not she'll be granted immunity to speak to Congress, or whether a pardon would be on the table, or even a reduction in her sentence that she's serving right now. not only what message that would send to someone like your sister, who was so outspoken about this and such an advocate, but also to the
And shouts my man Blasting said, "That's a boy on the left." Wait, who's the boy? Who? Wait, what?
survivors, the other survivors in this moment.
I mean, I think that's really
Really?
the point and a big reason why we are even speaking out, because it does send a message to the survivors that, you know, if you're in power, if you've got money, if you've got connections, then you're above the law. Because if there is any kind of conversation around leniency or potentially getting out, this wasn't someone who was a minor player. This was someone who was an organizer in this sex trafficking ring. She was alongside Jeffrey Epstein. And as Virginia said, she was most of the time worse than him. So it's just sending a message to survivors that their voices and all of the hard work that they've done for the last however many years, 10 plus years, doesn't matter. And it does. And as a people, we should be listening to survivors' voices and survivors' testimonies, rather than someone that was convicted of the crime.
Sky, when you hear the word stolen used to describe what happened to your sister when she was recruited away and sex trafficked, I wonder what goes through your mind.
Where were you?
She wasn't stolen. She was preyed upon at his property, at President Trump's property. And I think it's very important that we don't treat it like stolen. Seems very impersonal. It feels very much like an object. And these survivors are not objects. Women are not objects. What goes through my mind is that it's time to protect survivors, and it's time to protect the young women and our future generation of young women.
Agreed.
So no, she wasn't stolen. She was preyed upon. And it certainly makes you kind of ask the question, you know, how much he knew during that time, right? Even a couple of years later, even after he, I believe he had stated something along the lines of cutting off communication or kicking him out. He described Jeffrey Epstein as somebody who really enjoyed being around young women. And so she was preyed upon. She wasn't stolen. That's a predator that came and took her and did absolutely horrible things to her and so many other women out there.
Danny, does it raise questions for you too about what was known at the time?
Here's the thing. The only thing that's irritating me is like, all right, so one, what is talking to her family honestly going to reveal? Like, all it does is make us feel bad for the young lady, which we already did. It's like, you want to reignite that and bring this to, here's the thing. It's kind of crazy how now the libs are kind of getting read in on this. They're kind of realizing, oh, Virginia Giuffre and all these victims and all this good, crazy stuff. Now you guys want to talk to these people for 4 years straight. All this was going on. She was alive last year. Virginia Giuffre was freaking alive last year. And you guys now want to talk? Now that she's long and gone. I think she died like what? January or something like that. She died this year.
I think my sister's whole story makes me ask a lot of questions. How things went down and how things were facilitated. I think something that I was thinking of earlier was,
man, I feel for the guys. Like, what can I say? As a big brother myself, like, I got sisters, and this would be my worst fear. I'm not even gonna lie to you. This would literally be my worst fear. But talking to these guys, we ain't really gonna learn anything new, sadly. But I do feel for the people, and R.I.P. the young lady, because she definitely had a hard life, like growing up. She had a hard life even after the experience with the abusive husband. So I don't know. Yeah, my heart hurts for the young lady because things just weren't going her way after already going through such a traumatic experience, like in her teenage years. So, but all right, guys, let's go on to the next one. The Atlantic, Giuffre's family says Epstein survivors deserve answers. All right.
The family of one of Jeffrey Epstein's most vocal accusers, Virginia Giuffre, They're speaking out and posing questions about the president. In a statement released to The Atlantic, Giuffre's two brothers and sister-in-law said, quote, "It makes us ask if he was aware of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal actions, especially given his state was aware of Epstein's criminal actions, especially given his statements years later that his friend Jeffrey likes women on the younger side, no doubt about it." The statement continues, "We in the public are asking for answers. Survivors deserve this." Giuffre died by suicide at her home in late April. Let's get right to CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe. Andy, this is an issue because of what the president is now giving as his explanation about why he ended his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. He said, among other things, that Epstein stole employees from the spa at Mar-a-Lago. One of them was Virginia Giuffre. Listen to this.
One of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Giuffre?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever.
So, Andy, see, here's the thing. I mean, the language aside, he stole her, which there are a lot of people from experts say.
Which I'm gonna be honest with you, Trump should have honestly had more detail in that story. Oh, he stole her. I'm like, yeah, and he said he stole other employees as well. You ever found out what happened to those employees? Are they Epstein victims as well? What did he steal them for? What was up? Modeling? I don't know. Sex trafficking? Like, come on, Trump. Like, what was he stealing them for? Why was he out there in your facility trying to recruit young women? Like, can you please explain that in more depth? You know, I ain't saying that you're guilty of anything, but I just like details. You feel me? That's all. But all right, guys, let's get back to the right side of media.
Donald Trump's building a big, beautiful ballroom in the White House for big, beautiful parties, where the country can host foreign leaders, musicians, and the American people.
If the president of China or France or UK or Ursula comes to town, you give them a big state dinner. We don't have a room like that. At the White House, they have to use a tent. And if it's raining, it's soaking wet, soggy. The area is a very low area. All the water rushes to it. And it's a disaster.
Who wants to party with your wife while she's wearing high heels in a hot, soggy tent? Chuck does.
Some breaking news. True. Just now, the White House announced construction of a $200 million White House ballroom that will begin in September. A $200 million ballroom. Where'd this money come from? Did Congress appropriate it? I don't think so.
Why would Senator Schumer want his beautiful wife's heels sloshing around the muddy White House lawn?
Oh.
And since when?
Oh, come on now. You don't gotta come after bro's wife. Come on now. I don't like when that happens on either side. Leave wives out of it, guys. Let's leave the wives out of it. But oof. Schumer. I mean, no, never mind.
Schumer cared how much anything costs. He didn't even want to doge the $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala. And the guy didn't even do his homework.
President Trump and other donors have generously committed to donating the funds necessary to build this approximately $200 million structure.
When AOC kicks Schumer out of office, she's going to be the belle of the ballroom. We know she likes to dress up and go to glamorous events and borrow $3,000 dresses, get caught and have to pay it back. RFK Jr. says the Kennedys would have loved a big, beautiful ballroom.
God damn.
I've been coming to this building for 65 years, and I have to say that it's never looked better. It's been transformed. My uncle, my aunt, Jackie, who were deeply committed to design, to beauty, and who understood that it's important to have our public buildings be beautiful because it inspires us, the releasing through freedoms of the creativity of the human spirit. And this building of all buildings should look beautiful. And under your stewardship, it looks extraordinary today.
A few years ago, I had dinner at the White House with President Trump, and he pointed to a picture on the wall and said, "Jesse, that's a Monet." It's $20 million. Jackie O donated it, and when I leave, I'm thinking of taking it home. And I said, Mr. President, I don't think that's a good idea. And he said, why not? Crooked took the silverware. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon's been at the White House a lot recently. He used to be an enemy, and now he's a frenemy.
Presidential silverware.
We started tariffs. We didn't know what they're going to be, and now we kind of know, and they're more moderate and thoughtful, and more carefully done, and hopefully they'll help some companies export. Maybe some people move manufacturing back here. So so far so good.
So far so good is right. Last month,
I mean, you gotta love it when it's on CNBC. You gotta love it when they go ahead and just kind of bend the knee to Trump and be like, you know what, guys, Wall Street is feeling the golden age. I mean, record highs. It does look like Trump is bringing back business and bringing investment into the United States. I mean, things are looking pretty good.
So so far so good.
So far so good is right. Last month, because of tariffs, we balanced the budget for the first time in a decade. And now the press wants to know what took so long.
Why didn't you invoke this law in your first term? You could have taken in billions upon billions of dollars in your first term, but you waited until your second term.
Yeah, because in my first term, I was fighting lunatics like you who were trying to do things incorrectly and inappropriately to a president that was duly elected.
The press found out they're getting tariff stimmies, and they want more forever trade wars. But the trade wars are ending, and so are the real ones.
The president has now ended conflicts between Thailand and Cambodia, Israel and Iran, Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, India and Pakistan, Serbia and Kosovo, and Egypt and Ethiopia. This means President Trump has brokered, on average, about one peace deal or ceasefire per month during his 6 months in office.
Which is crazy.
It's well past time that President Trump was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize.
Even Chris Cuomo's admitting he's been wrong about everything.
I've been wrong. I've been wrong about political issues. I've been wrong about people. I've been wrong about myself. I've been wrong about my responsibilities. I've been wrong about my opinions, my tastes, my choices. I've been wrong.
Yes, you have.
This must be driving the big guy crazy. The Senate Foreign Affairs chairman, the statesman.
Hey, but Charles Cuomo, at least he recognizes it. Like, a lot of these guys are a bit too narcissistic to do so. It's like, bro, it's either like left wing or die. It's like, you guys will not pivot now. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Well, like, what about on immigration? Can you pivot a little bit on immigration and let ICE do what they do without you guys calling them the Gestapo? Can y'all pivot just a little bit?
Joseph Biden kept telling other countries, don't, and they did. But when Trump says don't, they don't. The auto pen's still haunting the Democrats. He's so scary that he knocked Pocahontas off her feet.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Durbin, Heinrich, Hirono.
Liz is sitting Indian style while Comer plays Duck, Duck, Goose with Biden aides, investigating how they cooked up the cover-up.
President Biden won the 24 election, sir. Democratic Party. Would you faithfully believe in the 50?
Mike Donnellan says he knew Joe for 40 years, but never met AutoPen. Sure. Meanwhile, Joe's post-presidency is so sad, Johnny's more famous. Biden just hangs around Delaware. Sometimes he goes to the mall, and he only brings one assistant. I have as many assistants as Biden. And when he travels, he flies commercial. Biden went from Amtrak Joe to American Airlines Joe. Do you know how crazy it is that the president is flying commercial? Could you imagine taking your seat and you're sitting next to a guy asking for more peanuts, and it's Joe Biden? Maybe the only person he's traveling with is his ghostwriter, because this guy, whoever he is, has a lot of work to do. Because the president has to remember to write a memoir. But Biden's ghostwriter has some competition. Binder's book drops in October, but not before this one.
Everyone thinks you've been kicking back, drinking margaritas on the beach, but really, you've been hard at work writing a book, meeting with leaders, thinking about the future of our country. Who said that?
Kamala's not running for California governor. She'll be making appearances at your local Barnes & Noble.
the shortest presidential campaign in modern history. It was intense, high stakes, and deeply personal.
And you lost.
For me and for so many of you. Since leaving office, I've spent a lot of time.
No, Kamala Harris, I mean, the way they did try to force Kamala Harris on everybody was a bit crazy. And then how we're supposed to listen to her speeches and she wouldn't be very coherent. But I'll tell you this, though, when I was playing Kamala Harris speeches, you know, it's like she just said the same thing over and over. She cackled, laughed. You could tell there were times her teleprompter went out and she looked all uncomfortable. It was like embarrassing to see sometimes. But I mean, hey, I mean, better her than Biden.
Reflecting on those days, talking with my team, my family, my friends, and pulling my thoughts together. In essence, writing a journal that is this book, 107 Days.
What?
Trump made Hillary a bestseller.
You made a book about being a loser? Like, no, not about winning, but losing. Like, are you serious? Like, bro. I'm not even going to comment on that. I feel bad.
And now Harris. Her advance was so small, her team didn't even leak it. And if she wants it to sell so she can live off the royalties, she should tell the truth about Joe.
Yeah.
How the cocaine was really his and how she slapped Doug in the face when the nanny news leaked. But if she's as talented of a writer as she is a speaker, it's going to sound a lot like drunk Judy Blume. Trump thinks the whole thing's hilarious.
What are you saying? I mean, the nanny one, I mean, let's be real. Her husband slapped the woman so hard she spun around. That was like a real news story. So there was a lot worse things that that guy, what's his name, Doug? Yeah, it's a lot more crazier things that man Doug did.
Her political future, sir.
Well, she can't speak. She can't talk. She can't do an interview. I thought it was a very strange campaign that we had. I wouldn't call her a skilled politician. Would you?
She's also coming out with a book. Any plans to buy it?
I don't know. I think I'm going to buy it. I'd love to see it. Now,
for once, Democrats agree with Trump. They'd rather have Kamala kicking back, drinking margaritas on the beach than going on word salad book tours.
Would you be supportive if she...
I mean, if that book reads anything like the way she talks, I'm going to put my head through a wall.
wanted to run for the Democratic nomination in 2028?
Martha, 2028 is a long way off. And first, we need to focus on the challenges right in front of us here in Congress.
There's one word that comes to mind when Democrats think of Kamala, and it's the L word.
Yep.
Is she a good candidate? Is she a fresh face anymore? I think it's a problem for the broader Democratic Party because it latches them to the past. Nothing against Kamala Harris, but she is labeled a loser by the party. She lost to Donald Trump and a voice of the past.
Yep.
And I think the more the past haunts.
And I could only imagine how like brutal they were to that young lady. Like you imagine Kamala Harris picking up the phone like Schumer, you freaking idiot. How could you lose to that orange buffoon? Like, are you stupid? Are you serious? How could you lose to Trump? Bro, it was all on you, Kamala. We lost our democracy. And oh shit. And then as her hand shaking, reaches for the glass wine. I mean, for the bottle of wine.
Democrats, the more problematic it is for them to move forward into the future.
Democrats haven't nominated a presidential loser since Adlai Stevenson in 1956. Poor Adlai lost in a 41-state landslide. Charlemagne says Kamala should find some new hobbies.
I don't know. I don't know if she should run again, but I definitely would like to see her write a book. I definitely would like to, see her start a podcast and just build a real connection with people, And she is, relatively young. I just don't know what's going to happen in 2028, man. I just think Democrats suck so bad. I don't know.
It's all right.
I'm not sure a Kamala podcast is going to play. Kamala talking more is not the answer. No. But you better find an answer soon because Comer's about to put Mamala under oath.
I think that's another great thing about Kamala Harris not running for governor. She's going to have more time to come before the House Oversight Committee and testify about Joe Biden's cognitive decline. So I think the odds of Kamala Harris getting a subpoena are very high.
Well, before she talks to Comer, she's talking to Colbert. Tonight, she'll be on The Late Show. There's so much.
Which, I mean, no, I'm not even going to play that. I'm not even going to play it. I'll play it tomorrow. I'll play it tomorrow.
Much the two can talk about.
Not
what it's like to lose millions of dollars and your job. Johnny hit up the Ed Sullivan Theater for a vibe check. Watch.
When you first found out you were getting tickets to Colbert, who were you hoping the guest was?
Donald Trump.
Al Gore.
Jon Stewart.
A huge guest tonight. You excited?
I have no idea who it is.
Kamala Harris.
Get out! Get out!
Kamala!
You know, I remember my mom used that. Oh, like, aren't you voting for Kamala? Said, like, no, like, but America needs some motherly love. I was like, I mean, well, what can I say? Women, right? It's adorable. I mean, it's nice and all, but no, motherly love, no.
Kamala.
Sorry.
Kamala. You excited for the guest tonight?
I guess so.
Did you want Kamala to be the Democrat nominee in 2028?
I would like a real primary.
I want to see a primary.
No.
You don't want them to anoint her again?
No, I want a primary.
Let's go. Hey, you know what? I'm rocking with that one. All right, Dems. I like y'all because I'm pretty sure like you guys were kind of pissed off when she got anointed and she didn't have to really, debate her stances in a primary with other candidates, so you guys can make a choice for yourselves. No, she was kind of just forced on y'all and y'all just went with it. And I know that's tough, but 2024 was a wild year.
Announce her book. You gonna read it?
Sure.
That wasn't so enthusiastic.
Okay, yes.
I might.
Did you want her to be the nominee in 2028?
I'm not sure.
What if it's Kamala versus Stephen Colbert?
It is what it is. All right, guys. Now let's get over to the left side of media with CNN. Pretty much, complaining about Texas redistricting. Redistricting. Yeah.
They want to win seats for Republicans. Texas Republicans are proposing a new map for congressional districts. Very rare, mid-decade. Normally, reapportionment happens at the beginning of a decade. They're doing it a second time now. Why? They want to win seats for Republicans to try to maintain control of the House of Representatives. So what?
Just in case things get crazy in 2026, just in case.
Does this all mean? How much would that take? CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is here. So let's talk about these change lines that the Republicans in Texas are pushing for. What difference would it make?
Yeah, it could make a huge difference. This, in fact, could win or maintain control for the Republicans in the House of Representatives. What are you talking about? Well, Texas has 38 congressional districts. Look at those that Trump won last year by at least 10 percentage points. Under the current lines, it's 25. Under the proposed lines, it's 30. That's 5 potential pickup opportunities for the Republican Party. They are playing hardball at this particular point. And right now, it seems to me that Democrats are actually playing close to the Little League Pee-wee.
So 5 seats. What would 5 seats in Texas do for Republicans in Congress overall?
You might think 5 seats is just 5 seats. But keep in mind this. Margin to spare for the House majority. In 2020, the Democrats had 4 seats. 2022, Republicans had 4 seats. This time around, 2 seats for Republicans out of the 2024 elections. 5 seats can make all the difference in the world. And that is why Republicans in Texas providing 5 pickup seat opportunities could, in fact, make the difference between Republicans losing control of the House of Representatives and maintaining control of the House of Representatives.
And some voting shifts within Texas might be adding fuel to this.
Exactly right. They wouldn't necessarily be able to do this if, in fact, Republicans, Donald Trump did not do so much better among Latino voters last time around than he did in 2020, because 4 of the pickup opportunities are majority Hispanic seats. In 2024, get this, Donald Trump actually won Latino voters by 10 points in Texas. In 2020, it was Joe Biden who won him by 17 points. That's nearly a 30-point switcheroo. So this, in my mind, is fueling these potential pickup opportunities for Republicans. As I said at the beginning of this, Republicans are playing hardball. It's going to be interesting to see if Democrats can actually answer this, or are they going to be stuck in the Little Leagues.
One thing we are watching is if Donald Trump maintains his support among Latino voters, but that is to come.
That will be to come. It will be answered soon enough.
Harriet, thank you very much.
Thank
Kate.
you.
Joining us right now to talk about all of this is the Democratic Texas State Representative Christian Manuel. Thank you so much for being here. It's very clear what Democrats in your state.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, man. It sounds like these Dems, y'all kind of need a game plan in Texas. But the thing is, Texas is so far right. I mean, I don't even know what to tell y'all. I mean, it's not like they don't got their blue districts out there, but yeah, majority of that is red. So any new district created is most likely going to be somewhere that was already a red district or it was in a red area. Man, I wonder how y'all gonna make that work. I don't know. They might create new districts in California or New York or something. I don't know, Dems. You might want to try that out. Fair is fair, right? I wouldn't be mad if y'all tried it. Be honest with you. But for all you know, you might F around, make new districts, and they might go red. You never know.
We begin tonight, though, with a smoking gun. This has been the product of 7 to 8 years of coverage on this program, and that is the classified annex from the Durham report is classified no more. The newly revealed evidence might be more explosive than anything we have seen to date. Senator Grassley seems to think so. As a reminder, special counsel John Durham, he was tasked under Trump's first term to investigate the sketchy origins of the Russia hoax. But for whatever reason, the material I am about to show you was designated as classified, not revealed to the public until now. It can get confusing. We're going to go slow. We're going to explain it in detail. We begin with a truly stunning email. It's from July 2016. That was the month no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute, James Comey said, you might recall. Anyway, July 2016, according to the documents declassified by Senator Chuck Grassley, a top Soros-backed Clinton ally, his name, Leonard Bernardo, wrote the following, quote, HRC, that'd be Hillary Rodham Clinton, approved Julia's idea about Trump and Russian hackers hampering U.S. elections. That should distract people from her own missing email, especially if the affair goes to the Olympic level. Let me read that again. HRC, Hillary Rodham Clinton, approved the idea about Trump and Russian hackers. Great idea, right? Emails continue. In the absence of direct evidence, CrowdStrike and Threat Connect, which are DNC-linked tech firms, will supply the media, and they're all too willing to take it. This was on July 27, 2016, just 4 days before the FBI decided to open its investigation into so-called Trump and Russia. Operation Crossfire Hurricane, it later became known. Now, is this an insane coincidence? Well, we report, you decide. And it gets so much worse. A prior email on July 25th, 2016, from that same Clinton ally stated the following, quote, Julie says it will be a long-term affair to demonize Putin and Trump. Now it is good for a post-convention bounce. Later, the FBI will put more oil into that fire. And then to make matters even worse, according to reports, the Julie, who we just mentioned, was a longtime national security advisor who served under Obama. Now, the purported author of that email denies all wrongdoing, but are you connecting the dots? Based on these emails, declassified today, Hillary Rodham Clinton approved the Russia hoax against Donald Trump as a political smear and a campaign. That was seemingly coordinated between the Clinton campaign, the White House, and that would be Obama's White House, and Comey's FBI and Obama's CIA. That would be under John Brennan. Now, the now declassified annex described it this way, quote, it was a two-pronged Democratic Party opposition that is focused on discrediting Trump. It continues, quote, among other things, the Clinton staff, with support from special services, is preparing scandalous revelations of business relations between Trump and the Russian mafia, which never happened. As the New York Post points out, the special services cited in one of the memos referred to intelligence activities of Obama's CIA and FBI. On this program, we refer to that as the deep state.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of said it's kind of going to be on the director of the CIA and the FBI. And they're going to be the ones who get charges most likely brought down on them, if any charges even get brought down. Obama, like I said, he's protected by plausible deniability and, most importantly, presidential immunity. I know, sucks, but hey, it is what it is.
Which may have included the work of the Trump dossier author, Christopher Steele. Remember, Hillary Clinton bought and paid for dirty Russian disinformation dossier. He's at the bottom of that. It's been totally debunked and full of lies. According to Tulsi Gabbard, her declassification last week. This was before then President Obama ordered John Brennan to come up with the second intelligence assessment in the winter of 2016 because they didn't like the original assessment that was completed by senior career CIA officials, rank and file. And they did not find any evidence at all whatsoever that Donald Trump was colluding with Russia. This takes us into December, well past the election, when they put out their report. But that wasn't good enough. That didn't fit the lying narrative. Brennan was so desperate to get this new report that he published it using material from Hillary's dirty Russian disinformation dossier. Now, despite serious objections from career agents in the CIA, according to all this declassified information, they were all against it. In other words, based on all the new evidence from the Durham Annex and last week's declassifications from Gabbard, the Obama White House used the full force of the FBI and the CIA and, frankly, the White House to conspire with the Clinton campaign, utilizing actual Russian disinformation that they bought, they paid for, was bought by the Clinton campaign, first to stop Trump from winning the election. They thought she'd win. And then when she lost, to smear President Trump, delegitimize the election results, and cast a shadow over Trump's presidency, which, by the way, it did. We covered this story for 3 long years, almost night in and night out, as Senator Chuck Grassley.
I mean, throughout the election, all we was hearing, he's Putin's puppet, he's Putin's biatch, all this crazy, all the crazy slogans you can hear about the Russia collusion, and it all turned out to be fake. There was never nothing proven on it. They try to impeach the man on it. It's like, but here's the thing, even with this getting proven and these guys going to jail, I still think that the left is still going to say that he's a Russian spy. This has all been a collusion to put all these guys in jail. I mean, no matter what, Trump bad. But hey, these guys do need to go to jail for this. Like, let's be honest.
Put a quote, intelligence reports showing the Clinton campaign may have been ginning up the fake Trump-Russia narrative for Clinton's political gain, which was ultimately done through the Steele dossier and other means. And yet the corrupt media mob happily pushed this hoax for years. They celebrated it.
Look, I think that the president does not want to come to terms with the fact that the Russians hacked the election.
Russia hacked the election to tilt it to Mr. Trump. The question is, did Mr. Trump cooperate?
Unlike President Trump, he has no doubt the Russians hacked the election.
Mr. Trump is seeing more and more of the walls closing in on him, which is why he is becoming increasingly desperate.
The presidency is effectively a Russian op, right? You know, partisan warfare between Republicans and Democrats. This is international warfare against our country.
This is evidence of willingness to commit collusion.
Definitively, Russia hacked the election, and Russia is doing it again now.
This is why I said after Election Day, the legacy state-run media mob is officially dead. Peddling lies and conspiracy theories takes away any trust that you might have with the American people. This is a level of corruption and bias I've never seen before. Everyone involved must now be held accountable so it never happens again. Now, tonight, in a lengthy statement, the Soros-backed Clinton ally in those newly released emails that were declassified today by Senator Chuck Grassley, well, their organization denied, quote, all wrongdoing. We've also reached out to Obama, Clinton, Brennan, Clapper, Obama advisor, the one that was mentioned in the annex. We have yet to hear back from anybody. They are welcome on this program.
I mean, come on, bro. You think they was going to talk to you? I mean, all right, come on now, Sean. You know they're not going to come out there and talk to you. Like, if they're avoiding you like the plague, my friend. But all right, now let's get to a bit of, you know what, good old-fashioned racism against white people. I know, right? Of all people. But let's get to it, because apparently telling white people that they have good genes is racist, and you're trying, and it's kind of Nazi. It's giving a little Nazi, you know, all that wild criticism. But yeah, apparently saying that you have good genes as a white person, you are trying to bring back some very Hitlerish ideas, man. Like, come on, chill out with that. You can't be proud of yourself as a white person. What?
Anyone who thinks that anyone is overreacting over this Sydney Sweeney ad with American Eagle needs to go watch the ad right now and then come back, because
this is Sydney Sweeney, an actress best known for her roles in HBO's Euphoria and the first season of The White Lotus. In July, American Eagle Outfitters unveiled an ad campaign for their new fall.
Like I said, I ain't the biggest fan of white girls, but I'll give it to you. I'll see what the hype's about, I guess. Like I said, ain't the biggest fan, but I see where she said good genes.
This is Sydney Sweeney, an actress.
That's grade A white woman right there. Okay, I'm playing. Okay, guys, I'm done.
Best known for her roles in HBO's Euphoria and the first season of The White Lotus. In July, American Eagle Outfitters unveiled an ad campaign for their new fall collection, which features Miss Sweeney. Let's take a look.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
Get it? Great genes, great genes. You know, because she's a very attractive woman, right? Right?
Yeah. Boycott American Eagle. Boycott the shit out of them. Boycott American Eagle. Do not buy them and cancel this person.
Wait, why?
Boycott American Eagle.
Oh no, that's a little hard, ma'am. I mean, it's a little hard to cancel attractive women. I mean, shoot, if that was a thing, then all the OnlyFans models would have been canceled by now. I mean, why don't y'all come after them? I don't know, but I'm just saying, if women, if y'all gonna come for anybody, let it be OnlyFans models. Leave the TV stars alone, okay? Leave her alone.
For their racist shit online, talking about blue jeans and white people.
First of all, she never mentioned anything about white people. And you know that there's no such thing as blue jeans, right?
I just watched the Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ad, and y'all, them's be dog whistle shit. So freaking layered. The whole thing, like, I have great genes because I'm white and I have blue eyes.
Again, she didn't even say that she has great genes. She said that she has blue genes. And then the narrator said that she has great genes. Also, what does that have anything to do with being white, you lunatic?
I think this is just like, I ain't gonna lie, it sounds like a pretty girl hating. It sounds like the ugly girls are just coming out hating on pretty girls. She's an overly attractive girl. I'm just being, well, to my white guys in here, I know you guys think it's attractive, but I mean, come on now. It's like, what you want? You want this, or do you want, Sid from Ice Age? Well, the white version. So come on now. Like, I understand the hate, girls. I understand why y'all hating, but come on now. Stop being insecure for like a day.
She said that she has blue genes, and then the narrator said that she has great genes. Also, what does that have anything to do with being white, you lunatic?
I will be the friend that's too woke because there's Sydney Sweeney.
I mean, come on. Can at least one attractive lady just sit here and criticize this? Come on now. I mean, if y'all gonna sit here and bash a pretty girl, at least get another pretty girl to do so they don't look like you're hating.
American Eagle ads are weird, like fascist weird, like Nazi propaganda weird.
You spelled Sydney wrong, but great start. Please continue.
A blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes. Should we be surprised that a company whose name is literally American Eagle is...
Look, sweetheart, just because you have oversized jeans don't mean you gotta hate on her good genes. It's like that's not fair. And I mean, let's be real. I mean, you damn near got the same blue eyes she do. You might look like her if you lose the goddamn weight, but y'all don't ever want to go there.
Making fascist propaganda like this?
If you are somebody who, for some reason, is still not understanding what the problem is with this Sydney Sweeney ad campaign, let me explain it to you in the simplest of terms. To say that there are good genes is to imply that there are also bad genes.
Yeah, I know, like yours. I mean, all right, my bad. That's going too far. But yeah.
Again, literally no one said that. It's almost like these geniuses here.
And shout out to my man Hellbad. He says they just mad it ain't a fat, ugly person. Melon. Melanie. Melon? Are you talking about? Wait, hold on. You know what? They're really mad that it's not a fat black woman. Also, that as well. I'm just like, there'd be no complaining if it was a fat black woman, a fat white girl, fat Asian girl. Just make them fat and, well, kind of have some flaws or something. And you know what? It's okay. Nobody complains. You know what? I get where they're going. They're trying to make everybody feel beautiful, but blame your parents. Okay. I'm not even going to go too far into that. Look, blame your parents.
Or what they want to hear. No one is implying that there are bad genes. And if anything, there can be good genes and great genes, right?
Do you get it now? Oh, but it's a pun. It's a pun. Explain the pun. What's the pun?
It's genes and genes. Are you stupid?
It's eugenics. Yeah, eugenics. That's the pun.
The pun, good genes, activates a troubling.
Nobody's saying only date women with good genes. We're just like, what? Like, y'all taking this out of context.
Historical associations for this country. The American eugenics movement, in its prime between like 1900 and 1940, weaponized the idea of good genes just to justify.
Sorry, though. He said they just mad it ain't a fat, ugly person modeling. All right, I got you.
White supremacism.
It's eugenics.
Okay, so eugenics, according to Wikipedia, is a set of largely discredited beliefs and practices that aim to improve the genetic quality of a human population. Historically, eugenicists have attempted to alter the frequency of various human phenotypes.
And let me give you an example. So if I said, and I'm going to act like I'm a eugenicist. So I'm going to say this. All right, guys, for the sake of white women everywhere, we need to only procreate with white women that look like this so we can improve the quality of white women all around America. So it's like me bringing up a picture of a very attractive black one. I'm going to like black men. Yeah, we only need to procreate with these attractive black women over here so we can better the gene pool of, well, black women. So yes, that would be eugenics. That would be, it's almost like we practiced that on accident. But hey, ain't my problem. That's y'all women's problem. All right, let's get right back to it.
Good genes and great genes, right?
Do you get it now? Oh, but it's a pun. It's a pun. Explain the pun. What's the pun?
It's genes and genes. Are you stupid?
It's eugenics. Yeah, eugenics. That's the pun.
The pun, good genes, activates a troubling historical associations for this country. The American eugenics movement, in its prime between like 1900 and 1940, weaponized the.
I'm done. Shut up. Last thing he says, they just mad it wasn't Dylan Mulvaney. Bro. Oh man, trust me now. Dylan Mulvaney done already sunk enough brands. I mean, once he sunk Bud Light, nobody want to touch that guy.
Idea of good genes, just to justify white supremacism.
Okay, so
to call out good genes and white people is to justify white supremacism. Okay.
Eugenics, according to Wikipedia, is a set of largely discredited beliefs and practices that aim to improve the genetic quality of a human population. Historically, eugenicists have attempted to alter the frequency of various human phenotypes by inhibiting the fertility of those considered inferior or promoting that of those considered superior.
I mean, let's be real. The ugly girls are doing it to themselves. I mean, they're the ones talking about, I don't want kids. The economy's too hard. Life is tough. I don't want to add to the suffering, all this while. So there's a lot of fat, ugly chicks saying that. So you know what? They do it to themselves. Let them keep up with it.
So according to leftist TikTok, American Eagle's denim jean commercial featuring a hot woman with quote-unquote great genes is actually a psyop to stop black and brown people from reproducing. Makes sense to me. What's your problem? So the reason that American Eagle hired Sydney Sweeney for their ad campaign is because she's a hot property who has over 25 million followers on Instagram alone. But according to the experts on TikTok, this sexy blonde selling jeans is akin to 1930s Germany.
It's like they're trying to literally push white people out of like everything. Like you're trying to push them out of modeling. You're trying to push them out of sponsorship deal. You're trying to push them out of colleges. It's like, y'all got to chill at a certain point because this is going too far. Like the reach, how a gene pun went to 1930s Germany is wild. the reach is crazy with this one. The Wilt Chamberlain reach, by the way, because y'all had to go pretty far with this one.
The tagline for her American Eagle campaign is Sydney Sweeney has great genes. And I'm sorry, what? Because like, we see the problem here, right? It's obvious. I don't really have to spell it out. American Eagle, who is in charge of your marketing department? Joseph Goebbels?
Guys are complaining about that Sydney Sweeney jeans ad, so I went and saw it. That's Nazi propaganda. Wow.
Nazi propaganda to what? Point out that she has good genes. Now, if a black woman did it, Asian woman did it, Hispanic woman did it, everything's all good. I mean, maybe if an Arab woman did it, you'd call it Hamas propaganda, but that's a whole different like topic. But because it's a white woman, it's Nazi propaganda. I mean, what? The blonde hair, blue eyes, is that what did it for y'all?
Do I want to talk about Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle's ad campaign that's straight out of the Goebbels playbook? Not really. Will I? Yes, because I'm actually a World War II historian. Showing a woman who's quote unquote the ideal beauty standard. This was also common in 1930s Germany propaganda films. They're very easy to find.
1930. Wait, so you telling me that there was always propaganda that reported women's beauty how they wanted to be a certain way? I mean, ma'am, they've been doing that since like shit. I ain't gonna lie, since the 1500s. I mean, since the medieval days. I mean, bro, they did it so much they had women trying to damn near break their sides in just to go ahead and have the right like waist size back in the day. I mean, this has been something that's been done for years. Centuries really. So just because they got it now on TV don't mean it's something new.
Oh, for sake. By that logic, Sydney Sweeney shouldn't be allowed to exist anywhere.
Nah, that is true, hellbags. Like they want to complain but want to kill kids. I know, right? Right? I mean, yeah, y'all worried about like what the gene pool, y'all ain't adding to the gene pool. It's crazy. But then again, though, you call out the gene pool and the good and the lucky winners in the gene pool, and now we're talking, well, when it comes to white people, and now we're talking about Nazis. I mean, that's crazy.
Sorry, you can't be in movies anymore because Nazis or something.
And I just want to say, as somebody who has a deep special interest as an autistic person in digital media literacy, and somebody who has extensively studied digital media literacy in my Master's of Education program, this type of propaganda, because that's what this is a piece of propaganda that will be written about in history books because it's that bad.
But is it really? She seems trustworthy, though. She does have a master's after all.
Sydney Sweeney's jeans ad is giving ethnic state propaganda. It is giving dystopian. It is giving 1940s Germany. And they could have had her said anything. She could have just said, I'm hot, drink my bathwater, here are my jeans. But instead they had her say genes are passed down from parents to children.
So Sydney Sweeney explaining in the most basic way possible the genes are passed down from parents to children is ethnic state propaganda.
I have good genes. My genes are blue. Why? Yeah, no, that was like the most thinly veiled propaganda I think that I've ever seen.
But was it really? Well, I'm sure we can trust her because not only is she an expert in propaganda, but she's also a witch that sells advanced spell work tutorials.
I knew it. I was like, hold on, why does she be dressed like them girls who be calling themselves witches online? Like literally they dress like this and now they are witches. I'm like, how bored do you gotta be, ma'am? How bored do y'all have to be to start calling yourselves witches? Like what, you don't feel special enough in life?
Well, I'm sure we can trust her because not only is she an expert in propaganda, but she's also a witch that sells advanced spell work tutorials on Patreon.
Look, man, I ain't trusting if you're a witch unless you came out like some type of African jungle with ayahuasca teas. Like, I don't trust you unless you're coming out of an indigenous era. You are not no witch to me.
We have the name of the person that we have chosen.
Can't be no witch coming from a first world country, man. Where they do that at?
To curse today, and we are going to be folding that 3 times away from us. Now, we like to fold things in towards us 3 times when we're trying to bring like manifestations in, good things in. We like to fold things away from us when we want it to go away from us, because obviously we don't want to bring this in. So we are going to be then putting in the piece of paper into the wasabi.
Hey, American Eagle, now do black and brown women. Because black and brown women also have great genes that they inherit from their parents. Did you know that? They also have butts. that look really good in jeans as well.
But the ad never said otherwise, you slob.
I know, right?
God, these people are acting like there's never been a famous black or brown woman in a jeans commercial before.
If this ad campaign,
I mean, shout out my man Maine. He's like, the witch needs a new look after 4B. No, facts. Facts. I mean, bro, that's actually crazy. They're really complaining about a white woman sporting jeans, an attractive white woman sporting jeans, and now it is Nazi propaganda. Like, they're trying to bring the Third Reich.
campaign is not about eugenics, then I want to see them do the exact same ad campaign with a black woman.
Well, it's too late.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't even, sweetheart, black women don't wear American Eagle. I'll tell you from experience. Like, you buy a black woman American Eagle and she gonna look at you and say, what do you think I am, a white girl? And I'm gonna be like, well, damn, I ain't gonna lie, you're right. Yeah, black women, those type of jeans, no.
Now, because if they,
I mean, not a large majority of black women buy those jeans. I mean, American Eagle, like, it does kind of sound like a white girl brand. Like, it should be a patriotic brand, but it's a white person's brand. No offense.
you'll just accuse them of pandering. Anyway, I think the most ridiculous take.
No. They'll get accused of pandering to the white people. I mean, that's probably why you won't really catch a black woman in sporting or sponsoring, American Eagle jeans. What jeans they would do, guys, I couldn't even tell you. Fashion Nova? Yeah, Fashion Nova, Sheen. I don't even know for real, man. I couldn't tell you.
Was from Leanne Melendez of ABC7 in San Francisco.
I just think she wasn't reading the room, and I think the company wasn't reading the room. Now's not the time for this.
She wasn't reading the room, guys. No one wants to hear puns about jeans while the bad orange man is in the White House.
So I remember this biologist reading several years ago saying that actually people like J-Lo, Puerto Ricans, have the best DNA because they're so mixed.
Features.
They're so mixed.
Now that's racist. You're pretty much saying that, well, if you're not mixed, you're inferior, and that's like racist as hell to say.
Because of the, ethnic diversity.
So hang on.
Yo.
This whole controversy, manufactured as it is that Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle are supposedly pushing the idea that one race can have superior genes.
I mean, that's like damn near being colorist in the black community. Like, you imagine them saying that? It's like, oh, well, the mixed blacks are better because, they're mixed, guys. Because, the white and the black thing, yeah, they're better because they're mixed. I mean, sounds weird. No, colorist at best, racist at worst.
But at the same time, this reporter for a news program claims that actually...
Can we agree that bootcut jeans are great? I don't know, guys. I don't know. How bad?
Puerto Ricans have the best genes. The party of science, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, you want to go to American Eagle?
Oh, I can't go in there because I'm black.
I told you.
Genes are passed down from parents.
I mean, sweetheart. You can go in there. You just ain't gonna buy nothing.
The offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color.
Oh, man. You really showed American Eagle this time. I mean, you already paid for them, but, at least donate them to a woman's shelter. Crying out loud.
Facts.
On that note, that's it for now.
Nah, not for real. That was actually a really good point. Like, y'all could at least donate it to a women's shelter. It's like, no, I don't want them wearing this Nazi propaganda. So, I mean, but helping women, though. Nope, it's all about Nazi propaganda. That's tough. That is tough. All right, now let's keep on the comedic hour going with lefties losing it. I mean, and then we're going to switch to the far right side of media. Yeah, I know. It's about to get crazy.
It's time for lefties losing it. And in further proof that you can never be far left enough for the increasingly crazy modern left, songstress and leftist activist Billie Eilish is being accused of racism and celebrating whiteness because she said this during her Dublin show over the weekend.
As you guys know, I'm Irish, so it's really cool to come somewhere and like
Everybody looks exactly like you. And we're all just as pasty as me.
Yep, for saying it's really cool to come somewhere where everyone looks exactly like you. She's being accused of being an ethno-nationalist. You know, I was feeling terribly sorry for.
Sounds like Billie English want to get into that whites only community. Hey, let's go. Okay, I'm just playing. I mean, hey, what she say? Like, you know, I'm happy to come around here and just see nothing but white people. I feel safe.
For the girl, but then I remembered this.
Oh man.
We are voting for
I'm glad
Kamala
she's
Harris
comfortable.
and Tim Walz because they are fighting to protect our reproductive freedom, our planet, and our democracy. Vote like your life depends on it because it does.
Yep, you pandered to the crazy, Billy. Don't be surprised when the crazy come for you. And that's a lesson actress Sydney Sweeney is learning the hard way. You see, the predictably lefty Hollywood type is now being called a Nazi promoting white supremacist because of this ad for clothing brand American Eagle.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very genes.
Okay.
Yep, that's it. That's the so-called racist dog whistle heralding in a new era of white supremacy, if the crazy progressives are to be believed. And the meltdown is frankly too big to fully detail in this segment. Hundreds, if not thousands, of enraged videos online posted in response to that ad. And there are plenty of articles on this too, including this from MSNBC saying Sydney Sweeney's ad shows an unbridled cultural shift towards whiteness. Advertisements are always mirrors of society, and sometimes what they reflect is ugly and startling. And the calls for boycotts have already started.
Don't forget to boycott American Eagle for their racist online, talking about blue jeans and white people. Boycott American Eagle.
Man.
Boycott the out of them. Boycott American
They won't
Eagle.
let it
Do
go,
not buy
guys.
them.
They won't let
And
it go.
cancel this person, Miss Sweeney. Cancel for her being racist, for doing Nazi propaganda. Cancel American Eagle.
Now, this next woman was reduced to tears by the ad.
And I don't know why. Maybe because it's just so blatant. I keep thinking that people just are not going to believe us until we're hung out there.
Bro, I was going too far.
And the ad is being described among the left as Nazi propaganda.
All right, that's going too far. But let's get into the celebrities losing their stuff, though.
Good evening, and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. I've got some local loopy lefty content for you tonight. Oh, we've got our fair share of crazy down under. But first, here is Scottish actor Alan Cumming, who was guest hosting Jimmy Kimmel's show, and he seems determined here to be even more annoying and more stupidly woke than Kimmel. You know what is worse than one dumb analogy? 5 dumb analogies.
I happen to believe that there are actual superheroes in real life who walk among us. And these superheroes are called trans people. Just like superheroes, trans people are born with something special and magical about them, and they often have to hide what's special and magical about them from other people. Like superheroes, they grow up in a society that doesn't understand them, that makes them the other and often hates them. Like superheroes, trans people just want the world to be a safer place, and they believe we should protect each other and live our lives in peace. Like superheroes, evil billionaires want to get rid of trans people for no reason whatsoever.
Whoa, it's not about getting rid of y'all. It's about calming y'all down. That's what it's about. It's about kind of being like, yo, y'all need to back up by thinking that y'all could have spread this ideology to kids, okay? Let people come into this, you know, when they're 18 and older, not you trying to tell them, oh, you're a trans little girl or you're a trans girl, trans boy. No. And then put them on puberty blockers. Look, it's not about, honestly, I mean, it's not about eliminating y'all. It's not about dehumanizing you guys. It's just getting y'all to pump y'all brakes on the rhetoric.
And just like superheroes, trans people are not new. They've been around forever and they're not going anywhere, no matter how much this administration tries to make you fear them.
And shout out to my man Vlastine. He says show new. Okay, he says show new Dunkin' Donut commercial. They mad at it. New Dunkin'. All right, let me look that one up. And then shout out my man James. Sit down. All right. Yeah, shout out my name James. My man James. He said, sometimes cancel culture just seems like rage bait. I know it actually is. It is just rage bait for people to get mad over small stuff or the irrelevant things. Because I mean, jeans, they took that jeans pun like way too far to make it about Nazis and all that good stuff. I was like, bro, they didn't even say nothing about the Aryan race or like what Pacific jeans they're talking about. But hey, the fear mongering got real, and someone got a bad last name. Coming is there. Someone got a bad last. Yeah, that is one pretty bad last name, like Whitney Cummings.
And that painfully unfunny and diabolically dumb monologue was not done yet. Not only does this weirdo see trans people as some sort of superheroes, he seems to think they are treated worse than criminals, worse than rapists. Indeed, he said that on TV, along with this lie about the president.
There is no evidence that trans people are a threat to women. There is, however, ample evidence that the president of the United States publicly brags.
Well, I mean, there is evidence that you guys do want to be allowed into women's locker room and the women's spaces in their sports. So considering that you guys want to be let in there, I would consider that a threat to women.
About barging into beauty pageant dressing rooms and grabbing women by their p***s. Wake up, America! Why on earth would a rapist?
I mean, no, y'all doing way worse. I mean, y'all going into these women's like bathrooms and actually are, well, raping them. Yes, I'm sorry, but we can pull up stories if you want.
Go to the bother of pretending to be trans in a country that actually treats rapists better than trans people.
Right,
Wake up, America. Gosh, I can't imagine why these late night TV shows are not.
See, look, it's not about hating trans. It's just when trans try to ignore, like, they're not doing crazy things too. It's like, yo, yeah, some of you trans people are going into girls' bathrooms and you guys are hurting women, raping women. Some of you trans think you're woman enough to actually hit a woman. I mean, some of you trans will literally walk in a locker room full of little girls in full swing, if you know what I mean. So, nah. This ain't just reckless criticism here. This is not no trans hatred. We're just trying to reel you guys in.
Rating well. Can't imagine why Greg Gutfeld has an audience that is far larger than all of the others. Now to Australia, where a former reality TV participant turned Instagram influencer, Abby Chatfield, posted this on TikTok, calling on Americans to assassinate the president. This is gross.
Americans, when are you going to do it? Why isn't it already done?
Do what?
Every day there's another happening, right? Awful for your country. Awful, right?
Huh?
Why don't we redirect this energy to something else? You know? There's all these incels that are going, oh my so they go and do, you know what would actually make people respect you a little bit and make people want you? Is if you did it. Is if you did it. You get heaps of fan mail. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just do it.
Yep, unbelievable. And there was this demented performance from the same character calling on Americans.
But all right, now let's get into Vlastine's video. Let's see, it's the Dunkin' Donuts commercial. Dunkin' Donut crowns Gavin Castellillo king of summer with new golden hour Dunkin' refresher. I mean, okay, so it's like the guy version. I mean, Vlad. I'm not even gonna lie, dog. I'm not even gonna lie. You know what I'm about to hit you with. Gay. But we're gonna watch it anyway. Why not?
Look, I didn't ask to be the king of summer. It just kind of happened. This tan, genetics. I just got my color analysis back. Guess what? Golden summer, literally. I can't help it. Every time I drink a Dunkin' Golden Hour refresher, it's like the sun just finds me. So if sipping these refreshers makes me the king of summer, guilty as charged. The Golden Hour refresher.
Man, they ain't gonna complain about that, man. What you mean? These liberal women are thirst trapping over this young man. It's like they ain't gonna complain about them. Look, they complain when women make them feel insecure. When other women make these liberal women feel insecure, that's when they, start rage baiting, start getting, unreasonable. But this, they love this. They get to sit there, gawk all over him like every other girl's gonna do. It's like, it is what it is. And shout out to bro for becoming the king of summer, though. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, that's a pretty cool ass title. Shout out, bro. All right, now let's get right back to it. Yeah, there we go.
To riot, because apparently the election was rigged and they have no more democracy. Now, this sad little bully, combination of crybaby and bully,
golden showers
actually has a following among young girls in Australia. That's the sad thing. She has a following, and that's why the Prime Minister sat down with her for a lengthy interview. Sat down with this.
Where's the protest? Stand the up. Do you understand that last night, the oligarch that was in charge of your government, he actually admitted to rigging the election?
No.
In a way. Obviously not explicitly, but he did say that without his help, the outcome would have been different. So maybe we should stand up. Land of the free.
Are you using your sexuality to try to get guys to ride in America? I mean, just because you make a sexual pose every, 5 seconds does not make what you're saying hit harder. I mean, actually, it doesn't hit at all. But I mean, the sexual poses doesn't make it any more agreeable.
You guys have no democracy left. Look, I hope it's not true. It's not guaranteed to be true. I understand that.
I mean, shoot, we got more democracy than y'all. I mean, we got freedom of speech. We got Second Amendment. I mean, shoot, we got the right to bear arms. What about you? I mean, at least we could shoot it out over our democracy. What can you do? Oh, sit there and take it. I forgot.
Time to at least inquire. Yeah, it's time to at least ask someone and go, was the election rigged? Can we have a redo? I feel like there have been a few signs pointing to some suspicious dictatorship, oligarch activity regardless of this. But I thought I'd see some protests, some riots, some chaos, some good old American freedom fighting.
I don't even know what to say about the unhinged rant or those completely dance moves. Is that what she was trying to do?
She was trying to get her engagement up by making sexual poses, because these women know that if they do these sexual poses, men will watch the video longer. I mean, it's kind of a way of playing on men's sexual instincts. It's like, oh, well, she's making poses that I like. Let me look at her and somewhat listen to what she's saying. And they kind of half-ass listen to what she's saying.
A couple of months ago when Abby was crying
the damn horn dogs,
hysterically, claiming another leftist feminist, Clementine Ford, was bullying her. Remember this?
But did it work?
Stop lying about my character and my intentions.
But did it work, guys? I mean, did you not pay attention? Shoot, I was forced to. I was a bit disturbed by her doing all that. I mean, when she started rubbing on the table, I kind of tuned out.
Please stop dehumanizing me. Please, you can criticize my content, you can criticize my work, just I'm begging you to stop lying about my intentions and stop saying that I have a personality disorder.
You do.
You don't know me.
Okay, now to an EasyJet passenger who became a lefty losing it mid-flight.
Nah, sis, they reading you right. They reading you right. You definitely do.
When his Trump derangement got the better of him, thankfully, there were passengers on that flight who took matters into their own hands, but this dude is headed for the no-fly list.
Fight the bombs of life. Death to America, death to Trump. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Oh my God. Sit down. Don't move.
And the dim, woke sports journalists never disappoint. They are so reliably predictable. Listen to how they framed this question to Baltimore Ravens head coach John Harbaugh. Had they tried to shame him for meeting with the US president, a leader of the free world?
Donald Trump has said, denigrating things about Baltimore, including who wants to live there. As a prominent representative of Baltimore.
Well, how you frame that question? I would frame the question like, you got a chance to go visit with the president, man. What was that experience like? It was amazing. It was awesome. And I promise you, I root for our president.
What a brilliant way to answer that question. And the Super Bowl winning coach wasn't done yet. This is how you handle the biased, bitter press.
My mom and President Trump, just seeing how he treated her was really meaningful.
We've got a treat for you. The mad, bad, chronically sad Joy Reid was back on TV. No, not hosting her own show like she did for many years on MSNBC, the mental asylum masquerading as a news network. No, Joy was on Piers Morgan's show and it didn't go well.
Nah, she embarrassed herself on Piers Morgan.
I think you were fired because your show just got increasingly unpopular. It happens all the time in TV. That's why you got let go. Why play the race card?
First of all, I love the fact that your play the race card is your version of the race card. You literally are so fixated on trying to racialize conversations with me because I find it actually quite charming.
You racialize more conversations.
Bro, really? Like, sis, are you so seriously saying that? I mean, you're the master race baiter. It's like, what can I say? Nobody does it like you, Joy Reid. Actually, if somebody study you long enough, they'll become a master race baiter themselves. Like, bro, she's the only person that I've seen take any conversation and make it about your skin color. She just does it so flawlessly, so smooth. It's so crisp, man. You can't even deny it sometimes. It's like, you know what, Reid? You're right. It is all about the color of this skin. You're right. You're right.
No, I'm having a conversation with Mark Hill that you're clipping bits of. All right, Mark. All right, Piers.
And of course, after being accused of playing the race card, Joy went about proving that's all she knows how to do.
And it is so interesting to me that you yourself, as a white European, find that when people of color talk about race, that you believe is racializing conversations. But when people like you fixate on, well, Barack Obama was a black president, why don't you object to that? That is racializing a conversation about the former president of the United States. But you can't put your, and I'm sure you find that charming and funny.
I find it hilarious because you're the one. You're the one who said Donald Trump.
You and your friend Donald Trump.
You said Donald Trump is a white fascist.
Are so, he is. Well, I agree with.
Why do all liberals debate like? It's like all the liberals that mostly hop on here. They debate like Joy Reid. Is either they talk over you or they try to keep repeating the same slogan over and over again, thinking it's gonna hurt your feelings, or they talk real condescendingly. It's like, look, guys, liberals, these are not the people you want to mirror in your debate tactics. I promise.
But Obama did the same thing.
Last time I checked,
I'm not allowed to mention his skin color.
No, Piers, you're not allowed to mention Obama's skin color, even when it's Joy who introduced race into the debate, because that's all a race baiter knows how to do.
No, she's the master race debater. It's like, bro, literally kung fu master level race baiting skills. It's like, you got to understand, like, Joy Reid is of her class of her own. Put some respect on her name.
Here, Joy proves she doesn't actually care about the issue. She just cares about attacking Trump.
Do you know how many people Barack Obama deported in 8 years?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Well, why don't you guess?
Yeah, Vladstein, just like Sid. Perfect example.
I don't know and don't care.
Well, hang on. You don't know and you don't care. You've just given me.
I definitely had to repost that debate. I was like, hey, there's just no way.
Not the issue. You're trying to make the issue the southern border.
Joy. You've just given me Joy. Joy.
The point is,
Joy. Given that you're obviously all over every detail of the Trump deportation policy, and given you were on the airwaves in America on a daily basis through Obama's tenure, How many people did he deport in 8 years?
I do not know. You'll tell me. I'm sure.
Have a
I'm certain.
guess.
But it's probably more than 1 million people. I'm quite certain.
Have a
because
guess.
I think each 2 million.
Right, it was 3 million.
Okay. And your point being what?
Your point.
You think Obama didn't do raids? You think ICE wasn't doing raids under Obama? You think people didn't accidentally get arrested as well? You're funny. That's the problem. When this all happened under Obama, when ICE was cracking down under Obama, you guys said nothing. Kids in cages, kids in blankets. Y'all was hush mode. Now that President Trump is doing it, all the outrage in the world. ICE is like the Gestapo. They're terrorists. They're hurting the citizens. It's like, yeah, cut the BS, guys.
Being what? The point being you're an unprincipled hypocrite, Joy. I think that was Pierce's point. Now to another lefty, a far more sane one than Joy. Bill Maher has had a realisation. Turns out tariffs didn't tank the economy or the share market. They didn't cause a recession. In fact, they're doing precisely what Donald Trump said they would do.
I remember along with probably most people, was saying at the beginning, oh, you know, by the 4th of July, somebody had a thing how the country was, the economy was going to be tanked by then. And I was kind of like, well, that seems right to me, but that didn't happen. Now, it could happen tomorrow. I'm just saying that's reality. So let's work first from the reality of that, not from I just hate Donald Trump. Because that's boring and doesn't get us anywhere and leads you to dishonesty. Because the truth is, I don't know what his strategy is. But look, the stock market is at record highs. I know not everybody lives by the stock market, but I also drive around. I don't see a country in a depression at all.
Oh, Bill, if you want to know what Donald Trump's tariff strategy is, then just listen to what he's been saying for decades.
And that's the problem. It's kind of like, bro, these tariffs don't have any meaning. Trump's just trying to tax the American consumer. And I'm like, do y'all not understand the strategy here? And the thing is, y'all are acting like this. It came out of nowhere. I'm like, bro, this man campaigned on it the entire time. He was talking about, yeah, we're going to bring jobs back with tariffs. We're going to try to replace income tax with tariffs. We're going to bring revenue to the government with tariffs. So it's something he's been talking about it, but you guys act like you were blindsided by it.
It out so many times, but sadly, despite Bill being much saner than the average lefty, he does still exist in somewhat of an echo chamber. Remember when Megyn Kelly schooled him over and over again? Maher was ignorant of the most basic facts like this.
Hillary Clinton, of course, is the original election denier. I'm sure you voted for her in 2016.
Well, she's not an election denier.
She absolutely was the OG election denier.
Nah, for real.
First of all, she came out before the sun had risen to concede the election to Trump.
And then spent the next 4 years saying he was illegitimate. He was an illegitimate president.
Okay, well, first of all, she didn't say he was an illegitimate.
Yes, she did.
You tell me exactly what she said.
She said those exact words repeatedly.
I believe he knows he's an illegitimate president. You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
Now, this next clip is delicious. Here is Steve Bannon calling out the activist journalists of PBS on PBS.
And the rhetoric about the judge, because a lot of lawyers say, you know, all of the rhetoric, calling for impeachment, the radical left lunatic, that this rhetoric, it shouldn't, that's not the type of thing the president should say. He should appeal. He should abide by the court ruling and not.
Listen, by the way, was there any complaint from PBS or was there any complaint by the Democrats on the rhetoric used against the judges when the Roe v. Wade decision came out and they had to have police protection at their houses? I don't remember anything about the rhetoric being too high. You guys are so phony on the face of it. This is why we're defeating the left. The American people, as they see this, they go, these guys are a bunch of lying scumbags, which you are, a bunch of lying scumbags. You try to terrorize Supreme Court justices over a decision that didn't go your way.
Yeah, it was student loans. And I mean, Biden definitely had these political activists, these liberals pretty much marching outside of these, Supreme Court justice houses. But the left forgets about that. Actually, a lot of them don't even know that the Biden was going against the Supreme Court. But then they said, oh, Trump disrespects the court. I mean, Biden disrespected them too. They said no to cutting student loans, and they tried to do it in a more sneaky fashion. I mean, same thing.
Told you it was delicious. And talking about scumbags, here is Democrat Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. This might be a new low for the squad.
Palestinian people, this is all for you.
Now, here's some news sure to
What?
make the average CNN viewer extra sad. Take it away, Harry.
The bottom line is this. Despite everything that's going on in the world right now, Republicans are more trusted on Democrats when it comes to foreign policy and the world at large.
And the figures show the American people, despite the relentless media campaign against the Trump administration and its foreign policy decisions, well, the American people have more faith in Trump and the GOP than the Democrats.
When it comes to the issue of foreign policy, again, what you see is in the American voters' minds, Democrats simply put can't hack it. More voters trust Republicans on foreign policy, very much like they did back during the 2024 campaign.
What about the strikes on Iran? Because while they were being contemplated, they were not universally popular.
No, they were not universally popular. And in the immediate aftermath, they were not universally popular. Look at this. Net approval rating, U.S. airstrikes on Iran. In late June, the net approval rating, look at that. -8 points underwater. But as the American people learned more and more about it, look at this, a 10-point rise. Now it's in the positive. The American people like the move that Donald Trump put on Iran, the U.S. airstrikes in Iran.
Now, there was a shocking mass shooting in New York City today that left 4 innocent people dead, including a police officer. But before the assailant was named, we had media outlets like CNN trying to guess the race of the gunman, desperate to know how white he was, even though the picture released.
All right, guys. And now for some, well, sad Hamas propaganda. All right, guys. So for this Hamas propaganda, let me go get my Qatari gift that I will be getting for playing, well, that I got for playing this Hamas propaganda. And I know this because, and the reason why I call it Hamas propaganda, because this is exactly what they're going to tell you that it is. All right, guys. Shout out to Tucker Carlson and shout out to this, well, what was it? It's a U.S. Green Beret. Yes, U.S. Green Beret veteran Tony Aguilera. And I'm saying like this, man. If we can't believe this guy, then anything that comes out against Israel is Hamas propaganda. But let me go get my let me go get my Hamas gift.
Mr. Aguilar, thank you so much for joining us. Before I ask you any questions, I want to read what I think is your biography or parts of it, because I want the audience to understand who you are. And so I'm going to read this and you tell me if I've gotten anything wrong. So you're a retired lieutenant colonel in the United States Army. You went to West Point. You got your commission in the Army straight out of West Point. You served for 25 years in the U.S. Army as a combat infantry officer and a special forces, a Green Beret officer. You were deployed 12 times to Iraq 3 times, Afghanistan 3 times. You were deployed to Syria, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Jordan, the Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. You saw combat in many of those venues. You're highly decorated. You were wounded in combat, received your Purple Heart. You got a Bronze Star for Valor in combat, an Army Commendation Medal for Valor in combat. And then earlier this year, you found yourself working in Gaza under GHF, and I'll ask you to explain what that is in a moment. You were in Gaza from the 17th of May this year, 2025, through June 26th, 2025, which was last month. Is all of that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And the reason that I wanted to establish that before you tell the story that you're going to tell us is because very, very few Americans have been in Gaza in the last couple of years. And I don't know any others who have the experience in chaotic situations and combat situations that you have who've been there. And I think that really matters. Anyone who's been around combat knows it's enormously confusing, and having 25 years of experience around violence, I think, gives you greater credibility because it suggests you can interpret what's happening accurately in a way that people who haven't had that experience probably can't. So with that, I want to ask you the first most obvious question. What is GHF?
I'm telling you, Bo got a very impressive resume. And I mean, look, bro, shout out because without the Qatari money and that I used to buy this big ass lion, yep, shout out to the lion. You know, look, man, you know, when you sell out to the Qatari, they buy you a lion or a tiger. I chose the lion, so hey, it is what it is.
In Gaza.
So the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was established to take over the aid distribution into Gaza, replacing the former United Nations aid delivery mechanism post blocking or cutting off of the Gaza enclave. So there was no aid going in up until May 26th when we started operations, and the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was established to lead that effort overall. So the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, I'm not sure in terms of what their actual status is in terms of a company or an NGO or a nonprofit. I don't know what they're classified as, but I know that their GHF is the overall lead for both of the contract mechanisms in Gaza.
So after 25 years as a U.S. Army officer, West Point graduate, Special Forces officer, all these combat deployments, all the decorations that you received, how did you wind up distributing aid in Gaza?
Low key.
Well, sir, on May 13th, I received a phone call from the UG Solutions. UG Solutions is a subcontract for the security portion of this aid distribution method. They're stationed here in Davidson, North Carolina, where I live. I retired out of Fort Bragg, and they contacted me basically looking for experienced, recently retired or recently gotten out of the military, experienced combat veterans, special forces operations background. So they contacted me and explained the mission to me. Up until that point, till I got that phone call, I was not aware of what UG Solutions or the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was. So I was interested, and I listened to what they had to say.
The reason I'm asking you this is I know that after this interview airs, there will be a concerted attempt to discredit you as a man. And I'm certain, having seen this happen many times, that one of the criticisms we
God, because just like this man right here, man, trust me, they're gonna say it's a Hamas. Well, they're gonna say I'm and him is a Hamas propaganda. So, I mean, look, bro, Hamas already bought me my lion. What's good, man? I can't be mad. So this is why I'm showing you this video. Why? Because it is Hamas sponsored, right? Hamas Qatari sponsored, and with that Hamas and Qatari money, got my man right here. All right, let's get back to it.
levied against you is that you were some sort of political activist with a political axe to grind or an ideological axe to grind. Are you? Because it sounds like from the story you're telling now that you were a retired Army officer who received a call because of your combat experience. Is that correct?
Prior to that phone call on the 13th of May, sir, and remind you, I did retire on the 1st of January. I didn't retire years ago. Retirement through the 1st of January, and my last day in the Army was 1 March. I was very happy and content. My wife also served a career in the military. She is a retired career military officer. Between the two of us, we have 45 years of service. Between her and I, with my son, we've missed almost every birthday, every anniversary, every Christmas from the time that he was born to the majority of our marriage. And we're still married 17 years later. So I was very much comfortable and established in my retirement lifestyle. No political aspirations, no aspirations to go into another line of work. I'm starting school in the fall. That was my aspiration. I enjoyed making breakfast for my family, taking my son to school every morning, Boy Scout meetings, PTO meetings, watching the Golden Girls in the afternoon with a cup of tea, walking the dog. That was my life, and I was very content. When I got the phone call, I felt that initially, because I didn't know much about the situation, when they first called me, I said, hey, I'd like to take a day to kind of do my own research and just kind of understand what it's all about. My answer is not no, but my answer is not yes. So I took the day. I took the rest of the day. I believe it was a Wednesday.
Okay.
And I went through I started to read about GHF. Not a lot out there. I started to read about Safe Reach Solutions, which is the prime contract. Not a lot out there. I read a little bit about UG Solutions. UG Solutions had been the contract that sent contractors into Gaza in late January through March to control the Netzarim checkpoint once the ceasefire broke, or the ceasefire started, I should say, for the Palestinians that were allowed to then go back into Gaza City. So they had some credibility. They had, it seemed like not many people had done contracts in Gaza. UGS did. So I figured that this would be an opportunity to link up with a company that had the experience. But I was more interested in the mission. I say this again, and I've said it again, I don't know Johnny Moore, the director or CEO or whatever the title is of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. But there is something that he said that I do agree with, that there's nothing more Christian than feeding people.
Yes.
And in terms of the sentiment of doing goodwill, feeding starving people, I served for the majority of my career after being an infantry officer and going to Special Forces. The Special Forces motto, as you see in the picture behind me of 1st Special Forces Group, is De Oppresso Liber, to free the oppressed. That is our motto. I just didn't have that on my uniform. I live that. The civilian population in Gaza, politics aside, political views, religious positions aside, they are being oppressed. Food, water, education, life, dignity. And I wanted to be a part of going in to help in some way. So I have no political aspirations. I have no political leanings. I have no desire to write a book or.
I mean, yeah, you just a real one. That's all it is. You pretty much, I ain't Republican. I ain't conservative. Well, I ain't conservative. I ain't liberal. I'm just a real one.
Or before doing these interviews, I don't even have social media, and I've never really been out onto the internet. This is all very overwhelming for me. But my wife was a big factor behind me going on the record. My wife being, again, a retired military officer, we understand a lot of the same values. And she explained to me, she said, no one else can tell this story. No one else was there. Not only were you there, you were on the sites, and no one else saw it through the eyes of your experience. In the places you've been, in the places and the things that you've done, the lens you look at this through is different than most people have. You need to go on the record. The American people need to know this. My motivations in this are patriotic. I want to inform the American people, my fellow citizens, of what's going on in Gaza, what our taxpayers' dollars are funding, and what American citizens on the ground are being faced with. America needs to know.
Yeah.
So tell us what you saw, and I'm grateful to your wife.
I know.
For
Shout
her
out.
encouragement on that. I think she's absolutely right. The United States is paying for this, and there is almost no information coming out of Gaza. The news media, of course, are barred.
I mean, no, shout out to women. I mean, hey, look, man, that's one thing women will never let go is the kids. I mean, if it's about kids, they will never let that go. And thank God they don't. Thank God they do not.
It's been going on for more than a couple of years now. It'll be 3 years in October, and the sense is that there's something profound going on, but of course, there's no way to know what's going on. So what did you see when you arrived? What were your perceptions of Gaza?
Well, I want you guys to understand the perception of Gaza so far. When you look up Gaza on X, this is kind of what you see. I mean, you see what we're getting at here, guys? It gets pretty damn graphic. I mean, it gets crazy. Yeah, of course, there's the starving Palestinian child being held by the doctor. I mean, there's Gaza before and then after. Yeah, it gets pretty damn wrecked. So, guys, do you understand how bad it is out here? I mean, it's just all types of sad. So, because nobody's going to tell you and show you, I'm going to show you. Because they just don't give a damn. They just don't give a damn. But all right, I'm done. Enough of that. Thank God I didn't have no videos.
So my initial perceptions of Gaza, just in terms of the physical aspect, is that I would just describe it as post-apocalyptic, something from, the akin to Terminator 2, when the T-100s are walking through the destroyed landscape. It's human depravity. It's the oppression of dignity. It's the entire area, like for example, in the south in Rafah, I saw pictures of Rafah prior to the current war, and there were nice buildings, there were beach resorts, there were, street lights and neighborhoods, and now it is leveled to the ground. There is not a building that stands, and the rubble is piled up. And as you drive through Rafah to one of our points, secure distribution site number 3 was in Rafah. So we would have to drive through the old southern Rafah corridor to get there, and all of the homes just in piles and rubble. And you can see, someone's couch that's hanging from a piece of rebar out of the second floor of a building, or a refrigerator smashed, or family photos that were on the wall that are now, shattered and broken. Like, these lives were just destroyed and taken. And that's the scene of Gaza. As you, on the news, airdrops were conducted over the last 48 hours, and journalists were prohibited or encouraged not to take video or pictures of the overhead scenery. Because if the world sees that, I think the world would step back and pause to say, what are we doing? What have we become?
You've spent your life in combat zones. That's why I think your testimony is so compelling, because you have a frame of reference. You've seen a lot of destruction and a lot of killing in your life for 25 years. How would you compare what you saw in Gaza to what you've seen in, say, Afghanistan or Iraq?
Nothing compares.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If you ask me, I'd rather, this is gonna sound real effed up I'm about to say, but to starve a kid straight out, or to have him bomb himself, one's a quick death and one's overly painful, and it lasts it takes a while. So yeah, I'm pretty sure what he's seen in Gaza is way worse. Because when you see a slow death, it breaks your heart.
I've seen in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Baghdad, in Mosul, Sadr City, all throughout Afghanistan, Syria, the southern Philippines, some places where there's dense populations. I have never witnessed anything as brutal, destructive, violent, and I would say that steps far over our international laws of how we persecute wars and how we engage in warfare. We've long departed from that standard, and America's a part of it.
How is it obvious that America's a part of it? I know that we know academically the United States is paying for this and has always paid for it. But do you see American weapons? Do you see American military personnel? How enmeshed in this are we?
So the 314 government contractors under UG Solutions, the majority, not all of them, but in the high 80 percentile, are combat veterans from the military, directly from the military, combat veterans like myself. You have a mix of law enforcement. You have a mix of people that had experience in various security backgrounds. Within that military portion, there's a good portion of them that are special operations, Marine Corps, Navy SEALs, Green Berets. So all of the contractors on the ground are Americans. And the interesting part of that is that when we first entered Israel, I kind of had to take a pause, and I was like, are you kidding? Like, we are in Israel, armed with fully automatic weapons and pistols and shotguns and stun grenades and machine guns, going into Gaza on a tourist visa. We are there on a tourist visa. So if my grandmother wanted to go visit Jerusalem, she would be in Israel under the same status that I was.
Why is that?
At first, I didn't understand it, but then I went and I did some research as to why didn't we do a B1 entry visa as subject matter experts invited by the government or under a different authority. There's various entry visa options. And it dawned on me that, oh, well, if you want to submit for a form of B1 or a different form of the B2 under a work visa, one, that's expensive, and two, that takes time. You have to coordinate that ahead of time. And this mission was thrown together, and there's no one within SRS or UG Solutions that will push back against this, because we all know it. It was thrown together very hastily, and it was just kind of
hold on. So you tell me guys on tourist visas is getting guns, is shooting at kids on tourist visas. I mean, come on now. That's wild. That is wild. If he wasn't a Green Beret, I don't think I would believe that.
Mix of throwing so many parts together, trying to get it all to come together, that I think things were done to be fast and loose, as I would call it.
Moss money.
And one of those was, hey, go online, fill out your Israeli visa, get your e-visa, tourist visa, $25, and come on over to Israel.
You said all of the contractors are American. The Israeli military, the IDF, leveled Gaza. Are there any Israelis helping to feed or take care of, sustain the life of the Palestinians, or is it all Americans who are helping?
So this is what was another aspect that was both interesting and concerning to me, that and I raised this issue early on because, you know, when I use the term war crimes, people think that, oh, you're just exaggerating. Well, I'm well versed in the protocols of the Geneva Convention, the protocols of the laws of armed conflict, the protocols of international humanitarian law, because I had to know those things as an officer leading men in combat. I didn't have the option. Ignorance was not an option. So some of the things now I don't have it, memorized, but there's some pretty key elements in it that kind of stand out. Like I don't know every word to the Constitution, but I can recite the preamble. So I know what some of them are in terms of what the don'ts are. One thing that struck me as concerning is that there are only 4 secure distribution sites in Gaza under the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. 4. Prior to the blockade and prior to the stopping of UN aid going in, there were 400. So out of the 4 sites that we have, only 4, 3 of them are co-located within 150 to 200 meters from each other. All of them in the far southwest corner of the enclave near the Egyptian border. It's nowhere near the people that need it. North of the Netzarim corridor, which bisects central Gaza from the north. In the north, you have Gaza City and Jabalia. That is where the population right now is the most vulnerable, where you have death, starvation. They're isolated. No aid is going into there, and there's no aid sites there. So prior to us deploying,
all right, guys, let's get over to some current footage. Shout out to my man Green Bean, because he did say, you got some current footage. What's going on in Gaza? Actually, yeah, I got some Hamas videos as well. But y'all about to see some wild stuff. I'll tell you that. All right, guys, you're about to have to go through what I go through for a little bit. All right. Let's get right into this. Now, this is a Hamas propaganda video that they released showing how they're trying to be effective against the IDF. But as you see, though, look at everything in the background. Destroyed. And this used to be a neighborhood. In the street. Oh, it's like a Call of Duty. I mean, out here in the streets like this, what's the point of bombing buildings?
تجمع جنود 3 قناصين رميت قذيفة التبجي في المبنى نفسه مباشرة.
Yeah, it's crazy.
اطلع قول يا رب.
Destroyed.
الله أكبر.
The worst part about this, they could have avoided this. I'm talking about the IDF. They could have avoided this on-ground fight if they'd have went on the ground in the first place. I mean, when you destroy all the buildings, now these guys have nothing to lose. And then, let's go ahead and get a little bit more coverage of when they will bomb these houses, which was. And then, then here's the air view. I could do without we could do without the music. And then here's the most grimiest one is two guys running away from a drone. And this one was pretty damn wild. Pretty damn wild. But it's what goes down. Tracking and blew that guy up, and that guy got hit by the shrapnel. So, and it's all drone footage. This is what they're doing from the drones. But yeah, let's not go too far into that. Probably shouldn't have showed that one, but it is what it is. Now let's get back to my man's story here.
As a prudent military planner mindset, I'm not in the Army anymore, but I didn't, I still carry the skills. I did a little bit what I would call operational preparation of the environment. I did my research, looked at Gaza, figured out the population, where the population centers were, what people ate, where they primarily lived and what they did. And I saw that, okay, well.
Oh, and shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. The first calling for the files should know one thing. Trump can't release. FBI and DOJ will after investigation ends. Client investigations are ongoing. I mean, yeah, that's what I heard as well. That, and they're still, talking to Ghislaine Maxwell. I heard that they denied her first, proposal of how she wants immunity and all this good stuff, but I heard that they denied that. And the thing is, she don't get her immunity, she's not going to talk about anything Epstein related. So we'll see how that progresses.
The entire northern enclave of Gaza is cut off and isolated, and none of the sites that we've put in are in that area. So who are we providing aid to? So the 3 sites out of the 4 that are all the way down in the southern tip of the enclave, all of them are co-located or nearly located with an IDF combat unit. In that area is where the IDF is actively conducting, and this is not an opinion that anybody can refute. This is a fact. You can look it up. The IDF is currently conducting Operation Gideon's Chariots. It's an offensive operation. It's not a defensive. It's not a security. It's not an aid operation. It is an offensive combat operation, and they are conducting that in the south, where all 3 out of the 3 or 4 sites are located. We established secure distribution sites to deliver and distribute humanitarian aid, not only co-located with Israeli combat units, but located in an active combat zone. I can't make it clearer to the leadership there and to the lawyers that I spoke with at GHF and UG Solutions that is a war crime, verbatim, out of the protocols of the Geneva Convention, which last time I checked, the United States was still a signatory to, and the laws of international laws and international humanitarian law. Clearly, there's no question about it. So to say that, well, it's okay in this one instance, it's not okay. So just from immediately being there, I realized that the planning and the coordination for this operation had either been done by people that had no idea, no concept of planning at that level to take into all the considerations that you have to take into an environment like this. You can't just go into a mission like this and say, oh, we'll just wing it.
Yeah, oh God. And let's remember with the, examples of war crimes under the Geneva Convention. Remember, Israel is under the Geneva Convention. So willful killing, torture or inhumane treatment, unlawful deportation or transfer, taking of hostages, attacking civilians or civilian objects, using prohibited weapons, denying fair trial, starvation as method of welfare. Yeah.
To consider the legal, the political, the environmental.
That's why I say both sides are war criminals, honestly.
The cultural, the military aspects. You have to consider every aspect when you go into planning something like this. And it was obvious that had not been done. So in my mind, I was like, this is either complete ignorance or it's intentional. They were intentionally put here. So I don't know the answer to that. Someday that's going to come out when the truth breaks and the international community looks and opens this box and starts digging into this nasty problem. The truth will come out. So it's my hope that we didn't do that intentionally, because that would not only make us war criminals, that would just make us evil. So, but the fact still remains, 3 of the 4 distribution sites are in an active combat zone. The 4th site up in central Gaza near the Netzarim corridor is co-located with an Israeli combat unit, a tank unit, mind you. A Merkava tank company is located adjacent to the distribution site. So if someone were to look through the annals of history and see how the United States government participated in the distribution of humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza, and they look at the maps and they're looking at everything, they're like, what was going on here? Why are you distributing humanitarian aid in the middle of a combat zone? It's a question that needs to be asked and needs to be answered, I think.
Do you have any sense of what the current population of Gaza is? Which is another way of asking, how many people have been killed? How many Palestinians have died in Gaza? Do we know?
I mean, on the low end, 50,000. On the high end, 300,000, because there are like 377,000 Palestinians missing, most likely under rubble and dead. So, like I said, that's why the range is so big, from 50,000 to 300,000.
Well, I don't think anyone has a firm number that we can all collectively trust. I know that the Gaza Health Ministry has a number. I mean, I haven't been able to validate or verify that, but I know that one thing I can tell you for a fact is that people have been killed. I've seen it. Like, it's a fact. People have been killed. What the current population is now, I know that prior to the blockade, kind of the last census for Gaza that was taken in, I believe, 2018, the population was declared to be around 2.2, 2.21 million. What it is now, I don't know, but I would assume that the population has been greatly decreased. What I do know about the population, outside of the demographics of the size, is that the majority, a far majority of the population, is completely isolated from the central southern portion of Gaza, and they're completely isolated in the south, or excuse me, in the north of the Netzarim corridor in Gaza City. So that would be if you took everybody in New York and crammed them to southern Manhattan and said that's the only place you can be out of all of New York City. It's a nightmare, and I don't know why. Well, to be fair, I do know why it's happening. I don't know why we're accepting it. I don't know why we're a part of it, because it's a war crime to do that. It is a war crime to intentionally displace the civilian population on the battlefield in combat operations. What is displacement? Well, moving people from where they live to a place that they don't and not letting them go back. It's in the 4th protocol of the Geneva Convention, and we just turn a blind eye to it.
Yeah, so anybody use that argument of, well, I guess you don't understand what war is, or, war is war. Yeah, that's why we got the Geneva Convention, because we understood the ugliness of war, and we said, never again. So the fact that people use that argument is absolutely, it's a bit wild to me. I don't understand it, because, what? So Israel could ignore being under the Geneva Convention because they're Israel?
It's happening. Netanyahu himself has said it. Yesterday, Gaza Humanitarian Foundation did a press conference where they even introduced it as, we are feeding the starving and displaced population of Gaza. Okay, thank you, Chapin Fay. You just admitted to a war crime. You're displacing the population. These aren't rules that Tony Aguilar wrote. These are rules that the international community wrote and agreed to, and we're not following them. Now, what the IDF does, is that on us per se? At the strategic level, I think it would be as one of our allies, but at the ground level, maybe it's not. But we are definitely complicit in this ongoing operation. And when the world look what's happened in the last couple of days. France is going to recognize them. Canada is going to recognize them. The United Kingdom is about to recognize them. The reasons why and the politics aside, the fact that they're going to do that is a fact. That is a reality. So the world is going to become far, far more interested in what's going on, because I think the world has taken the blinders off to now look, okay, maybe it's not as bad as the far left says, or it's not as good as the far right says, but something's going on here. Like,
yeah,
something stinks in Mudville. Like, we got to take a look at this. And when they look at it and they open that box, the IDF, the Israeli government, with hands in the air, they're going to go, wasn't us. America helped us do it. It's their money. And then the world's going to say, what say you, America? And right now, we do not have a good answer for that.
Bro, we're going to hit them with the oops. I mean, yeah, a lot of people don't know how bad it is in Gaza, or people have learned a way to rationalize it through dehumanization.
And if we're going to bank on, oh, well, we didn't know, or we just did what the IDF did, shame on us. Shame on us. That is not the American way. Those aren't American values. We don't kowtow to somebody else's standards. We set the standard.
I mean, he ain't lying.
Well, thank you, Colonel, for doing this interview. How are people eating in the North? If there's one distribution center in the middle of a combat zone and the majority, you say you think the majority, or certainly a big chunk of the population is in the North or central Gaza, northern Gaza, how are they eating?
Great question. I don't know.
Bro, but just what you're there for.
Is the Israeli government bringing food in?
I do know that within the Israeli government, there's an organization called Kogat. It's at the government ministerial level that includes it would be, I would compare it to what like USAID was, if USAID belonged to the Ministry of Defense or the Department of Defense, like militarized aid type of thing, or militarized humanitarian assistance. That's how I would describe it. But it's an organization called Kogat, COTAG. It's an acronym. I can't recall it off the top of my head because I didn't have much interaction with them. But I know that Kogat does coordinate for the IDF. So not the UN escorted by the IDF, not the IDF escorting us, but escorts humanitarian aid trucks that we provide, GHF trucks. We will provide some to the Israelis to drive into certain areas of the central corridor. In my time there, until recently, until like just the last couple days, when the UN trucks were allowed to go into the north. So when you see the trucks on the news that are being swarmed with thousands of people, that's not in the south by the 3 distribution sites or central Gaza. That's north of the Netzarim corridor. So those trucks aren't coming in from the Egyptian border, going all the way up, and they're getting just attacked all the way. They're going directly into the heart of darkness. They're going through the Erez crossing, which is the Israeli Gaza crossing to the north, and they're going directly in with aid to a starving population that hasn't had any food for months. So what they're eating, what they have been eating, I don't know. And I think that with the UN going back in there and with the international community going back in there, we're going to find some things that it's not going to be pretty. I mean, that reckoning is coming.
We need to take a break.
The people in the northern portion alone, I know, are facing mass starvation. Now, I'm not educated in humanitarian assistance or World Food Program in terms of what declares a technical state of famine. I know there's like a certain level of not eating for a certain amount of days within a population that equals famine. So I don't know if I could technically call it a famine because I don't know what those rules are, but I would call it starvation. So I'm glad that the president of the United States came out last week, yesterday, on Politico and other outlets and said that he acknowledges and recognizes the starvation in Gaza. Thank you, Mr. President. That is exactly what's going on. The narrative of there's no starvation and there's no hunger going on in Gaza, that is negligent. That is shameful that anybody would say that. Not only is it evident to the world, I've seen it. So if you don't trust doctors and lawyers and aid workers and NGOs,
who will
and
you trust?
Europeans and Westerners and Middle Easterners and all these people all over the world, Asians, everybody that's been in there that has seen this problem set. If you don't believe them, you can believe me.
I mean, shoot, he's a whole U.S. Veteran. I mean, if we can't believe nobody, then who are we going to believe? If anybody who speaks bad against Israel is automatically anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas, then it's like, are we really being reasonable at this point?
If you don't believe them, you can believe me. I'm an American. I was there. I have no agenda in this. I witnessed Palestinian parents, men and mothers and fathers, carrying their dead children in their arms, skeletons. I witnessed that. I've witnessed people that have come onto the sites that you can see that they are just completely emaciated and starving. That's not fake. So if the deniers want to think that we got Stanley Kubrick to go into Gaza and take a bunch of crisis actors and shoot a film on to fake this starvation, but it's real and people are dying at this point right now because we, the United States, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, put up our hand and said, we'll do it. The starvation at this point has gotten worse than it was before because the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation's process is leading to that starvation because it's not delivering enough aid, not even nearly enough, not even nearly to be a fraction of enough. And I've got those numbers quick to talk about if you'd like, but it's shocking when you hear the numbers.
I would, and I would be interested at some point to learn a lot more about the Gaza, about this foundation, Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
I would too. I think the world would like to know more about the foundation.
The man who runs it was a prominent Christian Zionist. I don't think he has a background in aid distribution. He strikes me from reading about him as a political figure. So I'm a little bit confused by this, but it sounds like we all have reason to be alarmed by it. So if you could proceed with those numbers.
We should be alarmed by it.
Grateful.
I'd feel safer. I'd be safer grading a driving test by Ray Charles than listening to Johnny Moore talk about humanitarian assistance. He has no background in there.
Have you met Johnny? I'm sorry to laugh. Have you met Johnny Moore?
I have not sat down and had coffee with the man. I saw him when he came to the main control center in Gaza to visit and then go out on a little photo op to Site 1. So they brought him in under heavily armed security. It's like kind of one of the things when the in-laws visit, you put out the good towels. So when Johnny Moore visits, you roll out the red carpet. So of course when he gets there, everything's great, everything's spick and span. But what's funny is that it wasn't spick and span because while he was there, and another of the supporters that they brought in, Lieutenant Colonel, British Army. I don't know him. I've never met him, but I've seen some of his interviews on site. As he's standing there talking, you can hear machine gun fire in the background. I mean, it's akin to Baghdad Bob in 2003 proclaiming on CNN that there are no Americans in Baghdad as an M1 Abrams tank rolls right behind him. There are no Americans in Baghdad, and then an Abrams tank from the third ID comes right behind him, and he looks back and he's like, "Okay, there are some Americans in Baghdad." Like that's like what this is right now. It's like no one's starving in Gaza. Well, that person looks like they're starving. Okay, there's some people starving in Gaza. It's like, when is America going to wake up to the garbage? This is real. Like people are dying. So, I'd love to know more about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Not a lot of people can figure anything out. I'd love to. And the thing is that not revealing your sources, not revealing who you are, not revealing where your income comes from, not revealing who your backers are, not revealing what you do, not providing any reports, not allowing reporters to go in, not providing transparent looks at your operation. You know who else does things like that? North Korea, Russia, China. Are those the people that we want to say that we're like? No. America is founded on transparency. Our country was founded on calling out other people's bullcrap, calling out other people's, hey, that don't look right. T-tax? Nah, not paying that. Not going to put up with that. America is founded on that. And yet we're just sitting by and letting this happen. And going back, so I have not met him.
Let me just ask, do you know who is funding the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation? Is it's an arm of the State Department? It's independent NGO? What do you know where the money comes from?
I don't. Who is funding it from its base, and like who has funded it from the beginning, and who put the seed money into getting it off the ground? I have no idea, but I do know that many people in the United States government and within the media outlets have been working for quite a long time to try to figure that out. One indicator for me, it's like when you're looking at a problem, I call it like Occam's razor. When you can't figure out what you're trying to find, but you can see the things that are there, it starts to tell you a picture of what the thing is that you can't see. It's like the science of a black hole, right? Like you can't see it, but you can see everything that's happening around it to tell you what's happening. So I would say in this, okay, we have the Gaza Humanitarian Fund led by a Christian Zionist who has no experience in humanitarian assistance and humanitarian aid. The Switzerland would not take GHF's.
Hold on, they're being fed by the Christian Zionists? Hold on, the very people that want them out of that land, we're expecting them to feed them? And we wonder why they ain't see that 60 million that Trump sent them. And we wonder.
Accounts. Switzerland would even open an account for Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
And they won't open one for GHF. That's telling. Like, that's like, whoa, that don't pass the sniff test. Furthermore, the number one guy in charge of GHF, Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, Jake Wood, who was a former employee in the beginning of the early paramilitary contractor Blackwater days. I don't know if he was necessarily attached directly to Blackwater, but I know he was in that contractor realm. Jake Wood, the very first day we began distribution on 26 May, cutting of the ribbon, the golden shovel, the shotgun start for the marathon. You know what Jake Wood did? I'm out. Not going to be a part of it. The guy in charge of the entire Gaza Humanitarian Foundation on the day we started distribution for this mothership project quit. And he quit and he stepped down citing reasons of unethical practices, not being prepared to execute this mission properly. And that's exactly what it is. So, and then a couple weeks later, Boston Consulting Group, they stepped down because they found out that there was things going on that weren't initially conveyed to them in the contract. So they left. So when everyone starts jumping ship, you kind of start to look around like, where's the hole? Like right now, I feel like the United States, that we're just rearranging the chairs on the deck of the Titanic. It's snapped, it's going down. And instead of like trying to figure out how to get to a lifeboat or trying to figure out how to call for help, we're just rearranging the deck chairs, listening to the band as the ship goes down, because we believe what people like Johnny Moore say. And it's easily, I wouldn't say it's discreditable. I'm not out to discredit anyone. I'm just here to present facts that GHF themselves have proclaimed. So yesterday, when Chapin Fay finished the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation press conference, of which they took no questions, when he finished, he said, we're going to get back to work delivering 96 million meals to date. We should not be celebrating that. That is not a mark to congratulate. And here's why. We've been delivering aid when he announced that yesterday. We've been delivering aid for 65 days. 65 days.
Out of.
Now, you don't have to be Copernicus to figure this out. 96 million divided by 2.21 million divided by 3 meals a day divided by 65 days. We have provided food for 15 days out of 65 into the enclave. What happened to the other 50 days? So to say that people aren't starving and people aren't hungry, I beg to differ. What that breaks out to, imagine you're home. I mean, I assume you prefer to eat a meal at least once a day, maybe 2 or 3, like the standard breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Most Americans think that is the standard. If you're only eating 1 meal a day, okay. What if I told you that I'm only eating 1 meal on Thursday and 1 meal on Monday? That's all I'm eating. Would you be like, oh man, that's great. You're in a good place. No, you would say like, that's stupid. Why are you
good?
You're starving yourself. It's if my son went to school and the teacher started to notice that he was losing weight and he was emaciated, and they came to my house and they said, Mr. Aguilar, is your son eating? Yeah, feed him every 3rd day, bowl of cereal every 3 days. I'll feed him. Great. They're going to be like, you should not be a parent, and we're taking your child away from you.
Yes.
So the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation should not be doing humanitarian aid, and the United States government should say no and take away the child, which is Palestine, Gaza, and take all that money and support the United Nations process. We've been a part of the United Nations for 80 years this year. 80 years, 1945, since the United States was one of the signatories to the creation of the United Nations. And we're giving them the finger. Why? because of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation that is killing people? That's the math. Those numbers that I just gave you, that's using their number. So if GHF is going to start politicizing math, then I think we're in a bad place.
How are you treated, and how are the other American contractors treated by the IDF and the Israeli government?
That would be a mixed bag depending on what level you were at. I clearly remember on the 24th of May, a select few of the leaders were taken to the sites, to the secure distribution sites, to kind of get eyes on and kind of get a feel for for what the sites looked like, kind of get an assessment. And I went to one of the towers. This is Site 1. Site 1 is really close to the Mediterranean, right in the corner of Egypt and Gaza and the Med. And I went up to the western tower, and I'm just kind of looking out, assessing the area. And sitting next to the tower, kind of at the base of it, outside of the barrier of the berm, was a group of Israeli soldiers. And they looked up to me and they say, "Oh, are you an American?" I was like, "Yeah." They're like, "Oh, are you here for the aid?" I was like, "Yeah." And they asked me, "Why are you feeding our enemy? Why is America coming here to feed our enemy? You're not helping." And I was like, "Oh, that's." I don't have an answer for you. Can I get back to you later? I don't have an.
Like, damn, I'd have been like, the children is your enemy? Because that's mainly who he's here to feed.
That's how they see it. So the guys on the ground, the grunts on the ground, the fighters, the IDF guys on the ground, their perception is that the humanitarian aid going into Gaza is feeding the enemy. What about the
women and children? I mean, I understand they don't want you helping Hamas, the leadership of Hamas. That makes sense, but these are civilians you're feeding, right? Women and children, and elderly people, and
women, children, the disabled, the elderly, the needy. Yeah, that's who we're feeding. Or that's what I should say. That's who we're not feeding. That's who we're supposed to be feeding.
So how are those people the enemy in any war? Those are just the bystanders. Those are the people who didn't choose the war, who weren't fighting in the war, who were just being hurt by the war.
And that comment from this, IDF infantry soldier on the ground, that's a perception. And I think we've also heard the perception from the highest levels of the Israeli government that all of Gaza, it's all Hamas. Everybody's Hamas. And the reason that's striking to me, because I feel like someone handed Bibi Netanyahu a list of the violations of the Geneva Convention, but took the numbers off of it, and he's just checking them off, like displacing the population. Well, do that. It's like, okay, well that's a war crime. Firing at the civilians to control the population. Okay, well, targeting civilians with lethal ammunition to control the population verbatim is a war crime. So You got that one, check. What next? What do you got next? We're going to build the humanitarian distribution sites in the middle of combat zones. Oh shit, there's protocol 3. Got it. You just did that one. What's next? Oh, how about we label the entire society as Hamas and kill them all? Ooh, wow, bingo! You just got a straight across, because now you just made another war crime statement, because the Geneva Convention specifically prohibits the classification of an entire population as the enemy based on the actions of a few. Is Hamas all of Gaza? No, of course it's not. Are we treating them like they're all Hamas? Yes, we are. Another war crime.
That's tough.
So when I bring up these points about war crimes, it's not this politicized, bombastic, oh, you stepped on my foot, that's a war crime. Like, the war crimes are verbatim. The things that they say, not us, they say it. We're displacing the population to move them to do combat operations. That's a war crime. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
well, you're a professional Army officer of 25 years, West Point graduate. So, I mean, this is your business in a sense. So, there are rules.
It is.
Yes. Yes. And so I think you have credibility. You're not, some hippie saying it's a war crime. It's literally a war crime, because there is an actual definition, and it sounds like they've met.
There is an actual definition. There's a definition of it. And when people call certain things war crimes that look horrific, I'm like, well, that's not. But I understand that is horrific, but that's not. But there are things that, by definition, violate the protocols of the Geneva Convention. violate the the laws of armed conflict. They're black and white. It's like reading a driver's ed manual, like stop at a red light. That's the law. It's not something you can do sometimes unless you want to get a ticket. So it's one of those things to where it's like there's a book that tells us these things. That the answers to the test are in this book. Someone should read it.
Well, they also violate the conscience of any person watching, and that's an affront.
Yes.
So okay, so
yes.
I've asked around the story. I just wanted this. You've provided a very, very helpful context, and again, thank you for your time in doing this. So now to the question: how did the Israeli military, the IDF, treat Palestinian civilians?
I could describe it as nothing more than they treated them like animals. Even the UG Solutions and the SRS personnel on the ground. What was concerning to me, because I witnessed this in years of Iraq, when you get down the road and you start describing people in a certain way, you start to dehumanize them. Even the U.S. contractors on the ground called them the zombie horde. The IDF, and in some cases we, don't recognize these people as human beings. And part of my why I want to talk and come out in this is because I saw these human beings. I was there. This photo here, this is on Site 1.
Oh man,
that's a human being. I took this photo. This didn't come from some far left journalist or from the Gaza Health Ministry. I took that picture. This here. These are the people that we're dehumanizing, that we're killing in mass scale, that we're depriving of food and water, that we are torturing in a way because they're not eating at all. And we're calling them all Hamas. That's what we're calling them. So I've seen it with my own eyes. Not everybody is Hamas. And to be fair, I distribute it at every site through distribution windows, morning, afternoon, and evening. Most of the contractors there do one site because they're assigned to that site. Because the nature of my job, I went to all the sites. Not once ever. And I'm pretty keen at looking out for things and staying alive. Not once ever did I witness a threat, a hostile act, a weapon, anyone from quote unquote Hamas. I mean, how do you do that? They don't show up with a t-shirt that says Hamas. So, is Hamas amongst the population? Well, of course they are. But it doesn't mean that the entire population is Hamas. So that's the type of discipline and understanding and maturity and wherewithal of an operation like this that's required to do something like this. And it's not there. It's the Wild West. We treat them like animals with no dignity.
You say that you saw, and again, I just want to state for the fifth time, I've met few people with more experience.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you can't believe a U.S. Green Beret veteran, then who are you going to believe? Like what? We're just going to say he's what? Oh, he's supported by Hamas. Oh, he's funded by Qatar. This is why he's saying this? Is like, how, like, are we just going to discredit anybody who speaks out against Israel by saying they're just what? Pro-Hamas or a liberal? Like, are we just going to keep doing that even though the truth is right in our face?
In situations like this, chaos, foreign country, shooting, soldiers, confusion. So, I think you have a lot of experience interpreting what you saw. You said you saw no threat at all. You didn't see Palestinians with weapons. You didn't feel threatened. It doesn't, I'm sure there's a threat there, but you didn't experience it. But you said that there was shooting. Who was shooting at what and why?
The way, so to walk everyone through kind of how a distribution site works in terms of like, how are people being shot at? How does this happen? So early in the morning, the Palestinians, because mind you, the Palestinians, to get to the south, they cannot drive. They have to walk one way from where they live because they have to go through the established military corridors, just one way to get to where they have to get to. They have to walk. So they can't just walk straight down to the site. They have to go west to the coastal corridor, down the coastal corridor, into the Morag corridor, down to the sites. So they're walking anywhere from 8 to 12 kilometers one way to get to the site. So when they queue up in the morning at the intersection of the Morag corridor and the coastal road, and the queuing gets into the magnitude of thousands, the IDF hold them there with tanks in place. When the UG Solutions personnel call on the radio to the IDF to say the site is ready, the crowd is released in a massive tidal wave of people. It's dehumanizing. And rushing towards the site because they're starving. As they're coming to the site, the IDF shoot at them. Machine guns, mortars, tank rounds, artillery. I have all of this on video.
Within a matter of minutes, 2 minutes, 15 seconds, hundreds of Palestinians are already on the site.
Like, this is not like, it's so compelling when you see it. And I'm like, because I watched it, and as I'm watching it and being there, and you hear early morning hours, pre-dawn, sunrise over the Mediterranean, thousands of Palestinians rushing down to the site. And over their heads, you just see tracer bullets flying. Tracers, tank rounds, artillery rounds. And they do that to keep the Palestinians on the right path. My suggestion from the very beginning was like, have we tried a sign? Put a sign out there? Like, I don't know, like put a sign in the road that says go this way instead of shooting a Markava tank round. Like, I think that would be a great way to kind of start. Nope. Cost too much. We're not going to do it. Oh, okay. That's a telling proposition. So as they're coming to the site and they're getting shot at, it's dark. The Israeli forces in the south are reserve conscripts. They're not the IDF that are in the elite active army unit. They're conscript reservists. They don't train. They don't get a lot of training. Rarely do they get to shoot their weapons. And they don't have night vision capability. So they're shooting into the dark at thousands of people. To say that when the sun rises and bodies are strewn along the road, and the IDF say, "Oh, we didn't do that." Really? Well, then, how did that happen then? Like, you did do that. Like, you did do that. Oh, Hamas did it. Hamas is nowhere here. There's this entire area is a militarized controlled zone. There's no Hamas here. I was like, if Hamas got into here, y'all really aren't doing your job. Like, there's no Hamas. No one with weapons. Dead people strewing along the streets. So when you see on the news at Nasser Hospital, when patients get brought in and people then say, oh, that's just Hamas propaganda. No, it's not. It is not Hamas propaganda. It's real. The shooting, the indiscriminate shooting, when they get onto the site in this mass crowd, just imagine, if you will, if it was Black Friday at Walmart and they cleared out the Walmart, they moved everything out. And in the middle of the Walmart, they just put a box of TVs and they were free. First in gets them. And at 9 o'clock, the door crashes open and everybody's squeezing in through this small door into this area. And you've got 2 security guards there. On every site, there are 22 armed security guards pulling security. So that's 1 to 409 ratio. 1 guard to 409 people ratio. There's no way that the armed security can manage or control that safely. There's no way. It's impossible. So when they get onto the site, I called it the 8 minutes of mayhem. Within 8 minutes, 25,000 boxes of food are stripped through, taken down, and gone. 8 minutes. It's one of the most chaotic, deprived, dehumanizing things I've ever seen in my life. And I was in Baghouz Fagani when ISIS surrendered. Talk about dehumanization. That is the worst I've seen in my life. At the end, when there's a few people left to pick up the remnants of aid, some beans, some rice, the UG Solutions personnel then start clearing the crowd with the procedures that they've adopted from the IDF, where we throw stun grenades, We spray pepper spray. I saw in a recent video last week of a UG Solutions person that I know who that person is. Like, I know it's real. I know he's there. I know it's a real person. It's not fake. And he's standing on a berm, and they have these new devices where it's about the size of a fire extinguisher with a fog hose on it to just spray tear gas. They have those now. And so now that's the standard operating procedure. And as they get to the gate and the gates are closed, the IDF guards then shoot at them at their feet, over their heads, in the air, just like the IDF do. And, again, like yesterday when GHF gave their press conference, they even said that. Like, Mr. Aguilar has said that shots have been fired at civilians. We only shoot at their feet, over their head, and in the air. Like, that's exactly what I'm saying you do. You're correct. But when you're shooting bullets that come out of an automatic rifle at a crowd of thousands of people, and you can't see them because there's berms and there's dust and there's intervisibility lines that you can't see, and you're just shooting, you're going to kill somebody. Period. So our guys don't shoot at them. They shoot at their feet. They shoot over the head. They shoot into the air. Okay, well, shooting at them, targeting innocent, unarmed civilians on the battlefield for the purpose of controlling them or controlling the crowd. Again, there you go, another war crime. So when we're doing these things, we're just egregiously violating international standards, the standards that we as Americans expect. Now,
people were hung at Nuremberg for things like this, literally things like this, shooting at prisoners.
Yes, shooting at prisoners. As a case in point, in the United States Army, if I were fighting in Germany and a squad of German soldiers that was just shooting at me puts down their guns and raises their hands, they just became a prisoner. I have to feed them. I have to give them water. I have to take care of them. I have to give them safe passage to captivity or to holding. You can't just shoot them. There are rules in combat. There are rules in conflict, and we must abide by those. Now, what I find to be incredibly
yeah, guys, war isn't just war like you guys just try to phrase it as if war crimes are acceptable. Well, war is ugly. Yeah, that's why we got the Geneva Convention. The war wouldn't be so ugly if you wouldn't commit war crimes. Israel.
Incredibly concerning for the American people and for my fellow teammates, my guys on the ground, American citizens, is that GHS position is, well, this isn't a war and we don't have to abide by those rules. Well, you do. Those rules apply to everybody no matter what. But even more so that you should not have the authority to shoot at anybody. We are there as tourists, as I said in the beginning of the show. Tourists. We should not be pulling the trigger of that gun unless it is absolutely to protect an imminent threat to our life. And a case in point, from all of the days and all of the times and all of the sites, I didn't pull the trigger on my rifle one time. I didn't pull the pistol on my rifle one time. Never even took it out of its holster. Stun grenades, tear gas, didn't use it once. Because I didn't need, not because I'm some soft, anti-gun, that I didn't need it. Never one time did I ever need to pull my rifle, shoot my gun, or use means to stun or hurt a civilian. Ever, not once. And I was at more distributions, at more sites, more time than any single person in the UG Solutions architecture. And not once did I ever need to do that. Ever. And I think I know something about, when it's time to shoot, done a lot. So never felt that I had to do that ever once. It's immature. It's dangerous. It's a violation of our American values. That is not how America engages on the world stage. We are the ones that do right. We are the ones that choose the harder right over the easier wrong. We don't do it because the IDF say it's okay to do it and therefore we can do it. Well, we made that bed and we are in it. And that bed is about to get flipped over by the international community. And if we don't stand up and say something now, like today, tomorrow, if we don't stand up and do something about it, we're going down that road, and it's not a good road to be on.
I hope you can tell your story on Fox News and on every American media outlet as soon as possible. I hope they will have you.
I believe he was already on CNN, but this is the longest interview he's gotten so far.
I'm not betting on it, but I hope they will. So let
Oh no, CNN is not. CNN only spreads pro-Israeli propaganda. Hamas is the evilest thing since Hitler. So yeah, they're not going to want to hear a story because it goes against their entire message they've been spreading.
Let me ask you about the story that you have told. That's a really difficult story, awful story, but about the boy who you were in contact with, who was killed, shot to death. What happened?
So, this little boy is similar in age to my son. Brown eyes. My son has brown eyes. I see my son's face when I look at him. And this little boy, he's not ISIS. He's not a combatant. This was on secure distribution site number 2, the 28th of May, our second day of doing distribution.
Damn.
I'm on that location. I didn't get this secondhand. I didn't see it from afar and then assume I saw it. I touched it. I felt it. Other people saw it. This young little boy, his name is Amir. I know that because when he walked over from the crowd of people, he walked toward me. There was two of us standing there, 2 UG Solutions guards standing in that area. And he was walking towards us, and we thought maybe he was hurt or maybe he was asking for some more food, because all he had in his arms was a small bag of rice, half a bag of flour, some lentils that he had picked up from the ground. He didn't have much. And we thought maybe he was asking for more food, or maybe he was hurt. And we notioned him over, and he came up and he extends his right hand at us. And so I kind of walked up to him and waved him over. And the guy standing next to me, this young boy, holds his hand and he kisses it. And then he comes to me and he holds my hand and he kisses it. In Arab culture, that is a very significant sign of respect. That's not something that should be taken lightly, or something that should be, that's a big sign of respect. And we were taken aback by that. The gentleman that was standing next to me was also a military veteran, combat veteran. So he's been to Afghanistan, Iraq, and he was moved by it. He was touched. I was touched. And as he was standing there, we were both looking at him, and he was very emaciated. He had no shoes on. His pants were tattered. He had a kind of a rope or string holding his pants up. Filthy. Probably hasn't bathed in months. Probably hasn't eaten in days. And oh, by the way, when they walk 8 to 12 kilometers to get to these sites, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation mechanism provides no water.
Bro.
Zero. Not a single bottle. Because it's too expensive. Distributing water weighs so much that it breaks down the profit per cost per truck. That's a fact. Because I asked why, and I was given a lesson in it. This is why. It's too expensive. So we give them no water. All of their food, by the way, requires water to cook it. Rice, lentils, beans, flour. You gotta have water.
Got no water.
So what we're giving them, I don't know how they're eating it, but he's standing there, and I put my arm on his left shoulder, and I look at him, and I can feel the bones in his shoulder. I can feel the weakness in his arm. I can feel the vulnerability. I can feel the desperation. And I look at him, and I got down on my knees, or I'm looking at him in the eyes, and then I say to him, I said, people care. America cares. You're not going to be forgotten. People in the world care. And he doesn't speak English, and I don't speak Arabic.
Like, bruh, it's children. It don't matter what race they are. It's children. Children are innocent, no matter what race they are, no matter where they come from. It's sickening how in today's time we found a way to dehumanize children.
But the connection we had in looking at each other, he felt for the first time in a long time that there was someone that cared. And I got down on a knee, and he came to his level, and the items he had in his hand, he sets them down on the ground. And he raises his hands, and they're small, fragile. You can see bones sticking, just the bones through the skin. And he places his hands on my face, and he kissed me. And he looked at me in the eyes, and he says, thank you. He said it in English. Thank you. People are starving in Gaza. People are dying in Gaza. These children that are starving and dying, these children, you know, they look like everyday Americans. This child is picking up noodles off the ground with his bare hands because there was no food left. So he's picking up noodles to put into his backpack. Amir goes back to the main group, and he goes out the exit. We had a very strict protocol that they come in a certain way, get the aid, and then they go out a certain way. From the way they came in, it takes them back to the way they came in. The exit takes them back that same way. So they enter from the Morag corridor, they go south, they go through the station, they exit, and they go north to the Morag corridor. So coming in and going out, they're...
Hey, and shout out Anna. She says, my heart goes out to Palestine, but Hezbollah and Hamas have a grip on Palestinians. Iran, where I was born, hey, nice, funds them, which is true. Yeah, Iran does fund Hezbollah and Hamas. But I mean, shoot, I mean, we can all agree here, though, it's like 25,000 of Hamas is what they stated. And for some reason, we're dealing with 50 on the low end, 50,000 civilians to 300,000 civilians dead. I mean, what's going on here? But no, you're definitely right, Anna, though. You're definitely right. Iran's support of Hezbollah and Hamas is a problem. But the collective punishment, though, is too much. It's a bit much.
Tied right back into the active combat zone. Site number 2 particularly is a little bit different than the other sites because it's in between site 1 and 2.
Oh, and shout out in. I appreciate the support, sis. Welcome back. And you're Iranian? Now that's cool.
And there's an IDF combat outpost just off the corner of SDS2. So there's a berm that lines that road going out. So if people are leaving the exit and someone is on the east side of the berm shooting into the crowd over here, you can't see what's on the other side of that berm because of the obscuration, the field of fire. So the IDF are shooting at the crowd that's leaving. As the crowd left and they would hit the Morag corridor to go west, the IDF would shoot at them, shoot at their feet, shoot over their head. We would shoot at them, shoot at their feet, shoot over their head, shoot into the air. And the bullets start hitting off the ground. There's video of this. It's on the BBC video. Hitting off the ground, see dirt flying up. And I was still on the site. I was below the berm. It was the second time we had done distribution. So when I heard the gunfire kick off, the automatic machine gun fire, I thought we were under attack. I thought something had happened. So I ran up to the southern berm and I laid down to take cover. You know, I'm observing and I'm looking and I see the shooting keep going on, like just the rap and Palestinians dropping on the side of the road. So Amir didn't make it home. He walked 12 kilometers to get some food, picked up scraps off the ground because that's all that was left because the 8-minute mayhem took all of the food. And by the time he got there, walking with no shoes, hungry and tired, the only thing left for him was to pick up some remnants off the ground. And when he left, he was killed by the IDF. Why? Because they lack discipline. They lack standards.
And shout out to Anna coming in again. Hey, appreciate the support. So she said, but at the same time, I do understand that Israel has the ability to make targeted attacks instead of attacking civilians. Like we saw it with the pagers, and I'm American, but born in Iran. All right, cool. You're like PBD in a way, but well, pretty much. But exactly. I mean, what they did with the pagers, the fact that they could honestly didn't have to carpet bomb Gaza. If they'd left the building standing, they'd have been able to force Hamas into a place where they can fight them without getting civilians involved. Like, that's the reckless part about this. Like, and here's the thing. The only reason they did this is because they can hide it. I mean, they literally control that land around Gaza to where they can choose who they let in and who they let out. And they couldn't have did this with Hezbollah because Lebanon would have started letting in independent media or international reporters. They couldn't have did this with Iran because Iran would have started letting in international reporters. So I believe that's the only reason they did this to the Palestinians, because they know they can hide it. Like they couldn't do this to no other Muslim country, or no other group of Muslims but the Palestinians.
And they lack basic human.
Oh, Armenian. I'm sorry. She said sorry, but she says I'm Armenian, but born in Iran. Sorry.
Decency.
Oh yeah, but I was right. Like PBD.
Now, do I think that they intentionally shot him or shot the people they were shooting at? No. But when you use machine guns and tank rounds and mortar rounds to control a crowd, what do you think is going to happen? And the United States stands by and watches it. As in the press conference that GHF gave last night. Will the IDF shoot to control the crowd? We only shoot at the crowd in the air around them or at their feet. We don't shoot into them. Unacceptable behavior. That is not how professionals behave when dealing with a civilian population. You use things like signs. What I thought would be another great tool would have been a loudspeaker with a microphone with an interpreter. Because no one there speaks Arabic and they don't speak English. So when you're dealing with a crowd of 8,000 to 9,000 people and you're trying to communicate with them, and I was like, how about before we start shooting, how about we do two things? One, we provide a loudspeaker with a translator. Two, we could put signage. We put signs out there that say, go this way, go that way, turn left. They don't know where they're going. They don't live here. It's a war zone. So the only way I could describe the sites is death traps. And they didn't become death traps. They were designed as death traps. And the United States puts aid and we lure them in. And when they leave, they get shot at coming and they get shot at going. So the reports you hear from Nasser Hospital, which is about 5 kilometers from site number 2, Nasser Hospital, that you hear all the reports of dead civilians coming in to get treated. The doctors have said this is grotesque. Doctors have testified that every time GHF does a distribution at site 1, 2, or 3, which the road from those goes directly to the Nasser Hospital, they get a massive influx of patients to what they call mass casualties, an MCI, mass casualty incident, every time.
Have you ever heard of any other country do it? I've never heard of anything like this, but I haven't spent 25 years deployed in war zones. I've never seen it. You've never seen this anywhere?
Anywhere to this scale. Now, in other countries that I've been in with partnered forces, are there sometimes an errant or undisciplined, bad apple in the group that you discipline and you correct that behavior? Sure, I've seen that. At this scale, to where it's widely accepted, but then to also the fact that the UG Solutions contractors also do it under the guise of, well, the IDF do it, so we're fine with doing it.
Oh, wow.
Never have I seen an American behave this way. Never have I seen an army. And I've seen some pretty ragtag armies in my day. And never have I seen this level of depravity and just disrespect for human dignity. And the word I keep using, because it's the only way I can describe it, is because America is giving tax dollars to it. It's un-American.
Now, you came out and told this story, I think 2 days ago, or a couple of days ago, for the first time in public that I'm aware of. And there was immediate pushback, as there always is. And your integrity was called into question. You're a liar. You're a propagandist. And this boy is not dead. This boy is not dead, is what they said. Can you address that?
I directly communicated to the lawyer in the GHF press conference that I demanded that he retract that, and I gave him the facts. And this is why.
Damn.
The picture
on
that they used, that GHF used and has circulated, the picture they have of a small boy with a contractor with his hands on his head, juxtaposed to the picture of me that I took with this boy standing next to me. What's ironic is that the picture they have of the contractor standing there with his hand on the boy's head, I took that picture too. It's like they're giving me back my own material as proof to the material. It's absurd. So the picture that I have, this picture with me, myself, and Amir, and everybody on site, that is distribution site number 2 on the 29th of May. That picture's been geolocated, metadata checked. It's legit.
Oh, wow.
The picture that they provided.
But that's all they ever do. They never really provide proof that you're a liar. They just say that you're a liar and that you work for Hamas.
To say, well, look, here's a picture of this contractor 2 days later with Amir. Disgusting. Disgusting. That picture that I took, the guy with his hand on the kid's head, is from site number 4 on the 1st of June. There is no way physically possible that the child could have gotten from site 2, sites 1, 2, and 3 are all the way in the south of the Morag corridor. Site number 4 is all the way in the central at the Netzarim corridor. Nobody can cross between those two areas. So unless he flew there or beamed him up and he transported there, that wouldn't be him. But number 2, you put the pictures right next to each other, not kind of like here and here, but right next to each other. It's obvious they're not the same person. They don't have the same hair. They don't have the same teeth. Their ears are a different size. I ran it through an AI generator and it said that's not the same person because it's not the same person.
So why would
Amir was killed on the 29th of May.
Damn. Why would this humanitarian foundation whose funding we know...
not they trying to gaslight you on the death of that kid. It's like insane.
Nothing about... You worked for them and you still know nothing about them. I'm sure they're taking U.S. tax dollars. Run by this
That's a fact.
They're taking U.S. tax dollars. Run by this Christian Zionist kind of preacher, maybe. It's not exactly clear who he is. I looked him up online. He's got all kinds of business ventures that don't, I'm not going to pass judgment, but he also says he's a preacher. Johnny Moore, this Christian leader. Why would a Christian leader try to hide the fact that a child was murdered?
So here's my take on it is that, and the other thing is that there's humanitarian organizations in Gaza that are currently from that photo looking for the next of kin. And that will come out soon when they confirm that he is dead. That has also been put out to the Nasser hospital to confirm, that boy was brought in on if he was brought in. So the truth will come out. The truth always wins. I've known that in my entire life. The truth always wins. And I know it's the truth because from the picture they provided on site 4 and the picture they provided on site 2, I took those pictures. I was standing there. Like, I took those.
Oh, and shout out Anna for the baller alert. Hey, appreciate the support. She says also, IDK what your beliefs are, but in 2020, Israel funded and sold weapons to, let's see, Algebra. I'm so terrible with those names, but let's see here. It's a Muslim country to use against Armenians, Orthodox Christians. This is widely documented. Christians don't matter to mainstream media for them to be converted. I mean, no, I know what you're talking about, but it's crazy. I don't even want to mess up the pronunciation. But yeah, so wait, are you talking about the Armenian? Are you talking about Armenian genocide, or am I? Let's see here. These are in 2020. Israel funded and sold weapons to a Muslim country to use against Armenia, Orthodox Christians. This is widely documented. Well, here's the thing, though. Israel has never been really too fond of Christians. I mean, they're the same guys who are now being reported for spitting on Christians, apparently. And this has been apparently this has been going on for a while. They're not really too keen on the whole resurrection of Jesus or Jesus being prophesied and all that good stuff. They don't like it. And I mean, I guess these are the more extreme Christians, Orthodox Christians. I guess the ones, that got the 2 strands with the hat on. Yeah, those guys, I guess in Israel, they'll spit on you. And this has been reported for years, even before October 7th. So them funding anything to, I guess, hurt Christians, it makes sense. It does. I mean, aren't they kind of behind the guy in Syria now? Like what? The guy used to be from we'll call that. Oh, I don't know his name, but I do remember that he did used to work for Al Qaeda. And now Israel's backing him, and this guy's hurting Christians. So for some reason, I don't know why, Israel is always behind hurting Christians or prosecuting Christians or spitting on Christians or, just like they did about a couple of days ago, bombing Christians. It is what it is. It is what it is. Hey, what's good, Monty? But shout out Anna. And sorry, Algebra Janie. I'm not even gonna mess it up.
Pictures. So for the concept to say that, look, here's Amir a couple days later at the same site. First of all, they said, here's Amir a couple days later at the same site. Well, that's not true because the picture that they have from a couple days later is from site number 4. I was there. I took the picture. They're not the same child. Why the cover up or why the line? So when they say that I have an agenda, political, whatever it may be, there's absolutely no evidence of that. I've never run for office. I don't own a business. I don't write books. I don't have some kind of platform. I don't have a podcast. I don't even have social media. I mean, they shut down my MySpace account last month because they took it down from the web. So I don't even have MySpace anymore. So I have nothing like that. I have no skin in the game of this, but to tell the truth. What they have in the game is a lot of money to the tune of tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
But my beliefs is I don't have any I don't have any religious allegiance. Okay, so you're never gonna hear me give like an overly Christian perspective, an overly Muslim perspective. I'm always gonna keep it centered. I respect both religions and their beliefs because I grew up under both religions and their beliefs. Like, look, we don't even got to get into the personal history here, but yeah, I just have a respect for both cultures because I've been involved in both cultures, and they're good people. And then there's bad people on both sides. So I kind of don't like when people overly criticize Christians or people overly criticize Muslims, or when one of them try to act like they're better than the other. Because I'll tell you right now, but like I said, both got good people and both got ain't shit people. All religions are like that.
So do they care about a Palestinian life, or the people know about that life over making hundreds of millions of dollars? Well,
that too. See, I also heard about that too, but I wasn't too sure about it. I was like, they banned them from getting visas if they're trying to do missionary work. I was like, I don't know about that one, but that's funny. You're not the only person who's told that to me.
The American people can judge that. Who do you want to believe? A 25-year veteran who went to West Point, where our motto is duty, honor, country. A cadet will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those that do. And I lived that motto and graduated from West Point and lived that motto in my Army career. And I have nothing to gain from any of this whatsoever at all. That I was there and I took the pictures and I witnessed it with my own eyes, and it brings me to tears. I'm a 43-year-old man, 25 years in the Army as a Green Beret. You think I went to acting school for this? It breaks my heart. So who are you going to believe? The evangelical Zionist who has billions of dollars to gain by this, by everything being just fine? Or the 25-year veteran Green Beret who went to West Point, who's earned a Purple Heart for this country, who's bled on the battlefield for this country, who's earned Valor Awards for combat valor? Who are you going to believe? The guy that sits in Washington, D.C. that's been to Gaza once? Or his lawyer who's never been to Gaza at all? Or are you going to believe the guy that was there, that took the pictures, that touched the boy, that saw it with my own eyes? So who are you going to believe? That's what I offer.
Yep. Well, I think most people watching will.
Yeah, you got to make your choice on that one. Like, who are you going to believe? Are you going to believe the U.S. vet, or are you going to leave Israeli media that just blames Hamas without giving you no proof? Like, who are you going to believe?
Will make up their minds on that pretty quickly. We are going to attempt to interview Johnny Moore. And I hope he agrees to that interview. So my last question is, I just want to thank you a third time for taking the time for this conversation.
I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for your time and your platform. This is an important story, and this is not my story. I'm simply the vessel to translate the story of the people in Palestine, human beings. Let's just call them human beings that are being treated with inhumanity. So I thank you for your time. This is great.
What should the Trump administration, what should the United States government do in response? I hope that every decision maker, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure this happens, sees your testimony, sees this video, listens to what you just said and you just experienced firsthand. But how should they respond to it?
Well, I'd also like the analysis that I had sent to your producers on the, I created a product for them last night with the comparison of the boy they said was him and put them together with the map data and everything. So sharing that would also be helpful, because I think it's shameful to make a political position out of something like that. But it's also in a way kind of telling to where, according to Johnny Moore, every Palestinian looks alike.
Bruh.
Not a good look, Johnny.
No.
So
not what our religion says, that God knows every hair on your head and that each soul is distinct and created by God. I mean, that's a foundational Christian understanding of humanity.
It's a great point. That's a great point.
For a self-described Christian preacher to say something like that is shocking to me.
So your question on what should be done? Great question. Because that's the, the second part of my effort here is to take action. I don't just throw up problems. I want to provide solutions. And there's been thorough analysis done on this. I've done the analysis, and I've got I've already given it to UG Solutions. I was like, here's the analysis I've done. Here you go. So
come on now.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation should cease to exist, and here's why. The existence of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and its creation and existence creates a misnomer, a lie, that this mechanism is working and that the UN is not needed.
No, the worst part about, and I agree with you, Anna, but the worst part about the West Bank is the Israeli settlers is kind of trying to push the Palestinians out of there as well. So it does seem like an all-on blitz on the Palestinians. It's like, here's the thing, there's no Hamas in the West Bank. I think we both know that one, but a lot of people don't know that. There is no Hamas in the West Bank, but yet Israel's pushing them out of there as well. I mean, they think about it. I mean, they got done. These Israeli settlers beat an American citizen to death for protecting his home. I mean, it's getting pretty bad out there in Israel. Honestly, almost unexcusable to the point where, I mean, look, after Bibi gets brought in on these corruption charges, if he ever stops going into another conflict, because he got done with Iran, then he hits Lebanon, now he's still going on with the Palestinians. It's like, this man can't get a stay out of a conflict. So who knows if he'll ever get brought up on these corruption charges. But whenever that happens, I mean, Israel definitely needs to reflect on those actions.
That's a lie. Regardless of what we call the method, whether it's GHF, whether it's the UN, whether it's Greta Thunberg handing out PBJ sandwiches on the Mediterranean beach, whatever the method is, it has to be able to feed 2.21 million people a day, 3 meals a day, every day, and bring in water, fuel. Remember, the GHF aid brings no water, no Pampers, no diapers, no fuel, no medicine, no hygiene products, just dried food, nothing else, nothing else. So the method, whatever it is, needs to be a method that can handle the capacity of 500 to 550 trucks a day, every day, that can manage 400 to 500 sites throughout the entirety of Gaza. I mean, imagine if in the state of Florida, they said, hey, you want food, you got to come down to Key West. Everybody.
Damn.
Like, it's absurd. So,
everybody though.
The method that needs to be in place has to be able to service 400 to 500 sites in Gaza, needs to be able to service 500 to 550 trucks a day. That's the math. That's the math that's been done. And they need to do it every day. And they need to have experts in humanitarian assistance, doctors to understand medical assessments, veterinarians to look at the animals to make sure that we're not spreading rabies. All these things you don't think about, that because I've done it so much. When you go to places like that, you're like, oh yeah, like if we don't assess the animal population, everybody could die of rabies. We don't want that. All these things that go into that. Well, the UN provides that. That was the UN model. The UN model was taking in 550 to 600 trucks a day, going to 400 sites with doctors, veterans, nurses, teachers, water, fuel, enough food. That was the mechanism. So when it first came out that, the UN method just gives it all to Hamas. Well, Israel themselves, the intelligence apparatus within Israel, the American USAID, the American State Department, other nations in the last day or two have all come out to say there is no evidence that the humanitarian aid was going into the hands of Hamas at any rate that's considerable to make an impact to the feeding. Now, was some of it going into the hands of Hamas? Well, sure, because Hamas is amongst the population. I mean, again, who's Hamas? I mean, I know who they are politically, but how do you tell? Like, hey, are you Hamas? Well, if they don't have their Hamas t-shirt on that day, I guess you won't know. So the mechanism in place now with what's being delivered, well, there's a cut going to Hamas. So we're delivering this much aid right now, and there's a cut going to Hamas. Where under the UN mechanism, we can deliver this much aid with that much potentially going to Hamas. It's no comparison. It's no question. The United States should cease funding the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation now, today. Demand accountability on where that money went. Because I can tell you, seeing there and being there and the resources that we spent, I don't know where that 30 million went. It didn't go to Gaza. Somebody better check some bank accounts.
Yes, immediately. But it wasn't the Gaza humanitarian.
Trump said we sent 60 million there. We're not sure why nobody's getting fed. I'm like, yeah, no, somebody probably pocketed it.
Foundation that shot Amir. So the question is, why would U.S. taxpayers?
You're right. Fair point.
You described the IDF as totally without decency, undisciplined people who committed war crimes on a daily basis. Why would the U.S. government be funding that?
So here's one thing that I will say that I want to make clear on the record. I have worked with the IDF on numerous occasions in my military career, not just in this mission. I stand with Israel in condemning the violence of Hamas.
Yes.
When I got into Israel on May 19th, the very next day on the 20th, I had some time in the evening. I got a rental car and I went from Beersheba, that's where I was staying before we started operations, and I drove to Kibbutz Be'eri. Kibbutz Be'eri is the kibbutz outside of Gate 96 that Hamas hit first when they came through Gate 96. That's the gate they broke. That's the gate they came through, and they slaughtered and murdered 300 people in the kibbutz. Then they went to the Nova Film Festival. I went to those sites. I went there on purpose because I wanted to feel the gravity of Israel's position. I wanted to understand with my own eyes, not what I heard on the news, what I saw, but to feel it. And did I feel anger? Yes. Did I feel disgust? Yes. Did I feel sorrow, sadness, and pain and vengeance? Yes. But there are rules. If we lose our humanity in saying that, well, we're just going to do what Hamas did because they did it so we could do it to them, we've lost. Hamas has already won. We've lost our way. So what I plead to the people of Israel and to the Israeli army, let's not lose our way. America and Israel, let's not lose our way. Let's stay the course of what's tried and true and what we've known throughout life, and that's dignity and respect for humans. We all demand that. So the relationship with the IDF, I don't characterize all of the IDF that way. The forces that are deployed in the South, the IDF reserve conscripts, need to be better trained and better equipped and have better leadership to be in the situation that they're in now. Imagine, if you will, if the United States went to war and all of the U.S. Army Rangers.
Oh, actually, no, it's crazy. No. Well, somebody says, why don't you play any real journalist? And I'm like, well, Tucker Carlson is a real journalist.
And all of the U.S. Army Green Berets and all of the U.S. Army 82nd Airborne was gone.
The man been in war zones
and deployed, and we needed more people. So we call up the Boy Scout Pack 902 and say, get your guns, boys. We who called them up would be doing them a disservice. Israel has done the IDF a disservice, and they're in a position where they're in way over their heads. So the behavior that I saw is classic. I've seen this throughout my entire career. It's a matter of discipline. It's a matter of leadership. And the same thing
Hey, said IDK, if you know the LFR family or Low Valentino, but I've done panels with them. If you ever decide to incorporate that kind of dynamic to your channel, let me know. Shoot, I'd love to know. Shoot, email me, or I guess email me to your YouTube, or email me to your YouTube page, or like, I don't know, Instagram, any type of social media, because I do not know about those guys. And I'd be happy to get on more panels. I try to do that with TikTok, but I keep getting kicked and then suspended. But hey, I mean, that's what happens when you speak raw, I guess, and you don't hold back. I mean, man, you can't even name certain countries, so it's kind of easy. It's not nothing impressive.
Say that I've said before, my issues with the GHF down, it's not the men on the ground that are trying to do their best in the situation they're in. Now, have some made some bad decisions that have done things that are just completely off the field? Yes, they have. There's always a bad actor. But it's the leadership. The leadership has failed to provide guidance and resources and education and training. Same with the IDF in Gaza. Their leadership has failed them because they've put them into a situation that is untenable and that you cannot avoid. You can't avoid the civilian deaths because 8,000 to 9,000 people rushing through imagine if you're an infantry platoon leader and you have your patrol base and you're protecting your platoon and you're defending yourself, and 8,000 to 9,000 people rush through your area. What are you supposed to do? There's not much you can do. And the leadership haven't provided them with any guidance on how to control that situation, just like they didn't provide any guidance to the UG Solutions personnel on how to control that situation. This is a leadership problem that touches all the way down to the tactical level. Now, the IDF should be held accountable for that, regardless of why it happened. When you shoot at civilians with tanks, mortars, rifles, machine guns, when you purposely displace the population, when you purposely use razor wire, again, razor wire banned by the Geneva Convention for the use of civilian purposes for hospitals, water points, and distribution sites. And that's what we're using, razor wire. And the UG Solutions asked for that. When they did, I was like, whoa, step back, cowboy. That's not a good idea. That violates Geneva Convention. We can't use razor wire. Well, there's no difference. And I was like, there is. There's a difference between barbed wire, concertina wire, and razor wire. And razor wire is specifically condemned in the Geneva Convention to be used at civilian sites. Don't use it. IDF gave it to us. They said it was fine. Okay, so let's just rack up another war crime. So the IDF should be held accountable. These things should be investigated. The IDF, I think they've already kind of alluded to this. I don't know if it's happening or not. They seriously need to go through their army and have a seriously restructuring of discipline and standards and leadership. I'm not prepared to say that the entire IDF is that way, but from what I saw from an entire division, the 403rd Division Israeli Reserve in the South, they need a serious sit-down talk amongst themselves to fix themselves, because it's going off the rails.
Colonel, I'm grateful. God bless you for doing this. You don't benefit from it. You will be attacked. I think anyone who watches what you just said can make up his own mind about your credibility and your integrity. But from my perspective, you are absolutely the best that we send. And so, again, God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the time, and thank you for all you do.
And all right. No, and shout out Anna again. I actually found my man here. Oh, shout out. My man's at 1 million. Shout out to that guy. Hey, and he black, even better. Nice. But all right, guys, I'm going to close out on this one, guys. Make sure you guys double tap the screen, subscribe to the channel, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we can definitely do a call-in night tomorrow, so that should be fun. Call-in / debate night. So can't wait for that one. I'll catch you guys tomorrow night, guys. This is Set with Set Media. You guys have a good morning and be safe. Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that, let me tell you this, it's going to be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is Set, and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.